let it Going into Gamescom, we expected a big crowd and a big stage, and they definitely lived up to the hype.
It was the hugest tournament I've ever seen.
There's so many people and it's really exciting.
Oh look, those are the casters, and they're going to be casting out games.
Foi uma estrutura muito bonita.
Definitely, the stage was really amazing.
I don't like being on the stage, but like playing on the stage.
I have to admit I was shaking a little bit. I don't think it was the nerves, I think it was the excitement.
Once you're like in the game, like you don't even notice it all, like you just block it all out.
After the game you just realize that there are hundreds of or thousands of people in front of you watching.
After failing at Tenerife, we were kind of down, but we picked ourselves back up.
I'm just here to win. I'm not afraid of just playing against big stakes.
We didn't do so well like we expected, but we got to the semifinals.
Anything's possible, it's anyone's game.
You need to take one step at a time. You can't think about the finals.
A gente tá 2 vitórias de ganhar o campeonato. Depois é só consequência.
In our maybe esport career, it's the most important day for us.
Welcome to day 2 of Gamescom, live from Cologne, Germany. I'm Eve Supporter, your host for another day full of League of Legends. And today we'll not only whittle the international wildcard down to the final 2 teams, but we'll crown the Challenger Series champion. Up first, KMT and the Copenhagen Wolves battle in the Challenger Finals to see who gets a spot in the European LCS Season 4 Spring Promotion Tournament. After that, it's time for the International Wildcard Tournament semi-final round, where 2 teams will lock down a spot in Friday's finals. Up first, it's Gaming Gear versus Team Immunity, followed by the #1 seed Pain Gaming, battling Turkey's top team, Dark Passage. But before we get to today's matches, let's send it over to the desk where Joe and Jason are ready to break down the action from an incredible day 1 of Gamescom 2013.
Thanks a lot, Shocks. I'm Joe Miller alongside Jason Kaplan. And like she said, yesterday was stacked with tons of amazing action as the 5 wildcard teams battled through the group stage on their way to today's semi-finals.
Yeah, and we saw Brazil's Pain Gaming proving whether the favorites coming into Gamescom. Decimated all 3 semifinal teams with their only loss coming in after they've already locked down that #1 seed. While Gaming Gear locked down the #2 seed by taking down Team Immunity, which really wasn't easy yesterday.
And today, Team Immunity will get a chance for revenge against Gaming Gear in the first best-of-3 semi-final series. And after that, Team Pain will look to put the hurt on Turkey's Dark Passage.
See what you did there. The winner of those 2 matches will meet in Friday's finals with the champion earning a trip to Los Angeles for Worlds.
Yeah, a massive prize for everyone involved. Yeah. I think we can all agree on that one. But starting out our day, we have the Challenger Series finals between the Copenhagen Wolves and KMT.
And yesterday, the Wolves were able to get revenge against TCM Gaming for their loss in Tenerife, while KMT took down AT Gaming in the best-of-3 yesterday. Today, KMT is looking to take down the Wolves and qualify for the promotional tournament for the 3rd time, while the Wolves are looking to get their first chance at qualifying for LCS.
And to keep up with all the results, the stats, and the brackets of the 3 tournaments that we've got going on here over at Gamescom, head over to lolesports.com to get yourselves filled in. And when you're done soaking up all that knowledge, we want to know a little bit from you guys. So, we want to know, which European LCS team do you think will have the best showing here at Gamescom? And more importantly, probably, why do you think that?
And of course, we're at LO Esports, and make sure to use that hashtag LCS. We're reading the best responses later on in the show.
So we're going to take a quick break. Make sure you get those first beverages of the day because we've got a long day of brilliant action lined up for you. First of all, of course, will be the return of the Copenhagen Wolves and KMT here to the stage as they battle for a spot in the LCS Spring Promotion Tournament. So don't touch that browser, guys. We'll be right back. 2013 live from Cologne, Germany. And now it's time for our Challenger Series finals between KMT and the Copenhagen Wolves. Now, the winner of this game will earn a spot in the European LCS Spring Promotion Tournament, a massive prize.
I think both of us can really agree that Copenhagen Wolves, they're the favorites of this tournament. Even though TCM did take them down back in Tenerife, they were still looking strong, and they have that star player Reckless on the team. But Kautard, he went 27-9 and 31 in those 3 games. He played Cassidy, he played Lissandre, he played Ari, and that was phenomenal because he played obviously in the spring qualifiers with Copenhagen Wolves when he was back with Bjergsen, now at NIP, and he wasn't extremely as impressive, but it shows he's been working on himself as this time's gone on. Youngbuck even went 7-7 and 31 in his 3 games with Renekton, with Shen, with Zaka kind of combined him there. And he's been doing a great job of just assisting everyone, not necessarily pick up the kills, but doing a great job. And they got that very needed revenge against TCM game. They had to feel so good about that in that best of 3.
Yeah, and while it did take them 3 games to actually take down TCM, on the other side, we saw KMT absolutely sweeping away AT Gaming in just 2 matches to earn their spot in this championship game.
Yeah, the thing is, KMT, they looked strong across the board. They took their time each match. They went a little bit slow, but they wanted to secure that win because with what's at stake. Overpow, who we used to see him back at Intel Extreme Masters in Singapore, he went 6-3 and 15 as Karthus and Ryze in those games. We saw Super Ace, who was on Sona pretty much both of them, went 5-5 and 24, and in game number 2, he had 100% kill participation.
Yeah, and coming into this Challenger final, both KMT and the Copenhagen Wolves are very familiar with one another and with what they need to do to come out on top against their rivals.
We played versus KMT when they were Annexis or ex-Annexis at the Tenerife qualifiers.
We played a lot versus the Wolves. We know their picks, we know their strength and weakness.
The most dangerous player in KMT is Overpile,
because he likes to teleport a lot and make plays for the other lanes.
Key to the win against Copenhagen Wolves is to just break the protection that they have for Reckless and just pick some AoE compositions.
We have backup plans if we lose the first game, but I think that shouldn't happen since we have focused a lot on the Champions Select lately and trying to win the game already there, because kind of 20% of the game is already in the Champions Select.
I think they are under the pressure, like it's one of their last matches with Reckless, so I guess we just have to play our game and wait for their mistakes, they will come.
We want to win this because we desperately want to play in their relegations and try to get into the LCS.
We deserve to win because we are better than Copenhagen Wolves.
If we win today, I'll probably hug everyone in the team and tell them I love them.
And technically, wouldn't that be a wolf hug? Not just because he plays for Wolves, because also he is quite a burly, wolfy kind of man. Either way, let's move on from that terrible joke and look at the starting lineups here today. And on the blue side is, of course, KMT. Now, in the top lane, there are Zazas. In the jungle, 760. Mid lane, Overpow. AD carries is Silver, and the support, Super Ace.
Of course, in that red corner for the Copenhagen Wolves, we're going to have Youngbuck in that top lane, Shook V2 in the jungle, Kautard in that middle lane, Reckless as AD carry, and Unlimited as support.
And the battle between those 2 AD carries is our featured matchup of today. And now KMT's Silver versus Copenhagen Wolves' Reckless is a big, big matchup for this one.
Yeah, and Reckless, I mean, he is clearly the star player for Copenhagen Wolves. He's always been that man that every team tries to shut down, and he's already signed with Fnatic right now. He's currently on loan to the Wolves, and he went 10-8 and 16 in his 3 games yesterday. But it's not an impressive score, but what was really big about it was the fact that he drew in so many ganks in this bottom lane. He kind of got shut down, but because of that focus there, Kautard was able to carry middle. Youngbuck was able to do really well top lane, and that really carried them through the game. Selliver, on the other hand, he put up some really solid numbers. He went 6-4 and 12 in his 2 games. His Caitlyn wasn't shut down in the qualifiers, and it wasn't shut down yesterday. And him and Super Ace were constantly aggressive bottom, and they outfarmed their opponents each time. And the big thing is, if KMT wants to be able to earn their spot in the promotion tournament next year, their bottom lane of Sellivar and Super Ace needs to be able to deal with Reckless and Unlimited.
Yeah, and we see this a lot. A lot of teams, when they go up against the Copenhagen Wolves, they say Reckless is the man. As we said, Fnatic player, actually, technically, on loan here to the Copenhagen Wolves, which is, well, in terms of loan signings, I guess, in League of Legends, probably the best signing that you could make right now in Europe. And that's just something that happens. People camp out, or at least try to camp out Reckless in each game. But we're going to get into Champion Select here.
Okay, so we already do have some bans coming in, and I wouldn't be surprised to see something targeted at Reckless right off the bat. I mean, his edge was phenomenal, so was his Tristana.
Well, first 2 bans coming out here. KMT deciding to get rid of that Evelyn. Of course, aimed thoroughly at Shook V2. We've seen him already playing some of that Evelyn in the past. Elise taken out here, Zed taken out. both very powerful champions. Zed obviously aimed thoroughly towards Overpower, who we saw in the qualifiers coming big on Zed.
Yeah, you just heard in the video from the Copenhagen Wolves that they have to shut Overpower down. They don't want to let him get any champions as resets. They know he's most likely going to run teleport, just like Char from Future Makers, and they wanted to take away that Zed, which could be just such a devastating champion as we saw yesterday.
Just a side note here, Lissandra is actually banned today, not able to be played because of a problem with her, so that's taken out of the equation when it comes to the bans and the picks, so don't forget that as we go forward. Twisted Fate banned out here, Twisted Fate banding out here, Twisted Fate banned out. That's pretty standard stuff. Lee Sin taken away here as well from Shook, who is another phenomenal Lee Sin player. Also is Evelyn banned out here. On the other side, Zach was the final ban for the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, we did see Zaz's played him yesterday, and you kind of want to, actually sorry, it wasn't Zaz, that was actually 760 playing the jungle, but I'm kind of a little bit surprised by KMT's bans, just a little bit, because it's very similar to exactly what they banned out yesterday when they were playing against AT Gaming. But I mean, if it worked the first time, why not keep using it right now? And that Zach 760, he didn't really pull off a lot of ganks in his game yesterday versus AT Gaming with it, but he was always there reacting. He was always there in time to kind of try to gank around and really kind of maybe pull a kill back or stop a kill from happening.
Yeah, and the first actual pick here is going to be Vayne, and a very highly contested pick these days. We all know how Vayne is, how strong she is, especially when it comes to those late game situations.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams not afraid to first pick her. Like the team that comes to mind is SK Gaming. They took that for Candy Panda every possible time over the past couple of weeks, and for good reason, hit a 16.4 KDA on her, and we're going to see Celivar have his chance at it, which leads me to believe that we're going to have a lane swap already coming in for them. They want to give that Vayne that free lane to farm.
Well, it leaves a lot open, and when you look through the bans, the likes of Shen, Jarvan has come through here again, and I think Jarvan, I'm going to go off record here without actually knowing if this is factually correct, the most picked champion yesterday, because we saw a ton of Jarvan. I think 90% of games must have been a rough estimate for what we saw from Jarvan yesterday. He was really often picked, let's say that.
For good reason. I mean, as you were saying yesterday, we were both talking about that, his early game is so strong. His ganks are ridiculous with that EQ combo, and then late game with that Cataclysm, you can protect your team so well. You can also zone their AD carry very well.
So, what are we going to see on the other side? Of course, Thresh was the other pick there for the Copenhagen Wolves, so that's going to go over to Unlimited, the support player. And what are KMT now going to add into this vein? Looks like we could see a Nasus and Renekton. Now, this combo they ran yesterday in their second semi-final game against AT Gaming.
Yeah, and they didn't really go for any sort of early Baron. I was kind of expecting because of the double ultimates out of them, just do ridiculous damage, but the whole combo, that pseudo tankiness that you get out of that ultimate out of nowhere is really strong for a team, and with the aggression of both of them, it kind of gives Vayne a really easy time in these team fights. And we do have to keep in mind, I believe Copenhagen Wolves chose the red side on this team because they want to be able to counterpick Overpower.
Well, it makes sense right from the very get-go. They said, they highlighted in that video earlier on that Overpower is probably the strong link in this KMT lineup. If they can get him out of the game, then they can possibly win it. Although Overpower himself did also say that they're better than the Copenhagen Wolves, so they expect to win this one. Well, that's another thing as well. So on the other side, we are going to see a Shen coming through now. Youngbuck with Shen is a terrifying opponent, although, you know, Renekton is one of his big champions in there as well, so he's going to know what he's going up against. Renekton and Shen, a pretty standard top lane matchup that we see often enough. Twitch was here picked then as well as the AD carry, of course, going over to Reckless.
And Reckless is one of the most aggressive AD carries I think I've ever seen. Like I was saying before, his Ezreal Tristana back in Tenerife, he would always go in. He wasn't even worried about, you know, kind of escaping, depending on his flash if he really needed it. And Twitch can be one of those champions in the early game, but obviously late game with that Jarvan, with the Thresh, with the Shen, you have a lot of protection, and that spray and pray is going to shred a team down. And I do have to correct myself. Actually, KMT chose the blue side on this, so that was actually in the wildcard games.
You were just, you know, theorizing why this situation came around, but it doesn't matter by now. So on the other side, we are going to be seeing a Karthus come down, which Overpower again played yesterday. Took a lot of time to get going, to be honest, but in the end was very, very dangerous. Looks like we could see a Sona support as well coming out from Super Ace, and we all know what his crescendos have done in the past.
Yeah, I really like how you pointed out Overpower's Karthus, because he had a lot of questionable ultimates too, that we saw. Just some random ultimates that really didn't do anything. It really didn't stop a turret from going down. It didn't make a team stop pushing, but the thing is, he farmed like a beast on his Karthus. Like he had so much damage at the end. He was at 600 AP. Like one time we checked in the game, that was about 25-30 minutes in, so really hard to deal with. But You know, right now with that Jarvan, with that Shen, they can keep him away from the backline of Copenhagen Wolves to stop, you know, Reckless from obviously being killed.
Well, that's the back line. Let's talk about the front line here. Kassadin was the final pick coming out, and we all know how Coutard, how he's performed even yesterday with that Kassadin, and how he's done in the past with that one, and that is going to be a big pick for them here.
Yeah, and what's so funny, I think I mentioned a little bit earlier, back in the spring qualifiers, he played pretty much only Zyra. That was like his main champion middle, and for him to be able to expand his champion pool, pull out the Karthus and do so well, he went 14-1 in that game yesterday. That really makes you appreciate how much work he's put in to trying to get back into the LCS.
So, two very big teams aiming for a even bigger prize, to be honest, that promotional tournament, which everyone, of course, wants to be in. All the teams outside of the LCS want to be in the LCS. They want to earn a living from playing the game that they love, and this is the first step in that direction. So, a big prize on the line for this single best of 3.
And not to mention, right now, I pretty much guarantee SK's watching this match, just kind of getting prepared, getting a feel up, because they do get to pick who they play against. They're not first pick, but they do get to pick between the last 2 teams. And yeah, I mean, you probably don't want to go against either of these, as you know, Nexus back then, KMT, they've already qualified 2 times now, looking for their 3rd, and Copenhagen Wolves with Reckless on the team, it's really hard to kind of go against.
Yeah, it's a hard decision for, you know, it also almost feels like, okay, we get to pick who we play against, but that might not necessarily really be what you want, because you're kind of picking yourself into a hard decision either way around. So you can at least decide who you feel most comfortable against, but we are going to be getting into the game here. We are, of course, in map number 1 of KMT versus the Copenhagen Wolves here in the grand final of the Spring Promotional Qualifier Tournament. And we'll see what happens here down towards level 1. The likes of that Threshold, Jason, going to be very dangerous for KMT at the start.
Yeah, not to mention when you have a Shen taunt to potentially follow that up, so that would be really dangerous for anyone in KMT to really go for a face check. And they have a decent team level 1, but they have no hard CC that Copenhagen's Wolves do have. So I'm pretty sure they're just going to play a little bit safe, just make sure they defend their side of the jungle. And actually, I wouldn't be surprised if both teams really do that, because remember, it's a best of 3, and they're both competing for that chance to go into the promotion tournament.
So let's have a look here then. Level 1. What are we going to see from things? Copenhagen Wolves right now headed towards the top side of the map. Are they going to try and go through for a later invade on towards that blue? We can see that Zazas is actually waiting here inside of the brush, and as they go in there, Youngblood going to spot him, but Zazas backing straight away. So KMT at least know that Copenhagen Wolves have a big squad moving up towards this blue area.
And if KMT is going to respond, they're probably going to try to go for that blue buff for Copenhagen Wolves. However, they do have a lot of wards down. They would be able to spot them crossing that river, and they have to be very careful of that. But in the meantime, Wolves, they just ward it up and back away, so they just want to at least be able to see where 760 is going.
So a very scary start, I think, for both sides here. Kind of aggressive from the Copenhagen Wolves to, you know, take all 5 men and just plant them in there. Also the safest way, I suppose, to get those wards down earlier on. And they are going to get that vision on the blue, but it seems like KMT going to be happy here with that red buff start. 760 is there with the rest of his team. Going to get a big amount of help here as well to do that red, which is going to speed his overall path.
He's got to be careful of that poison that could potentially steal it away, but I was saying before the champion select, I was expecting to see Silver and Super Ace go into a 2v1 lane, and they're going to get it, but not where I thought it was going to be. They're going to be going middle here, and they're actually sending Overpow bottom, so they're trying to get Overpow away from Coutard so he doesn't get 1v1 and completely shut down at that level 6 point, and they're still trying to give that free lane over to Vayne.
So let's have a look here. We see Unlimited hanging around by the blue buff, basically just causing annoyance to 760 right now. And they're in full vision, actually a pink ward put down there very early, so they want to get rid of all of that vision that they had in there. Now I'm going to see Jarvan coming around, throws the flag in there, but in the end, did he just manage to steal that away?
Nope, Shook got that. He was able to outsmite him at least.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Shook got that. What do you mean 760?
Sorry, 760. Now just got it. My bad.
Now you're just throwing me off as well. So all good from KMT. That's the important part.
And right now, I really want to see how these lanes develop, because you have Zaz at the top end of 1v2. You have Overpower trying to kind of counter Coutard right in the beginning. Because at that level 6 point, Coutard will be able to jump on top of him, do a good amount of damage, and still be able to back away. So it's going to be very hard for him to do anything. And I wouldn't really be surprised to see KMT push an early turret down, maybe middle, just to give him that potential to get out of that lane and get some free farm.
So a quiet start. Things an attempt to invade. Actually, we are going to see the Ignite coming down here on towards Coutard. Auto attack coming out of Karthus there, and well, both players using their flash, and not really a lot happening from that one. I mean, Overpower's managed to force Coutard out of the lane there, but he's also going to have to go himself back from that one, as we are going to see now Celeber taking a little bit of pressure from the Copenhagen Wolves. Shook, though, not able to get in for the knockup.
I think bottom, if Coutard didn't level right there off those minions, he would have died. That Ignite would have been able to take him down, and that would have been first blood for Overpower, who's really trying to make his stamp on the lane because he knows a little bit later he won't be able to. And then we even saw Reckless and Unlimited come down from that top side to actually go for a gank, and they're going to be rotating the lanes yet again as we see the AD carry support go bottom. We're going to see Overpower middle here in this 1v2, which he'll benefit from a little bit more than he would against Coutard.
So let's have a look at the LCS. Funnily enough, quite a big lead already for Reckless there. Look at that, 27 to 17, now 18 CS. So in a really good early start from that one. So we are seeing those switches coming in. It looks like the Copenhagen Wolves want to keep this 2v2 up down at the bottom as they switch out once again.
I don't think it's the 2v2 they want. It's the 1v1 middle that they want against Overpower. They really want to shut him down, because if a Karthus can free farm, which we already know Overpower can do, as we saw yesterday, then he becomes so hard to deal with that insane ability power, not to mention if he just flashes into the middle of your team, it can really shut down some people.
So a pensive start. We are in a best of 3, let's not forget. And this is something that we see often in the first game of a best of 3, because you win the first game and you give yourself so much more breathing room in the overall picture of that best of 3. It means then you have 2 games to actually close things out come the end of it. So always an important one, and therefore we generally see some slower starts of things. We are going to see Nasus coming down now towards his bottom lane. Reckless just going to stealth himself up from that one. Spirit Fire comes down, but not really a problem for the Copenhagen Wolves.
And the thing is, with all this switching of lanes that the Copenhagen Wolves and both KMT's been doing, it means there's no wards bottom for either supports right now. I mean, you do have one obviously in that bush in River from Super A's, but right now Copenhagen Wolves have nothing down there, so 760 has the ability to keep going for ganks there, but I mean, obviously with a Twitch, you can stealth up. If you don't bring a pink ward to the party, you're not going to be able to pick up a kill.
And we are going to be seeing them recalling on that bottom lane. So we are going to see Coutard as well, possibly in a little bit of trouble. The Wither actually down onto him. Let's not forget, he doesn't have that flash. There's a knockup coming out from Chuck, and Coutard getting the slow out there as well. And he's able to just walk on out of that one. That was dangerous times for Coutard, but reacted nicely to it as well.
Yeah, and I mean, all he just knows, get to level 6, you'll be fine. And it was a good job by Shook to actually come down to that lane in time to be able to save him. The pressure of him just showing up deterred 760 and Overpower away for committing to that gank.
So this top lane, as I said earlier on, Renekton versus Shen, not exactly the most action-packed lane out there. These two are both going to be farming up to the max. Renekton, we saw yesterday from Xylas, did an incredible job of it as well. See if we can replicate that here in today's grand final. And the bottom, Reckless has now come back into lane, picked himself up that Vamp Scepter and the Boots of Speed at the very start. Is on his first buy.
Yeah, he really needs that Vamp Scepter as well, because if he gets harassed at all by the bottom lane of KMT, he's not going to be able to heal it up without that item, and he's against a sustained lane with that Sona, so he's definitely going to need that longevity. And I really want to point out Youngbuck. He's been doing a great job. He was down quite a bit in CS, but he's been able to catch up, and you're looking at it right now like, yeah, he's down CS, but there was a large wave pushed up against his turret. And it looks like Shook, knowing that the flash is still down from Overpower, wants to go for a gank here middle.
Yeah, gonna get in there, and actually I think they could be able to do this one there, as we are gonna see Wall of Pain go down, but Coutard is level 6 of course, and can Rift walk in there. This is going to be the kill, or is it? Overpower managing to turn around. First block does come down, but Coutard taking a lot of damage from this one. There is Shen coming down as well, who's now level 6. 760 flashing there, well that won't get him out of trouble, and Youngbuck gonna pick up the second one, and just like that, the Copenhagen Wolves starting off flying.
And that was a great game too, because it was right before Overpower got 6. If he was 6 there, he would have been able to kill Coutard, would have been able to turn that around, but a great double kill coming in. And now, Youngbuck, who was level 6, was able to save Coutard right there, so that gives him such a strong start. He gets the 2 assists off of that. Youngbuck getting obviously 1 kill, and return to lane with that Giant's Belt, and then Shook's gonna be very happy with that kill as well. It might mean that he actually would rush Boots and Mobility just to get around the map a little bit quicker and provide some more gains.
Well, see that Shook here just pushing that lane up onto the turret, trying to deny Overpower as much farm as he possibly can, but now that he's back in lane, shouldn't really have too many problems with making sure he's got all that stuff under his belt. So, early buys coming out, both Karthus and Cassidy going for that tier, and also the Ruby Crystal coming out for Coutard, and now he's going to get that first blue buff pick up of the game.
And we have to remember, Kautar's running teleport, so he's already very mobile with Kassadin. He's going to have the ability to gank these other lanes, and if he does go bottom, like that's a pretty easy kill on a Sona because she's so squishy, she's so susceptible to ganks and just being killed, especially if you pair that in with a hook from Unlimited. And KMT have to be very careful. We've seen how many times Kassadins can just take a game and just control it themselves, just by getting so many kills. And like we said before, Kautar was 14-1 yesterday on Kassadin, and if he gets these early kills, if he gets these early items, KMT has to really watch out for it.
So Rudolph's going to go over to Overpower. We look at the top lanes here. Sazas now has pulled quite that lead against Youngbuck, and you can imagine why. Obviously went down there with Stan United to aid in that last fight, which is going to naturally set him back somewhat, but funnily enough, overall, because of the assist and the kill that he's got in there, we are seeing Youngbuck actually with a slight gold lead there anyway.
I love what Zaz's picked up though. The Spectral's cowl item that he has, it means any Vorpal Blades that come out of Youngbuck pretty much just be healed up right away, just from the regen from that. So he can't really be shoved out of lane. He'll probably go into his Sunfire Cape right after this item, if not go straight for the Spirit Visage, just to kind of sustain a little bit more in lane, and not to mention the amazing cooldown reduction. But surprisingly, we haven't seen much action bottom just yet between these two AD carry support lanes.
And by much action, you mean any action?
Yeah.
Pretty much from there. It has been very quiet, farming up. Reckless has managed to hold on to that lead that he had earlier, 760. Gonna come across, but Reckless just stealthed himself up and says, no, you're not going to get me from this one. Not quite that easy. But as Jarvan comes down as well, Copenhagen Wolves definitely not worried about keeping that pressure up on the tower.
And the thing is, if he doesn't bring a pink ward to this gank, they're not going to kill Reckless. Like, he has flash to still escape, he has a stealth to get away, and you have to be able to get that slow onto him early on before he can just kind of run away. And Zaz is going proxy Renekton. I love seeing this because he knows that Youngbuck is going to have a decently hard time farming under the turrets. You know, not terrible, but he knows that he's not going to miss any CS on his own, and that forces Youngbuck to really hit everything.
Right, Youngbuck actually just having enough of that one, I think, and actually going for a little bit of damage here on towards Zazas, who certainly took the brunt of that one. This mid lane, we are seeing now level on CS, so Kautar really got out of that dangerous base where he's only really got his melee action to really rely on. Now that he's up at, above level 6, has that Rift Walk, that's where things become a lot more comfortable for him. Down in his bottom lane again. See both Celiver and Unlimited going pretty low. There's Overpower taking damage from Kautar as well by the Wraiths. And Kautar probably will be able to take those Wraiths away if he so wishes.
He knows Overpower's playstyle took down to a T. Like, he knew he was going to go for Wraiths. He wanted to farm those up. And he was there. He responded. He stopped that from happening. He even got Overpower a little bit low. And yeah, I'm definitely surprised he made it through the laning phase. Well, I can't say so easy because he almost did dive bottom once, obviously, and just in that gank we saw earlier on, but usually you expect a Kassadin to be down in farm against any sort of ranged champion middle.
And again, we've not seen any ultimate yet, any Requiem out of Overpower. We talked a little bit about this one yesterday when we saw him. There was some, I think, questionable times to press R from Overpower over the course of that game, but he won it, so in the end it didn't really matter anyway. But that's the kind of thing that may come back to cost them a little bit later on in this one, as we are going to see the Copenhagen Wolves move north with a 4-man team for Dragon.
And this is just pure response. Seeing Celivar and Super Ace go back to base to buy up as they're coming back with some decent items, but they're going to miss out on this global gold, they're going to miss out on this experience that Dragon gives, and now Wolves, they have the timer of that Dragon, they're going to be able to take it most likely again the next time it's up if they're there first. And this can slowly be a downward spiral if you're KMT, if you let all these objectives go through your hands, if you aren't able to kind of contest them somewhat.
So, it's saying 1,300 gold lead right now that the Copenhagen Wolves have managed to build themselves up. Let's see how that one continues. Celiver now finally getting back in lane for a bit of free farm after Reckless and Unlimited went back. The Cutlass picked up there for Reckless, got those Berserker Greaves in there as well, so he's well on his way to getting that Blade of the Ruin King, certainly a little bit further ahead than what Celiver is right now.
It's going to help him duel a little bit more too. I mean, gives you that slow that you really need to get away from a Vayne, but when you have a Sona in a lane against you who has that crescendo to lock you down, it's hard to kind of deal with it. But right now, you even see Kautar trying to roam around, still has a teleport. And if we see an aggressive ward come out of Unlimited into that second bush, I wouldn't be surprised to see a gank come in.
Look at that, Kautar going towards Overpower once again, gives him a little bit of a burst combo. Not really doing too much damage, but with that Karthus, it's all about doing a little bit here, a little bit there, and then diving in basically right at the very end to finish things off, to assassinate him with that Kassadin. Wants to try and force him out of that lane because Kautar himself is going to be going back home now to buy up what I'm guessing is going to come into that Rod of Ages. Yeah, there we go. Castle is picked up on that turn home.
Yeah, I think the problem is that he didn't have the ability power to burst Overpower down or even to consecutively chip him down with him having the Catalyst. He'll be able to regen that up, obviously, but now he's going to be teleporting into bottom lane. He's going to be going in for a gank.
Yeah, going in for the gank here. Super A is going to flash out already. There's the Condemn already coming down, and Youngbuck will join the party. Gets the taunt on towards Celiver. He's tanking up now with that Sunfire Cape to go underneath the turret, and Celiver is going to go down. It's actually a double kill that comes in here for Youngbuck, and now 760 and Overpower coming in, and they need to be really, really careful here. 760 already down to below half. We'll have to completely back out of that fight, but another perfectly executed teleport Stand United combo from Copenhagen Wolves.
That's just what we talked about. I mean, if we saw anything aggressive out of Unlimited, they were gonna go for that. And the thing is, they get a huge kill on Celivar, so they're gonna stop him from farming up a little bit more. They get the kill on Sona, who actually didn't use the Crescendo because they knew he was gonna die. And in the meantime, I mean, yeah, we did see Youngbuck obviously ulti down in that bottom lane, but Zazas, he really didn't apply much pressure. He has a turret low because he's been leaving so often, but if you can't take the global objective back, you're really kind of missing out on quite a bit of gold. And now, KMT, they're gonna lose a turret for it.
Yeah, that bottom turret there just being cleared out completely, and shoved up and taken down right before the turret, before they even got to the turret. And now Coutard putting down the pressure onto this mid lane as well. So overall, the plan that the Copenhagen Wolves certainly had coming into this game is working out brilliantly for them. And there is the first turret of the game going down for the Wolves in the bottom lane.
And just take a look at mid lane right now, because you do see Coutard, he's keeping Overpower's zone really well, and that just shows the threat he's applying by just being there without even going in, without even doing a little bit of damage. And Overpower, he's respecting it, he's keeping up in farm, so that's good for him. But he also doesn't have 4 assists under his belt like his opponent does.
4 assists. Probably would have hoped for at least 1 kill from that last little fight where Youngbuck got himself a double, but at the same time, for the same token, that means that the Shed is going to be tankier anyway as things go along, and that's going to be...
Oh no! 760 got that blue.
Yeah, that's not...
That is not good.
That is not what they plan to do from that one, and that's going to deny it from Overpower from his Cardless, who's already having a bit of a tough time, really not being able to be involved with anything when it comes to these fights. And right now we are going to see Youngbuck taking some pressure down at top. Is going to land that Shadow Dash, but is he going to be able to escape from this one? There is the Ignite down, and he's taking a lot of damage. They can certainly go underneath the turret here from this one. Youngbuck getting in there, and it will be a finisher from 760. Youngbuck being shut down. Reckless actually coming towards his top lane with Thresh now, but can they actually get in there for the damage?
That deadly duo of just the Nasus Renekton with their ultimates pop just shredded him down. They're going to go for this fight here, and Reckless, he can take Zazas down.
Yep, and there is a Flay first box coming in from that one as well. He's saving the hook for later, and the hook actually going to miss there. That was a guaranteed kill if that hook would have landed. As we see Carthos take down the middle outer turret. So now 1 man dead in the top lane. Not the end of the world, certainly from the Copenhagen Wolves. They've managed to get a second turret now.
And they were able to keep those double buffs alive onto 760. That would have been terrible if Reckless was able to pick that up, but Wolves responded by taking a turret middle. And like we've talked about teams who can pick up kills, but if they don't take objective off the back of that, then what's the big deal about the kill? And right now, Wolves, knowing that Youngbuck was top lane, was most likely going to die, just went for that push middle, got the turret, and ended up coming out ahead in that fight.
Really nicely done, showing why they are the favourites here in this game. Arguably the tournament as well. I mean, yes, they did lose to TCM obviously over in Tenerife, but I think they've shown in the past the more solid, stable results out of all the challenger teams coming into this one. For me, they definitely have Season 4 LCS Spring Split in their sights right now.
Yeah, it's all to them, and if KMT can stop them from getting there. And right now, I mean, with being 4-1 up, 24,000 gold to 22,000. I mean, it's not a huge lead, but if they pick up this next dragon, it'll get even bigger. They're looking to take this first game. Coutard has a Rod of Ages done. That is stacking up right now. We see Overpower pick his up as well, and right now he's behind Sword Boots. His tear's not going to be as stacked, and his damage is really going to be lacking. We still have yet to see an ultimate come out of him.
Requiem saved for, I'm not sure what, to be honest. Like, down in this bottom lane, if they would have actually altered a little bit earlier on, it could have forced him away from diving in on towards that turret, but in the end, he wouldn't have got kills from it either way, so decided to save that one out, but it's no good having that Requiem if you're never going to use it.
Yeah, and I think that's due to the fact that we haven't seen the bot lane be aggressive against each other, because that's usually where you pick up those extra kills. Right now, Counter is getting caught here, but it's a Kassadin.
Yeah, it's a Kassadin. That's the thing, there is no court usually when it comes to Kassadin. It takes like full CC chain to actually lock him down. But KMT, at least doing the damage there, have started to work their way over towards the Dragon. We do have Jarvan there as well, so they're going to be looking for the steal. Super A is going to take the damage. He actually will use that crescendo. Dragon not being finished off here as well as Shook is going to cataclysm in there. It will be KMT to pick up Dragon, and the Copenhagen Wolves trying to back out of this one. The Flay just going to knock both Nasus and Renekton back away from the fight. Kautarn is waiting off to the side, but they're not going to be able to save Unlimited, and that's a kill and the Dragon for KMT.
That was such an aggressive play to them to just go into the middle of that pit when they knew the Wolves were around. They knew that Youngbook had that ultimate to get down to that bottom lane. But it's a fantastic job. They picked up the Dragon, picked up a kill off of that, didn't lose anything for it except maybe this top turret getting taken down to half health, and that's exactly what they needed to do, get back in this. Now they're only down 2,000 gold, and they're starting to get the items built up that they need. Zazus has that Sunfire cape. He's really tanky at this point.
Speaking of Sunfire capes, Youngbook doing a really great job on this top inner turret. That's something that KMT are going to have to keep an eye on in the future, that Youngbook has already started this split push as much as he possibly can, and decided obviously that is the way that they want to go with this one. When the opposition are down on the bottom side of the map there by Dragon, obviously the perfect opportunity to do so. But if we look at the gold, that Dragon really bringing KMT back towards the even point. I'm not going to say certainly even by now. And I'm wondering when Kautarn's going to start to pick up these kills, because he's got 4 assists, that's all well and good, brilliant stuff for him, but he needs a few kills in there as well.
And I think we might see it coming in soon. Look how many awards we have out of the Wolves into the side of the map of KMT. Not to mention, he has those home guard boots, so if he does teleport in with home guards, you're not going to see him coming, and he'll be able to get a good chunk of damage onto the enemy team. And I think right now, the Wolves, they're just wanting to finish a couple of items before they start to go for any major engages, because right now, they're only going to get stronger at this point.
Getting stronger, but KMT are exactly the same, actually. You know, the likes of the Naxos, the Karthus, the Vayne, they're all going to be getting stronger as things go on in this one. So we'll see how that all works out later. Let's have a look at a little bit at this. Yes, Reckless has managed to hold a lead, I think, from the start of the game, really, right from the very get-go, and he still has a 14 CS lead over Celiver right now. So that featured matchup that we talked about earlier on, Reckless, for now at least, winning out on that.
Yeah, he's been able to deal with that quite well, considering he had to lane swap multiple times to finally get the matchup that Copenhagen Wolves wanted overall. Blue hopefully going to be given overpower this time. Hopefully 760 won't be able to take this one away, because he needs it. Like, he really needs it. He's able to get it. So that means you're able to push a little bit more, or more importantly, be able to defend turrets a lot more.
Yeah, that's something that he struggled on, obviously, in that mid lane. Kautarn pretty much just zoned him away from that one, stopped any defense coming in from that side of things. That was the second turret, of course, that Copenhagen Wolves took down. Got themselves in third since that point. Bit of pressure here from KMT coming down towards that middle outer turret, but they shouldn't be really too scared about that right now. I don't think that they can really push in for that one. We are going to see Super 8's going very low. There's a Wither down on towards Unlimited. The hook is going to land onto 760, but they decide not to follow through.
And, you know, there's one thing I'm seeing from this game. It's stick with me through, because it's a little bit weird, but KMT, they're running like an EG roster back in the day, like back at the start of the summer split. And right now, Copenhagen Wolves are running like a new kind of EG roster in terms of the yellow submarine that we always talk about with that Shen, with that Twitch combo. And right now, they haven't really been able to pull that off, and yet they're still keeping up, or actually winning the game currently. And they're still waiting for that right moment to move, where KMT, they don't really have an amazing ability to siege turrets down. If they are, they could easily get engaged upon, because Celiver obviously has a really low attack range. But luckily you do have a Nasus, so he can push turrets down very quickly.
So Youngbook here moving down that top lane once again. Saw earlier how low he actually got that turret. As we already see Kautarn here condemned against the wall. Stan United going to come in, but Kautarn is going to die before Shen can join the party. And what a start to this one. They're going to try and get down on towards Unlimited, who split off from the rest of the team. Going to sacrifice himself, but what? A double kill here for the Vayne. That is dangerous stuff. And Celiver obviously going to be getting stronger and stronger as things go on. Youngbook here hammering on that inner turret. So despite the double kill, we are at least going to see an objective going over for Copenhagen Wolves. But will KMT be able to get this out to mid turret? Don't think so with a Jarvan and Twitch there.
Looks like they're going to try for it though. And that was fantastic out of Celiver. Like that condemn coming on a Kautarn. As you see the flash crescendo.
Flash crescendo, very aggressive stuff going in. But look at that cataclysm down. They are tanking up this turret right now it's Super Ace that's taking that damage. He's managed to actually get away from that one, but we are going to see the teleport coming down. Youngbuck was in there. He managed to pick up that 1 kill onto Sona, and here comes Cassidy. Overpower is a dead man. He's not going to escape that one. Another double kill for Youngbuck coming in, but look at the chase from Kauton. Celiver going to have to use his barrier, but he's not going to escape this one either. There is the Twitch finisher, and that will be a great turnaround from the Copenhagen Wolves.
I love that call out of him. And Kauton, with those home guard boots, he decides to, as you do see right now on the replay, you see that flash crescendo command, you see him lock up 3 people inside of that. They're going to be taking the turret here, while Reckless is able to just sit in the back with that great use of the Blade of the Rim King to really lock him down. And then the teleport, he calls out to his team, we're going to go in for this. Youngbuck leads the charge as you see him slow overpower. He actually flashes past him because he wants to go over Celivar. They knew they would be able to kill him. He wanted to be able to pick up another kill, and they were able to. It was a fantastic turn considering they lost 2. They're able to defend the turret, they able to got a turret themselves, and took 3 kills.
No, at the same time here, Copenhagen Wolves actually going off towards Byron. We've just seen the Requiem come out, but Ziders going super low and will be finished off here by Youngbuck, who picked up his 6th kill of the game right now. 2-man taunt coming in. There is a knockback onto Super Ace. He's a dead man. 1st kill of the game for Kauton, and the Copenhagen Wolves go back towards the Baron.
In just a matter of 3 minutes, we saw them pick up 5 kills now. They're able to get a turret as well, and right now they're trying to go for Baron, but with Overpower coming in, with Celivar coming in, I'm not sure they can do it. However, they could pick up more kills.
Yeah, they just say, keep coming guys, we're just going to be killing you as you come around. Kauton is going to die there. Overpower will pick up that one. Obviously doesn't have the Requiem. Youngbuck here going very, very low. There is him going down. It's Nasus that finishes that one off. The poison ticking away will give Reckless a kill, and now they leave this one as the Vayne walks away. So a very sloppy, prolonged fight there up by the Baron.
That was one of those fights for KMT where you lose the first one, and then you go back in with not a full team, you end up losing a couple more, and you start to maybe slip or let the game slip away, but they're down 3,000 gold at this point. That is not a lot 25 minutes in, and Copenhagen Wolves, well, Kauton particularly, he's been actually giving away a lot of kills for the sake of his team, which is kind of surprising, but Youngbuck, he's been making those really work for him. Almost has that Randuin Zone done. He has the Sunfire Cave and the Spirit Visage. He's going to be able to split push very well if they do decide to send him over there, and with the cooldown reduction, he's going to be able to ult into these team fights a lot more often.
I think a lot of the problem here is that Youngbuck is the man with 7 kills right now. The next highest is Reckless with just 2. So if they'd have been spread out, if Cassidy had, let's say, 2 more of those kills to put him at 3-2-9 right now, then he'd be feeling a lot stronger to be pushing in there, and would be a lot stronger on paper as well. Right now, KMT starting off the Dragon. Is Shook going to try and get in there for the smite on this one? Both junglers do have smite available, and in the end, KMT going to take down their 2nd of the game pretty much for free.
That's a very great response by them, because they knew what Dragon was going to be available. It looks like they could potentially go for a 5-man push on this middle turret, and right now, no one at Copenhagen Wolves is really in position to stop this. Reckless is still in base. They should do back away instead.
Now, that was an interesting choice. I mean, Kauton had come down, so obviously a little bit worried about him. He's now got that Archangel staff added in to his Rod of Ages from earlier. Now, Kauton has himself a blue as well as Reckless, who's also starting a blue and going to have a red in a moment.
I think what's really scary right now is the pass the AD carries are taking in terms of items. The Celivar is going that Blade of the Root King and that Phantom Dancer combo, then most likely a Last Whisper next. On the other side, you have Reckless, who has the Infinity Edge and the Blade of the Root King. And the thing is, in a team fight, he can hit multiple people. And that's just a plain fact that Celivar cannot do. Like, he could not match him in terms of DPS. He can probably match him in terms of 1v1ing someone. Right now, Wolves, they have a very strong team fight. Even though Reckless doesn't have the 7 kills, still has 2 under his belt, and as long as he can line up that spray and pray against, 3 pretty squishy targets like KMT, then they're going to do really well.
And Reckless, of course, has the most farm in the entire game right now at 238. That's almost 40 CS more than his opposite number there. Celiver on Vayne, as we see Cassidy coming towards Karthus. Oracle running here as well for Unlimited. And this is the thing, Celiver is miles away right now. If the Copenhagen Wolves get control of this jungle and decide to go straight in for it, for the Baron, obviously I mean with that, then he's nowhere near this one, Celiver. They're without probably their strongest man when it comes to DPS.
And this is a problem that KMT had yesterday. Like, when they had the lead, they were really hesitant to go for Baron, and right now they're going to be forced to pretty much face check into the entire team of Copenhagen Wolves, with still Youngbuck pushing that bottom lane. They're leaving him alone, and Wolves, as long as they keep doing this, just keep baiting out the whole team of KMT to this top side, it allows Youngbuck to keep getting even stronger and to keep applying pressure in this bottom lane.
So looking to make a bit of a positional play. But as I say that, they just back away. I thought they were going to go in for this middle outer turret that they weeded down to about a quarter of its health a little bit earlier on, deciding against that one there. As Celever now going to give chase here towards Youngblood, but is he going to be able to bring this Shen down? There is the Blade of the Ruin King coming out, and Youngblood is probably going to be forced to back away completely from this. Celever not able to get in the kill. The fact is the Copenhagen Wolves have started off Baron with that one, with that Vayne being down at bottom, just as I predicted earlier on. There's a hook coming in up towards 760 as well. They turn, they're going to lock him up with the Cataclysm. He's not escaping this one. Reckless will pick up that kill. Has that bought enough time though for Vayne to get involved, as we are going to see the Wolves picking up the Baron, and now Zazas is right in the middle of him. He's a dead man. Rest of the team has already backed off, and the Wolves picking up 2 kills, but more importantly, the first Baron of the game.
And the thing is, this is what Wolves have been doing this entire game. They've been polling people to where Youngbuck is going, then they take an objective off of that. It worked a little bit earlier on top lane when he got killed, being dove by 760 and Zazas. They took the middle turret, but now taking a Baron from that, now they're going to be aggressive. They're going to push these turrets down, and that one's going to go down for sure. The next one most likely as well, since we still have 25 seconds left on Zazas.
Long way from being back into the action is Zazas, and without that Renekton, they lose a lot of damage, a lot of tankiness. As Super raises Crescendo a mile away there, and he's going to get finished off. Pays the price for that one. There is that inhibitor turret, and the Copenhagen Wolves now 30 seconds until Sona comes up. We will be seeing that Renekton joining back into the battle. I imagine his bottom lane is the target for them. Minions are about halfway down the map, but that inner turret is there for the taking.
And Joe, just take a look at how much gold each person has right now in the Copenhagen Wolves. It is ridiculous. Right now you're sitting on 3,000 gold on the Kautar. You're sitting on pretty much 1,500 gold-ish if you want to average it out. You have 2,400 on the Reckless. Like, the carries who haven't been getting the kills have a huge amount of gold to spend. I mean, look right now between the mid lane and the bot laner. They're pretty much dead even in gold overall.
Yeah, that's it's kind of scary.
Very scary.
These are the players that obviously have been singled out time and time again. Reckless in particular is often a focus for a lot of teams here that come up against the Copenhagen Wolves, and he's slowly but surely worked himself up now to 3-0-5. A scary position for any AD carry to be in. He's way ahead in terms of the CS. Got that Phantom Dancer now added into both his Infinity Edge and the Infinity Edge and his Blade of the Ruin King. We've also just seen the Rabadon's Death Cap being picked up for Kautard, also Xerath's Embrace and the Rod of Ages as well. That is where this Kassadin now becomes incredibly hard to deal with.
Especially for Celevar, who hasn't been able to build any magic resist just yet. And
yeah.
I'm thinking to myself, 760, he hasn't really been making very many ganks happen, at least in the early game. He did gank bottom once, but he's playing like a passive kind of jungler, not a super aggressive one right now, and that's kind of been the downside. But right now we're seeing engage on the Zazas.
Yeah, we are going to see Shen coming into this one as well. He gets a good taunt across 2 of them. Unlimited going to drop down as well. The Lantern brought in there for the shield. They don't get the hook onto 760, but they've got the slow onto him. He flashes away, gets taunted up there. Double kill coming out now for Reckless. Super Raze, super squishy. He goes down. That is another kill going to be picked up for Kautard. And honestly, the Copenhagen Wolves could win the game right here.
Yeah, all they need to worry about is Overpower and Celevar, but they're squishy. They're easy to take down and be dove on by this entire composition. Youngblood has so much armor, he doesn't even care about the turrets that they do dive in.
Yeah, they're going to go for this one. They're going to take the fight right underneath those Nexus turrets. Reckless gets himself another one there. Requiem going to come out, but honestly, it's just not enough at this stage of the game. The Nexus turrets are going to fall, and the Copenhagen Wolves going to take the game 1 here of the grand final and make one step closer to the LCS Spring Split for Season 4.
I don't know about you, Joe, but that was very easy for them, it seemed. Like, they didn't really have a tough time throughout that game. They were able to just take them down step by step. They were able to punish KMT for every decision they made, and that's the kind of thing you need to see out of a team that has the hopes of winning the LCS next split.
Not a perfect game for them, but honestly, it wasn't too far away from it. It wasn't too far away from it whatsoever. But it is a best of 3 game, so it's not over. They've not done the work just yet. They've made that step, and we always talk about it in a best of 3. That winning game number 1 gives you so much more comfort. It allows you then to have the possibility of 2 games to pick up victory with. But KMT, they've got to keep their spirits high in this one. They've got to pretty much just forget about game number 1 to a certain, to a certain length. They can't obviously completely forget about it, because the Copenhagen Wolves probably command maybe a couple of bans there. Kassadin in particular is one for me that if someone's strong with a Kassadin, you generally don't want to face it, because they will destroy you.
And the thing is, they had the red side, they had the ability to take that one, and yet we didn't see it bend out of KMT.
Yeah.
And I look at this, you win the first game, Does it apply more pressure to you for the Wolves to know that you're one game away from getting into the promotion tournament, or does it make it easier for KMT to realize, last game we could lose this one, we could just pull out something crazy here and try to take this game back?
Well, it piles on the pressure for KMT. That's the one thing I can definitely tell you from this one. They need to win 2 games in a row now against the Copenhagen Wolves, who've looked very, very impressive so far throughout this weekend. But we're going to head over to Kobe and Quickshot to take a quick look back at that last game.
Thank you very much, guys. That was a brilliant game from the Copenhagen Wolves.
I really, really enjoyed that game. It was such a clear game, displaying 2 very distinct playstyles.
Well, let's go right back to the beginning. During the course of picks and bans, Joe was mentioning it right at the end. The Cassidy into the Karthus it's a pick that the Copenhagen Wolves were very happy and comfortable with.
So Copenhagen Wolves said before, they wanted to counterpick Overpow, and they did just that. They had the red side, they saved it till the last pick, they used Cassidy, and then in-game, they kept the lane swaps up to keep Cassidy after level 6 against Karthus.
Yeah, and it was something that the Copenhagen Wolves were happy to do. They're continuing through the champions around. We were talking about some of the influential plays. The first blood was a double kill because Kauto was able to hit level 6. They got the Stand United down and set them up. But that's not the first replay we want to talk. We want to talk about a double kill that happened a little bit later on, around 7 odd minutes in the bottom lane. So Kobe, talk me through this one.
So this one was all brought about by the lane swaps that Copenhagen Wolves were able to do to keep Cassidy at the same farm as Karthus early game. And then he shoves Karthus after he's level 6. This is where Karthus is really countered by Cassidy, and it bought him the time to recall and then teleport bottom. They did a really good job also timing that with the Shen Stand United. So they comboed both of their globals to take out the bottom lane, grabbing a double kill, which also turned into a dragon for them. So they used that Cassidy post level 6 aggression on Karthus to make this entire play happen.
And it wasn't the first time they'd done it. We were really talking about the fact that Cassidy was running teleport, the fact they had Shen on their side as well. Copenhagen Wolves tended to not do anything unless they had those available, and then they made really good use of that global presence.
So those are the 2 distinct playstyles that I was talking about. It's a pure team fight composition here for KMT, whereas Copenhagen Wolves are going to make use of their mobility. They are teleport Cassidy and their Shen. That also plays into their late game, which is the next clip that we want.
So as we rolled through the game a little bit further, things were fairly tight in the mid game. There wasn't a significant lead for Copenhagen Wolves, but I want to highlight a couple of fights before we get to our next replay. Around 20 odd minutes, KMT managed to get a good team fight win in the mid lane. Then they overcommitted to a tower dive, which cost them. And for the next 3 to 4 minutes, they just kept seemingly throwing themselves at the Wolves.
So they played right into the playstyle that Cassidy loves. Cassidy is all about chasing down people for kills. He's so mobile with that Rift Walk that when KMT make those dives and they overextend themselves, he's the best assassin at coming to clean them up. You could see him teleporting in with home guards as well, which just made it all that much more easy.
Well, let's jump into the next fight now that we've set up the mid game a little bit more. It is in and around the Baron pit. There was something that, it worked out in favor of the Wolves.
So this one started out because of the mobile composition that Copenhagen Wolves want. They baited the Vayne bottom to deal with the split pushing Shen, which allowed them to start this Baron and get it so low that KMT had no option but to rush in there. They sent their jungler first to try and go for the smite steal, but Wolves did the perfect thing where you turn around immediately, you take out the smite threat, once that's down, then you finish the Baron, and then they have complete control of the map. This was really just the nail in the coffin right there for KMT, and Copenhagen Wolves had it from then on.
So in terms of the gameplay, KMT seemed to have some good moves, but it seemed as though they got a little bit heated in their decision-making post 20 minutes. What should they be taking away from this particular match going into game 2 of the series?
Well, they went with the team fighting composition, but then they got spread out. They played right into Copenhagen Wolves' plan. The game plan all along was to spread out the map and then take advantage of the objectives that are furthest away from KMT's large threats. So they're going to have to either bring a more mobile comp or be able to force the fights themselves in confined spaces.
They're going to have to play to their composition strengths and weaknesses, basically. All right, guys, that basically wraps us up for us here on the analysis desk. We're going to be going to a short advert break, and when we return, KMT's manager, Tomislav Fly Mihailov, will be joining Shox to break down Team 1. Fly, of course, a well-versed team manager here in Europe. And for everybody that's actually here at Gamescom, stick around, guys. Game 2 of this Best of 3 series is coming up shortly.
Welcome back to Gamescom 2013, live from Cologne, Germany. Now first I'd like to ask you, are you guys having fun? All right, I'd like to hear that because there's of course tons more action coming. But first I am joined here by KMT's manager, Fly. Now Fly, talking about that first game, tell me the story from your side from that game. An early advantage for the Copenhagen Wolves, and although you guys had a late game team, it didn't really work out.
Well, as you said, we had the late game composition, which we didn't manage to reach the late game. We did some early mistakes, way too much. The main one was in the middle when Twitch actually got pushed out, so we couldn't burst him, and it gave them the time to actually come back on us and get the lead, and they finished the game too fast. So we couldn't do anything after that.
People often identify Reckles as like the main danger on that team, but Youngbuck was carrying very hard on Shen. So who would you think is like the hardest person, or is it not a specific person?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Who is like the most dangerous player to go up against in that lineup of Copenhagen Wolves?
In Copenhagen Wolves right now, the most dangerous player is Reckless, of course. I think the whole team right now of Copenhagen Wolves is built around him. Like the whole idea is to protect him and maybe give time to Shuk or Kautar to execute when we try to reach Reckless. So yeah, I think it's Reckless, the main person.
But then it's your team, of course. Tell me a little bit about the story of KMT. A lot of members came from Annexus who had some good results in IEM Sao Paulo, did good in the group stage in Hanover. What's kind of the story that led them up to here?
Like, as you said, the core 3 people in the team right now, they've been in Annexus for a while. They've been in 2 LCS qualifications already, Sebit, Brazil. They have the achievements, but the team hasn't been performing consistent enough. So we hope we can improve that with Niku and Super Ace right now. So the whole problem of the team is consistency. So as long as we manage to reach that, I think we'll be fine and we'll have a chance at the next LCS Season 4.
How important would it be for this lineup? There are a lot of players in there that have been trying for a long time to make it in the big league. How important would it be?
Well, especially this qualifier right now, if we win it, it will give us a chance to actually have a stable organization, stable backup, to actually manage to practice, to prepare properly, because right now the players are not fully focused on only gaming, which set us back a little bit.
Final question, what is the main thing that you have to do better in Game 2 to not make the mistakes from Game 1?
Well, I think we just need to play our game. not let them play their game, and we should be fine. We have something special prepared for second game.
We like to hear that. Thank you very much. As for us, we'll be going back to Joe and Jason in the desk for game 2.
Thanks a lot, Shocks, and indeed, it's time for game number 2 in this best-of-3 series between the Copenhagen Wolves and KMT, and the Wolves are just one win away, one game that they need from these next 2 to get into that spring promotion tournament after not quite a perfect victory, but damn near close.
Oh, yeah, very close. I mean, the Wolves, they did such a great job of using Young Buck Shen as bait, and when he ulted into the fight, he was able to secure those kills. He went 7, 2, and 10 in that match. And of course, Coutard, he didn't get any early kills, only got his assists, but he was able to pull down a ton of assists in those early games. He ended up going 4, 2, and 13 as Cassidy.
And after getting spread thin by the Wolves in that first game, what does KMT have to do in this rematch to stop being eliminated? I mean, we heard there from their manager Fly that inconsistency is a real problem in the team, and one thing that you really need in a best-of-3 is consistency.
Yeah, I think right now, the whole late game composition they went for, obviously didn't work out. I think they need to go for something a little bit more aggressive early on. I mean, the Wolves, they are very aggressive. They will try to swarm you. They'll try to beat you, within 30 minutes kind of thing. And having that late game comp with the Nasus, with the Renekton, it just didn't seem to work out for them. So maybe play a little bit different comfort champions, more aggressive comfort champions. And not to mention, don't pick a Karthus when they're not first pick, because they can be countered so easily by Cassidy opposite.
Well, we are going to get into champion select here. We'll see if anything changes up when it comes to those picks and the bans. Right now, Elise, Zed, and a Rumble taken away. We've seen how deadly Zaz's Rumble can be over the course of, well, pretty much every tournament that we've seen Zaz's play, and we saw him on it yesterday as well, of course. On the other side, Evelyn taken away from Chuck, Twisted Fate taken away from Coutard. Where is the final ban going to land?
The thing is, they banned Lee Sin last time, and right now, from what I remember, Ship doesn't really play too much Lee Sin. I mean, obviously, you have to be able to have that under your belt to play. We didn't play in the qualifiers, really, so maybe they want to use that themselves, but as I say that, actually, they do go for it. Looks like a Lee Sin as a first pick.
Yeah, Shook is a big Lee Sin player. I'm not sure why all of a sudden you're going to ban that Zac out, obviously. Could mean that we're going to see a composition coming out here of KMT that says Zac breaks that composition, basically. So that's why they're going to ban that one out, but we will be seeing the Lee Sin in the lineup. I'm not sold on Teemo.
Yeah, I don't think that one's going to get locked in. I'm trying to think what they want to go for with that Zac ban, but there's so many champions still up. There's Shen, there's Thresh available, or Renekton for Zazas if you just want to pick that one.
Well, Zazas, we've seen it already how good as Renekton can be, and didn't quite have the impact I think that they would have hoped for in that last game with that Nasus Renekton combo, but it looks like they are going to be picking up this Vayne once again for Celiva.
And you heard their manager Fly, he said they have something special to bring to this game, and
that's not Teemo though.
Oh yeah, it's not Teemo. Maybe it could be support Teemo or something like that, but they haven't really shown it just yet. It's the same picks that they've been able to use last time, and they gave Shen, they gave Thresh over to the Wolves, and that's really unfortunate. But if that York did potentially get locked in, maybe we'd see a top end and like Renekton jump or something like that, or maybe a support York, which you haven't seen in a very long time.
Supporting is in fact the correct term for that. We'll see about that though, whether that comes down for KMT, and whether that's the whole special tactic that Fly talked about there in terms of KMT here for game number 2. And we know how well a Yorick does when paired with a hyper carry like that Vayne. Karma as well being hovered over by KMT.
Oh man, I actually thought they were going to lock that in for a second, but they do go with the Yorick, so I'm looking at it right now and thinking, so where's Renekton, where's York going to go? And we could obviously have the AD carry support middle, and then the 2 solo laners that way, but right now they're very heavy AD, and that would mean obviously Overpower would be playing AD champion, but I mean, obviously this last week's going to kind of round it out what exactly they're going to go for, and right now I am not sure what they're doing.
Well, what's Reckless going to go for? Looks like he's fancying that Twitch once again. We've seen obviously a lot of Tristana coming out of him as well, which I like Tristana in that sense as well, the escape. That's always a big factor with Tristana. Plus the ultimate, of course, able to blow everyone away from you that could be coming in for that chase, which, kill Vayne once, let Yorick ulti and then just rocket jump away. Would have been a nice thing to have in my opinion, but Reckless is Reckless, and I'm definitely not going to challenge this guy when it comes to his picks. We may just see another Cassidy coming down for the Copenhagen Wolves again, which is pretty much the exact combo that we saw from last time around coming in here.
Yeah, and we're seeing exactly the same picks, minus at least, and obviously that was over on a Jarvan last game. And still very aggressive jungler. Lee said he's very aggressive early on. He needs that strong start, and right now KMT, if they do jungle a Renekton or a York, if they decide to, they're not really aggressive, really. They don't really offer too much in these ganks. So I think we're most likely going to see a jungler as a last pick here, or at least I would imagine so, because Renekton and York, they don't jungle too well.
Well, let's find out with that one. KMT, we've heard, I've got something special lined up for this one. They're certainly needing 1-0 behind right now in this best of 3. And, well, if they lose this next one, of course, then it would be all over them, all over for them. Currently sat on an Orianna here for the final pick, which would then end up going over towards Overpower, which means that we would see either Renekton or Yorick.
I think it would be Yorick. Because if you think about Elise, she used to use her spot to tank up all the jungle mobs as much as possible, so you can tank it. And with a Yorick, you have your own rules you can put down. Obviously, they can't take it as long, but they can take a hit or two here or there, and it makes you somewhat healthy coming out of the jungle. So we're going to see how this is going to work out for him, though, and exactly who will be in the jungle.
Well, we're going to find out here. One thing's for sure, though, the Copenhagen Wolves in the driving seat in this game, on game point right now, on LCS promotion point almost, you know. Obviously, they will get that spot into the spring promotion tournament if they win this matchup. So everything on the line for them. It looks like it will be that Yorick in the jungle as well.
You know, I'm looking at these two compositions, and right now, Wolves have such a snowbally team. And currently they're still sitting with Youngbuck on Lisa potentially in the top lane, but I mean, if he's the top, if he's the jungle, if he gets an early start, if Cassidy and Twitch get an early start, they can just really get the game going. They can really take control. And KMT, they still kind of went for that late game composition, and they have decent protection for Vayne, but how well is a York really going to interact? I mean, he's usually mostly just for his ultimate. He doesn't do too much in fights. He usually has a safe lane because you can heal up, obviously, but we'll see how it's going to go.
We'll find out here in just a second as we get towards the game, and really interesting. I can tell you we have seen a last second switch, so it is going to be Shen in that top lane with Youngbuck, who picked up 2 or 3 double kills during that last game, which I'm sure Coutard will have really wanted a bit of a piece of. And, you know, a double kill to him might have helped things go a little bit quicker, but as we get into this one, we'll see if things change on that front. So we are going to see Shuk on the Lee Sin in the jungle, Youngbuck playing Shen up top.
And we are going to see Coutard with the teleport again. He didn't use it too much last game, but when he did use it, he picked up kills from it. And it was just fantastically well done. I mean, you still have that threat of him late game, which honestly really didn't need him to split push because you had Youngbuck who was like 7-1 at that point in the game, and he's going to be able to use it hopefully very wisely yet again. And Cassidy versus Orianna, obviously going to have a very tough time early on, but if you think about it, once he hits level 6, he can jump on her and still escape without being hit.
Well, we're going to get into again and figure out how this one is all going to go down. It's game number 2 of KMT versus the Copenhagen Wolves. The Wolves 1-0 up here in this best of 3 and need just one of the remaining 2 games of the series to go through to that spring promotion qualifier.
And right now, trying to think of any possible level 1 action. Obviously, we have that hook taunt out of the Wolves if they do want to go for it, which honestly, I think they might be able to, but right now, KMT, they have a ball on their side. They have that ability to scout without actually going into these bushes, so I'm assuming they're going to be fairly safe, and they're actually already warding up defensively right now just to protect their buffs.
So let's see what we're going to see at level 1. Copenhagen Wolves right now have gone over the top of a ward already there, so their position has already been revealed, so KMT know exactly where that early ward has gone down. Actually, the ward is pretty much directly on top of it, so they've got full vision of that here, KMT. What are the Wolves going to do on the top side of the map? And I don't expect too many risky plays out of either side in this one. I mean, for Copenhagen Wolves, they've got that lead. Do they really need to play risky right now? They're probably thinking, no, we don't. KMT, a bit more on the line for them here. They've already gone with that Yorick in the jungle, not something that we see often at all. And that may be an ace. That may also be a flop.
Yeah, and only time will tell us. And right now, we see 760 on that Yorick. He went for a Doran's Blade as his first item instead of that Hunter's Machete. And one thing about Yorick is, which I've done so many times in lane, if you actually show up with a Doran's Blade instead of like a Sapphire Crystal or Fairy Charm, you do an insane amount of damage, and he's going to be able to apply early pressure, but he doesn't have any hard CC. All he really has is that slow, so either lane he's going to visit, which currently doesn't really have any lane for that strong CC to lock him down, unless we see maybe a Condemn come out, but he should at least put out a little bit of harass onto lanes.
So one thing that we heard in the game before we started off with Energy was that Coutard, on the other side, the Overpower is going to be a big target here for the Copenhagen Wolves, and I'm wondering if KMT are going to have that Yorick babysitting a little bit, because on the other side, you know, you got the Shen, who should be pretty safe from it anyway. Even with the slow coming in, he can shadow dash his way to safety. Funnily enough, we're going to be seeing a duo lane matchup here in the mid lane with the Kassadin versus Orianna down bottom, Shen versus Renekton up top.
I bet you Cowtar's frustrated. Like, come on, just go to lane. I don't want to have to cut down the bottom every time to follow you. And they want to definitely keep these matchups going. And with that Twitch Thresh lane, if you catch a hook onto Sona, she's not going to live very long. She's very squishy early. She barely has any more health than the minions at level 1 without any runes. And so far, because of that lane swap, Cowtar is actually going to be behind in levels here. So Overpower, he has that slight advantage. He has the advantage of being ranged right now, but can he use it to what he needs to do?
So a very early appearance here from Shock. Up towards this top lane. We are going to see the top coming down. Xaxus is going to be in a bit of trouble here, but will simply get himself back towards his own turret, and not really that much of a problem for him. Good try though from the Copenhagen Wolves here on the opener.
At least it applies some pressure though, and it lets Xaxus know that you have to play careful because we're here to watch you. And right now, Super is taking some good damage. Your middle is Cowtar getting hit.
Yeah, having to flash away there from that one. And that is already kind of dangerous for Cowtar, not having that flash available, because he doesn't have that movement that he's going to get when he finally hits level 6 at this stage of the game. So that's where things can be dangerous. See Orianna there piling on that pressure underneath the turret on towards Cowtar as well. And he just basically needs to stay alive until he can hit 6.
And it looks like it's just sticking around a little bit. He was maybe expecting Shook to come in, maybe wanted to counter that, but instead he's forced to go back towards middle here. And so far, early CS pretty even across the board. That's doing a better job of keeping the early game CS and hopefully be able to keep it up as the game goes on. He obviously pulled away last game when Youngbuck was teleporting around or ulting around the map.
Let's see if that Stand United, well, he is going to come into play at some point in the game, isn't it? He always does, the Stand United. See at what point that actually happens here in this one. Kassadin was forced to go back home. Crystalline Flask handed into that door and shield. Got wards coming down as well, so he should be able to just chug his way through those and stay healthy on his quest to hit 6 without going down.
Yeah, one thing about Kassadin is that if you run like 21 in defense, you're pretty much guaranteed to survive the laning phase as long as you don't make like a major mistake. And right now, Shook doing a good job holding those minions off of the turret. Wants to make sure Cowtar can get everything he possibly can, which right now he's down half the CS to Overpower.
Yeah, that's not the best start ever, but that's what's going to happen against a champion that's got both range on the abilities and the auto attacks on you as well. That's always going to be the case there for that Kassadin struggling early on. Youngbuck here and Xaxus, as we said, just towards in the last game, without any jungle presence, we shouldn't be seeing any kills go down, as Youngbuck here might be in a little bit of danger. 760 has come up towards his top side, still got that blue buff running. Here he comes into him, the Ghoul's going to go down. There's the shadow dash away. Youngbuck simply going to saunter off behind his turret and say, no, you can't kill me just yet. The slow's not enough.
Yeah, and that's the downside. He's been to 2 ganks now, 1 top, 1 bottom, and without any real hard CC, he isn't able to make anything happen off the ganks. He applies some pressure, yeah, but all he's been able to blow was that that flash out of Cowtar, and that's, I mean, he obviously has a stun, but you see right there how quick Youngbuck can get away from it.
So look at that bottom lane and how we were talking about the fact that Cowtar had half the CS of Overpower. Overpower chose obviously not a brilliant time to be going home from this one, because he's now going to be caught up to, if not with this next wave, start to fall behind on it. So really well played here. Cowtar's timing on that recall certainly working wonders for him, and he is going to go ahead in CS after this next wave.
Yeah, he's going to pull ahead a little, actually quite far. He should not be this far ahead. Like, this is the downside of being bottom lane as Overpower. Any AP carry bottom is that the lane is a lot longer. It's really easy to be ganked, especially when you're by yourself, and without any escape mechanisms on each of them currently, you have to play very passive, and you can't really afford to do that against Cowtar early in this game.
Top lane, once again, that face bashing contest that is the Shen versus Renekton matchup. And the, well, not the best lane to watch, let's just say that, without any presence from any other champions coming in. But one thing that we should note now is that Youngbuck is level 6, so he can get involved around the map now.
And this is going to be very dangerous for KMT, but I'm trying to think, where exactly would he go at this point? And we do have Shook coming down bottom. Looks like he wants to go for a gank on Overpower, so we might see the ulti come into play. Celebrate gets caught on the hook here.
Yeah, but they decided not to go in for that one. I think if it had followed through there, that would have put him underneath the turret. He decides, you know what, can't really get with that one. And Shook here, going to chase him towards Overpower. Not quite got the range on that Q to be able to follow on in. But 760 here waiting around that mid lane. Are they going to be able to lock a Twitch Thresh up though that can basically just knock them straight back.
Most likely not, but I was trying to think maybe he wants to go in for some very early turret pushing with that ultimate, but on a Vayne, depending on what he buys will actually show us the game plan. If he builds some AD here, then they're definitely going to go for some pushing, or go for that build order Cutlass just going for some dueling, so it's not going to be affected by that. And honestly, I mean, I haven't been too impressed with the Yorick, but also haven't been too let down just yet. I'm actually surprised at how much aggression he's put out across the map.
Oh, and that's the thing, he's not really done that much. Been taking a couple of lanes, but not really had the impact that he would have wanted on those lanes himself. That's the good thing about him in the jungle, that those ghouls can take a lot of the damage for him. And we'll be pushing through them pretty quickly. Right now, both AD carries got that build towards Cutlass in there with a Doran's Blade as well, so pretty similar statuses for both of them. But again, Reckless has built up a CS lead.
Yeah, he's going to continue to make that stretch a little bit further unless you see KMT go middle, but in terms of items, he's building up towards a tier, so he's going towards like a standard lane Yorick build right now, doesn't have any sort of jungle item, and probably see how that's going to work out for him. Obviously, you can do some decent damage, but and against this team, if you don't apply any pressure, if you kind of can't get rolling early on, that means you're not going to get the farm you naturally would get in a lane by yourself.
Yorick going to be starting off this blue buff, which Orianna is going to come down for. Actually, he's losing pretty much their entire wave and a half there of CS on towards that bottom turret. So already falling behind the Kassadin, which just shouldn't happen. If we're really honest about that, that just shouldn't happen.
Yeah, you're definitely right, and it's just that pressure of a Lee Sin who's so mobile, and then being alone in that bottom lane. I mean, he's bottom boards, but he needs like more than one to really hold down the entirety of that bottom side of the map. And right now we do see Youngbuck always has that Sunfire Cape done, which makes it almost impossible for Zaz to kill him unless 760 obviously does show up. But both top laners pretty much going for the exact same build right off the bat as the first game.
Still a scoreless game at this point. No first blood coming just yet. The gold is bang on even. Slight advantage for KMT overall. You can see them ticking over a little bit quicker, and up till now, no turrets going down. So one of those games that starts off slow, but probably is going to get very, very explosive really quickly.
Yeah, especially what we saw last game with KMT. I mean, they lost 3 people in lane in one of those fights, and then Baron started for Copenhagen Wolves, and they went into the fight against them. They lost 2 more. Like, that's the kind of explosion that we're going to end up seeing here in the next 10 minutes, I would imagine. Everyone, they just want to kind of get their first items built up, and so far no dragon even being looked at just yet. And that's maybe an advantage that Yorick has, is with those ghouls you can tank a lot of damage off the dragon, you can heal up quite a bit, and you also have your Vayne and Sona in that middle lane to come help you if you need.
So a Sightstone picked up here for Lee Sin, obviously an item which really helps Lee Sin, always having those wards at your disposal to W off to and stay safe or be aggressive from. Plus the fact that you can take a little bit of pressure off your support from having to take up that role here as well. Certainly when it comes to that dragon area, which Sona a little bit further away from you. And we are going to see them now coming down on towards this bottom lane. Yorick was actually there at the same time, so junglers reading each other's minds there.
I think Countdown's a little antsy here. He just wanted to fight. You could see he was just itching to hit that R key to go into the middle of the team, and unfortunately not going to work out, but still he's farming very well. He's down 1 CS 10.5 minutes in. He's definitely happy about that. And currently the mid lane, just as previously, well, at least with the AD carry supports, very passive so far. Not a lot of action.
Yeah, no action really from that one. We did see Yorick trying to come in there earlier, but not finding any kind of opening against this Thresh Twitch lane. Yorick, speaking of him, is heading up towards that mid lane once again. Curiously enough, not really walked down anywhere here from the Copenhagen Wolves, as we are going to see Countdown having to back away from this one. Shen actually going to use Stan United to come down, which was very, very delayed in terms of reaction, and Countdown had actually survived that one anyway, and that's going to give Zaz some free damage onto his top turret, but crucially the first blood coming in for the Wolves.
Oh, we do have a teleport coming in top lane for Countdown here, so he's going to be able to stop that push at least. And yeah, that was a little bit weird to see him use his ultimate so late, but I guess he will better safe than sorry, I guess is the phrase he's going to be going for right there. And he does have that Sunfire Cape done now, so when he goes back to lane, he's going to be able to push out a little bit further. And also that first kill for Shook, when we talked about Lee Sin, you kind of need to get something going early. You kind of maybe need a kill or a lot of farm, and with that kill, it's definitely going to help out.
That Shook there, as we're going to see a fight here in middle lane. The box is actually down. Spray and pray running here, but Selva managing to tumble away behind his turret. But look how low KMT have got just from that one engagement there. And that's the danger of this switch, and probably more importantly, the Thresh, who's able to lock you up so nicely, keep you slowed and flayed back there. And then great pressure from the Copenhagen Wolves. We're going to see Oriana actually moving back over towards this mid lane now after that first death.
Oh, but Overpower's got to be careful. Shook's waited on the side. He does have his ultimate available. He does have wards to get over the wall, and the hook going to miss, but I don't think Overpower can survive this.
No, Shook coming in here from behind. There's the wall, there's the Q, there's the kick. Overpower going to be pressured. Great flash away though onto the race.
And that just shows that Shook, he's trying to camp Overpower. It shows the whole mindset of Wolves, as they were saying earlier on today in the video. They want to camp Overpower. They want to shut him down, and they've done a phenomenal job of doing that in both games so far.
So Countdown now pushing up that bottom lane as well. He's pretty much free to do whatever he wants there. We didn't see Oriana move over towards that mid lane. Again, Youngbuck and Zazas joining together in this top. Nothing going to happen there. They're actually really close in CS as well.
Just farming past each other. They don't even care. They're not even going to attack each other. It's just a waste of time. But right now, KMT, they're going to respond like they did last time with a dragon here. But right now, Countard's going to be able to spot it. We don't have Stun United up. We don't have teleport available. And this should be a free dragon for KMT.
Yeah, Countard's not going to be able to steal that one away, even dream of it. As we see the smite coming down there. That will be picked up. A solid pickup as well from KMT. And that will actually put them back in towards the lead when it comes to gold. 400 gold or so that they are now up from this one. Still no turrets going down. Still only that one single kill coming out for Lee Sin, who's now put some ability into his Sightstone double Doran's blade. So he's going to be moving around a lot quicker and causing more problems more often.
And his ultimate's up yet again. He's been able to take his own blue buffs because of having Cassidy down at this bottom lane. They really want to go for something here in middle. They really want to kill Svain since he doesn't have flash to escape. But we do have that crescendo to be available in the next 15 seconds for Super A's. So that would be for nothing. But right now, blue, it's up. And it looks like Wolves, they want to contest it. They want to take it.
And they're certainly going to have a big amount of pressure there as well. 3 men there for the Copenhagen Wolves. And I think this is their Blue up. 760 moving in from the side. He's going to get hooked up. Blue is going to be taken here for Countdown. And we're going to see a fight kicking off as Shook misses the Q there over the wall. 760 trying to get in for some damage. But in the end, the Copenhagen Wolves just going to back away. And look at that in the top lane. Zaz is going very, very low to Youngblood.
And right there at that blue, I mean, it looked very insignificant, but it was so impactful as this game's going to go. You saw literally he zoned out KMT as we do see the crescendo come out. It's just kind of a disengage right there, but he zoned them limited, and because of that, they were able to get that blue on a Countard, which is a huge win for Copenhagen.
KMT right now is so scared of Shook Lee Sin. You see that. You see the way they're playing there, coming in with that crescendo as Vania. Is he going to get dove underneath the turret? Yes, he is. There goes the Lee Sin in. Celebat is going to die. Did get the Oracle to though, so he's still in the battle as Unlimited, taking a lot of damage, but he's still alive crucially. Shook going to go out to him, gives him that shield. Celebat chasing through, got nothing to lose, but that ultimate of Yorick's will run out there, and in the end they're not able to pick it up. A good dive in, a solid dive from the Wolves.
And as you see right there, scared for good reason. I mean, 1-0-1 now on Lee Sin, 70 CS, and they're applying heavy pressure on this middle lane. I'm pretty sure they can just take this turret. Counter has that blue to keep regenerating his mana, and Reckless has that stealth. Here they go.
Here we go, Countdown. He's going to get the Shen coming in on top of him, and well, in the end, the shockwave coming down here, but honestly, there's just no damage to it whatsoever. Youngblood, I think he got cancelled there up in the top side. I think Renekton stunned him to stop him actually getting involved down in that mid lane for the fight, but we just saw the turret going down, the shockwave was less than impactful.
I mean, that's the downside to not really getting a strong start on Oriana, but can't counter out just yet. Obviously, as this game goes on, it's become very strong, and hate to keep going back to it, but the Summer Promotion Tournament, think of Frelmord with that shockwave he pulled up, getting them into the entirety of LCS, and that still can happen for this game. KMT still have a strong late game team.
Which they did in the last one, but the early game was where it really started to cost them. This time around, though, they're definitely closer when it comes to the gold and how this game is going for them so far. But once things start to fall against them, that's when it starts to get dangerous, because the Copenhagen Wolves will grab that minutest of leads and turn it into a victory. Right now, Lee Sin coming up towards his top lane. They fancy go at Zazas, but they need to be careful that Yorick just waiting here off towards the side. If the Q lands, which he does there, Shook actually just spots Yorick and says, well, actually, do I really want to dive into him there while that Yorick's there to slow me under the turret? Probably not. Decides against it.
And Zazas, he does have that ultimate up, so he'll be able to at least survive against the initial burst, but he's going to back away. And now, Copenhagen Wolves can think about diving 760 here.
Yeah, funny how it works out sometimes. 760 comes to actually help him survive that one, and he might be the one that actually pays for it in the end. Shook and Youngblood moving in. We're going to see Thresh coming around. from the side of this one as well. Is he going to be able to get the hook in there? Super Razor's coming in. He's got that crescendo available if needs be, but the turret already hit down to less than half.
And here comes Reckless from the middle lane. He's coming up to this try push. Here's a taunt on him, sir.
Yeah, they're going to go for this one. He's Super Razor's the focus. Crescendo comes across, but there's play absolutely ripping through them in this one. 760 going to be coming back to life, but the hook will pretty much render him completely useless as Celeber comes on the side. He's now ripping through. Youngbuck going to fall low from this one. Couldn't quite get the taunt through the wall, and in the end it'll be a 3-2, but still in favor of the Wolves.
Yeah, and that was just the damage coming out of Reckless early on. I mean, he's 2-0-1 now after that fight. He has a lot of farm. As I see here bottom, Countar's going to go head-to-head against Overpower. And you see the shockwave, but like you said before, it does really not any damage to him, and because of Casimir, because you have the blue, you're just able to chase and chase and chase, and Overpower is forced to flash, but it's just not enough against a Cassidy.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous stuff, and obviously that was the kill that when I said 3-2, I was like, where did Overpower die? Obviously that little fight there down in the bottom lane, a 1 versus 1, which is just going out where that Cassidy, and he's only going to be doing more as things goes on. This is Celeber taking the cue from Lee Sin. We are going to be seeing that teleport coming from the top side. Home guards on Coutard. That is a dead Celeber. Nothing that they can do about that one. Coutard making it count again.
I'm seeing deja vu right now. I'm happy deja vu because he did this exactly last game into the bottom lane to kill Celebar and Super Ace with their exact same lineup, and you can't let him do that. I mean, obviously at this point you cannot really afford an Oracle if you're Super Ace. You can't really clear out every single thing across the map, but it's just really unfortunate. Celebar was the one to really get punished from that, and he's falling very far behind in CS compared to Reckless.
And again, Shook is commanding that same respect as he had in the last game with this Lee Sin as well. We see how scared they are. He's able to film. Even Zaza's completely away from thinking about trying to defend his turret there in that top lane. He's really got not that much to work with either, just those couple of Doran's blades that he's running from that one with his Sightstone in there as well, and he's able to completely bully them this game around. And Yorick, who has not been present all that much, yes, those last couple of fights he's got in there, managed to get his ulti off, which in the end didn't count for too much, but he's actually falling behind against a Lee Sin who's been present in pretty much everything that's happened right now for the Wolves.
Yeah, and it's just, what is KMT going to do to respond to it? I mean, they took the first dragon earlier on in the game. The second one's been up for a little bit, and yet they haven't really been able to necessarily go for it because of the pressure that Copenhagen Wolves are putting across the map. And the Wolves are sticking to the exact same thing they did last time. Youngbuck, no split push by himself. He's going to try to draw someone from KMT towards that top side, and when that happens, they're going to take an objective.
One great thing there, again, the pressure from Lee Sin landing his Q on the blue buff forced 760 to be taking that one away, which is not a terrible thing, but they probably wanted Orianna to have, who's not had a blue buff there so far much in this game. Anyway, we are seeing that dragon being started off down to less than half HP. Can they pick this one up? Lee Sin gonna go in, manages to get a steal. There's a shockwave coming down. Shook gonna fall in that one as well as the crescendo comes across, but Zazas, he's a dead man now. Reckless is gonna be starting to rip through the rest of the team. Overpowered down to half HP as Celeber is gonna join in the slow coming across. Celeber going very low. Here comes Cassidy in as well. Reckless gonna have the damage here, but the kill on towards Celeber. He is now on a rampage, and Overpower's not gonna escape. Did get a kill there at the end, but a double kill coming out for Reckless, and overall a 4-for-2 plus the dragon steal from the Wolves.
And you just saw where all of KMT's focus was in that fight. It was on Shook, it was on Unlimited, it was on Coutard, on Youngbuck, and Reckless was not harassed really at all during that. And that's a person you have to shut down with that spray and pray. I mean, obviously you need to kill Coutard, but Shook, he's not going to be that impactful in fights besides kicking one of your members out into the middle of the team. And that's just, it's unfortunate, it's really bad focus, and from that, 4 deaths, 1 dragon, 1 turret. They just got a commanding gold lead off of that.
Brilliant stuff. Very similar to how it kind of went in that last game as well. Certainly building up slowly, but surely is the point for the Wolves here. Reckless 5-0-2. Coutard certainly got things swinging a little bit faster in this one as well, but 3-0-5. Yeah, he's actually got kills. This time Youngbuck has only got 1 of them, but 6 assists. Already got that Sunfire Cave, of course, now added in that Rendering Omen on top of.
And you can see that Youngbuck's directly responding in terms of his item build, how this game's going. Last time he had a Spirit Visage, he had a Sunfire Cape as his first 2 buys, but he notices that Celebar, he hurts that Blade of the Room King, that Zeal. So he built that Rendering Omen. He knows that Overpower's been shut down this game, sitting at 1-3-1 with 134 farm. All he has needs of Holy Grail, and he realizes he's not much of a threat, so I don't need to worry about him.
I mean, it's still obviously got that control of the shockwave in there, but it's not got that scary burst that you need out of the Orianna to, you know, people realize they're going to get hit by it if they're positioned wrongly, but they don't often expect exactly how much damage comes down. He was Coutard, thought he might have They thought about jumping over there to have a go at Zazas, but they're positioned quite aggressively here, the Wolves. They are going to wait right inside of this bush. Going to be checked there by 760. Are they going to go for a fight with this one? See the lantern put down, and Reckless says, yep, I'll take that. Get myself over towards the front of the Baron pit and not on my own here at the back.
Kaltar's been sitting in that pit, thinking that ward this entire time because obviously Unlimited did walk away with that Oracle, but they're finally able to clear it out. Another one gets replaced, and they're trying to apply this pressure because look at this bottom lane. Look at Youngbuck. He's just pushing that turret down, and this is exactly what they did last game.
What are they going to do here to try and stop this KMT? This middle outer turret is at full HP right now. Kaltar has just rift walked in towards that back side of things. The damage pushing the KMT side a little bit further back from this one, and someone's got to respond to Youngbuck here.
And the only person that can do that is Celavar, and the thing is he needs to be in these fights. He has a huge portion of their damage, and now the Copenhagen Wolves are going to chase them down. They're going to stop them from being able to back and stop Youngbuck. I think he'll get a turret for free off of this.
He is going to get this turret for free, surely. You can see they're already down to way below half health. Orianna finally coming over there as they realize that that fight isn't going to happen. And honestly, Youngbuck probably isn't that much scared of Overpower now. He's got that needlessly large rod in there finally as Overpower, so he's at least got some damage to back things up.
The thing is, Youngbuck, he could have taken that turret easily just by attacking the entire time, but he wants to still be he wants to be there to apply that pressure. He doesn't want to get taken too low because he wants to be able to ult into the fight. He wants to be able to survive if anyone does go for a fight on top of him. But here's the engage, and Zazas gets pulled.
Yes, Frey going down. The box will join in there as well. Kaltar on that backside of things. Shen going to get involved. He's coming right into the middle. There is the crescendo across, but honestly, is it going to do that much? The shockwave called 3 of them at the back there as Youngbuck is going to go down. 760 is dead, but he's ulted himself. Sullivan needs to be careful because Kaltar is sniffing around for more damage from this one. Now gets slowed down by 760, but honestly, he's not going to last long enough to actually be able to pick up a kill. In the end, the Copenhagen Wolves back off somewhat, and it ends with a 1-for-1.
And that fight actually went very well for KMT considering how far they are behind. I mean, Kobe mentioned over the analysis desk just previously that fighting in these enclosed areas work out really well for KMT. They weren't able to get any of those fights last time, but here, with that Renekton ultimate coming in, with the AoE damage, or the splash damage off of Yorick, with the AoE damage off of Vayne, and not to mention the crescendo, which is really impossible to miss in an area like that, they were able to take a kill, but still the Wolves were able to punish them. With this mobility of Kassadin, he got to that bottom lane, he got that turret down.
Finally taken out after Youngbuck. Did so much damage to it earlier, but was unable to finish things off. Let's have a look at the goal. 6,100 is basically what we're sat at right now, the difference between the two, which I don't want to say not massive, because we're only 25 minutes into this game. That's somewhat deceptive. I mean, it is percentage-wise a big chunk of gold in the lead.
And we're seeing with the gold totals right now on each champion the same thing we saw last game. I mean, Kaltar and Ratha so far ahead of their counter opponent, and they were at 11,000 gold at some point in the game to their opponents about 8,000 to 9,000. Like, they had a clear full item over them, and you can't really afford to do that as KMT. I mean, obviously as a Vayne, it doesn't hurt you as much, but your pressure kind of becomes diminished when you don't have these items. And right now, Zazas might face check.
Yes, he is going to face check. Luckily for him, though, he's pretty tanky, able to really survive through that. If that was Super Ace face checking, he'd be a dead man right now. Luckily for him, that's not what happened. He's using tanky Renekton to do the dirty work for you. Youngbuck has pushed up this top lane once again. He's doing what Shen does best here this entire game and that last game as well, forcing the pressure on the side lanes while the rest of his team are able to set up traps or push other objectives.
Yeah, and if he just keeps doing that, they're going to slowly whittle down KMT. They need to make some sort of big response. They either need to go for a 5-on-4 fight and hopefully kill the person that Youngbuck's trying to ult onto, but then again, if that happens, then he's going to be able to split push continually, so maybe not, or maybe let him go through before that. Right now, KMT, they have to have an answer somewhat, and I'm not sure if they even know what to do yet.
Yeah, and Overpower's shockwave in that last fight, we should talk about it because it was well placed right on the back onto the likes of Reckless and Unlimited. But in the end, there was no damage to follow that one up. No one else could get into the backside of them to really continue that trend, so they were still able to hammer away. Dragon going to be picked up here by the Copenhagen Wolves, and they all head out there. I mean, Lee Sin, Kassadin, plus that Thresh-in, you can escape with a lot of people very quickly.
Now Wolves, it looks like they're trying to go for an engage here, but They do get the pull on the Zaz this year, but are they going to commit?
I don't think that they are. I mean, Thresh decides not to follow that one through. Not the man really that you want to pull out of the team, if anyone, for KMT. So they decide against following it. Copenhagen Wolves are most definitely in the driving seat for this one. 7,000 gold pretty much is now the lead that they have. The red buff here is going to be not quite stolen there. Shook was very close, but it was Selva that got it. There's a hook on Yorick. Again, not following off.
I think the problem KMT's having in these team fights is the fact that you have two high priority targets they need to take care of, Cassidy and Twitch. But they're CC, they're very limited on what they have. I mean, yeah, you have the Orianna ultimate, which can pull people in, but all you have is a Crescendo and then a stun out of Renekton and maybe a Condemn. And to be able to hit those two targets around the same time, to be able to burst one down in time before your whole team's dead, it's a very short window.
Not a window that they've really been able to find. I mean, that last fight, 1-for-1, not bad at all.
But the thing was, Reckless, full health at the end of that fight. Yeah. He wasn't touched, and the thing is, KMT has to be able to do something about that. With that Infinity Edge, Blade of the Rune King finish, with some attack speed coming in behind that, he's going to shred through the entirety of KMT, who really hasn't built any armor except Zaz's.
Oh, here we go. This is going to be the stealth of Twitch coming down. Shen going to get involved. There's a taunt coming in. Selva dead. Really nice catch out. Are they going to be able to get 760 as well? Actually, we have seen the ultimate going on to Selva just by the end. There's the hook. That's going to render him pretty much useless until that ultimate runs out. He almost got Reckless there at the end. Here comes the rest of the KMT side as well. Shook and Kautar damaging them from the backside, but I think the Wolves going to back away with how low Reckless went.
Yeah, that was still a good hold by them, even though Selva did die. He was almost able to kill Reckless if he just maybe got one more auto attack, but now KMT forced to defend this tour with 4 people. They're already missing a lot of health, missing a lot of mana. In the meantime, Copenhagen Wolves are like, alright, we all have abilities to get over this wall. We're just gonna take this very, very quickly.
Yeah, there's the hook in. We're going to throw the lantern out. No, not quite. Could have done that in style there if Reckless would have come in from the backside, but that's not going to happen. But they are going to be doing this Baron. KMT going to work themselves around. They're spotted by that ward on the backside. Baron here going very low, going to be picked up by the Wolf. They're going to dive in for the fight. They all pile on towards 760. That will be the first kill for them, as Kautar is now unstoppable. They go then onto the top side to Zazas, who himself will just flash back over the other side, but he's going to get hooked up here. Reckless will be able to do enough damage, surely, to finish it off this one, as Kautar comes around the side as well. Overpower gonna go down here in the end. It's Shook that picks that one up. They did finish off Zazas. Selva is still alive though. He's gonna be a priority target as Lee Sin goes in, comes back out once again. Unlimited flashes through with the flay. Is Kautar gonna follow on to this one? He is gonna follow on. Barrier gonna be used. There is Youngblood coming in as well, and they may possibly even get another one from this, as Youngblood gonna go underneath the tower here on towards Unlimited. Actually, they decide, you know what, we should probably back away from this one. Not going to risk that play and fall back onto that inner turret in the mid lane. But what a move there coming out of the Wolves.
And it showed them confidence, diving past 2 turrets. And yeah, I mean, the thing is, the Wolves, they took the Baron and they just waited. They waited for that moment to strike, but they all went over that wall and were able to get those 3 kills. And they're going to get Inhibitor off this very easily. Not to mention, you'll be able to back with a lot of gold.
Yeah, the rest of the KMT side are going to be spawning in here very soon, so not a chance for the Wolves to actually finish off the game at this point of it. But let's have a look how much gold they're actually carrying after that. You know, a lot of kills. Yeah, 3,000 gold for Reckless, 2.5k for Shen, 2,000 for Lee Sin, 1,200 gold even there on the Thresh to go home and spend.
Yeah, so they pretty much can back and buy a full item, or at least complete an item that they've been working towards. And when you're Reckless, you got to be so happy about that, because that means, which looks like right now, a Phantom Dancer coming in, or maybe a Static Shiv, or even a Last Whisper, which he doesn't necessarily need just
or
yet.
a Phantom Dancer.
Or he goes with that, yeah. Or he's already working towards his Last Whisper. Like I said before, there's not a lot of armor in KMT right now, so he can bypass that item early on.
So, big pickups here. After makings of that Rabadon's death cap, obviously Zerasin base, Run of Age is already done here for Kassadin. Kautar, who, you know, he had a great game last game as well, but this time around he's actually been allowed to finish off the kills. 5-1-7. The only time that he's died obviously was just a little bit earlier on when he went possibly a little bit too deep going under the turrets against everyone. But it's Reckless again, a man who gets pointed out every single time that the Copenhagen Wolves play someone as being the man to focus. 7-0-4, and that's what he is the man to focus.
Yeah, exactly. I'm still amazed that Kassadin kind of got through with Kautar. I mean, he went 14-1 yesterday. He had a brilliant game 1. He's having a brilliant game 2. I mean, that's kind of the champion you need to take away from him. Like, would you let Xpeke take Kassadin? Probably not.
Well, a lot of people do, somehow.
Somehow they still do.
Somehow that Kassadin is going to still get through. And that's what I said after that last game, you know, is that going to draw them a ban? KMT obviously deciding no, we're not going to ban that one out, which is kind of funny because if they've taken that Cassidy away from him, they had last pick as well, so they could have gone with whoever they wanted then against someone that is probably not as impactful there as that Cassidy, but they'd already banned that Twisted Fate out, so maybe felt like priorities were different. I mean, they banned out Zach, which, for me, I don't know why. Honestly, I don't know why they switched from Lee Sin to Zach, because I think this Lee Sin from Shook has been even more impressive than his Jarvan in that last game.
I definitely agree with that one. I mean, we do know Youngbuck can play him, but why would you play him when he's doing so good on Shen these past 2 games? He even has a Frozen Heart built in. He has the ability to slow the attack speed off of Celavar. When he gets near him, he's actually sitting at 340 armor right now. That is not bad. That is going to be very hard for Celavar to make, especially without a Last Whisper.
KMT trying to defend here on that middle, on that top inhibitor turret. Obviously, middle lane is already down, and the Copenhagen Wolves pushing straight through. We've got Youngwood pushing down the bottom lane, as you can see there in the bottom left hand corner side of your screen, and that will be that turret going down. Nothing that KMT can really do about this one. Lee Sin actually joining him now from the bottom side, and this is interesting. The Wolves actually all swinging around onto that bottom side of the map here to take the inhibitor.
Yeah, they're going to try to close out this last inhibitor and potentially the game.
Yeah, Shane going through there. They've managed to lock up Celavar, who's going to pop his ultimate in the crescendo, stopping them getting involved, but look at the damage coming out there. Reckless now picking up another kill. He flashes in for the double. Can he finish off Super Ace? Overpower goes down. Didn't quite finish off the shockwave before he died. There is the kill on Tavane. A triple coming down for Reckless. The Wolves could finish it here.
And it looks like they'll be able to. The inhibitor going with these death timers, 40 seconds on each person. They're going to finish this off. And Shook with an amazing kick. He actually knocked 760 into the rest of his team before he can ult Vayne. And because that's why that fight was so one-sided.
Such an amazing game once again from the Copenhagen Wolves, and they were the big favourites coming into this game once again, and they are going to win that position in the spring promotional tournament. Their dreams of becoming an LTS team very much alive right now.
And I think right now they have to be very happy with themselves, but also a little bit worried because they already know this is Reckless' last game with them. They have to find a new AD carry, train him in the amount of time they have, and hopefully be able to perform against sometimes, well, I would say the top teams, but they're still like SK and Futuremaker still phenomenal teams, even though they're at the bottom of the standings and relegation.
I've got a little bit of bad news for the Wolves as well. You're probably not going to find an AD carry like Reckless very easily. I mean, this is a guy who's not old enough yet to play in the LCS itself. Only going to turn that 17 years of age when he comes to the World Championships. But they've done the real hard work, which was actually working through the season, staying together, which is always a tough thing to do, and getting themselves towards that promotion tournament. So they've got the time now to train in there. Got to feel as well for KMT. They've had a good showing here this weekend, but good wasn't enough for them in the end.
Yeah, I mean, you need something better than good, and we talked about it earlier with their game yesterday versus AT Gaming, or their 2 games, that they played well, but they just didn't seem to have that extra aggression factor that they kind of needed to close out the games a little bit earlier, or at least to be able to take out some of these other teams, and it was really reflected in this game. Like, their bans, people just talked about, weren't that smart, considering there's a cast, you let him get through again. We saw Kowtar just dominate with it, and they just weren't able to shut down anyone on the Wolves.
Let's talk about the special tactic that we heard from them. Yorick in the jungle. Hit or miss?
Swung wide. Definitely swung wide. That was definitely a miss. I mean, I saw what they were going for. I saw the potential in it, but they just didn't pull it off. I mean, the ult on Vayne is very strong if Celavar can have a strong early game, which didn't really get mitigated. He really got a lot of farms, so it really didn't matter for him, but there was not a lot of early objective taken. They got the first dragon, but they took it, I'd say, I guess, a little bit late when you have the ability to put those ghouls down if he does get that blue buff, since he was going to be, well, since we had Ori on the bottom, he had the ability to take the blue. It's just, I saw the potential, it just didn't seem to work out. Maybe they haven't ironed out all the quirks in it.
Yeah, I think a lack of real hard CC and engage when it comes to those ganks. We saw him in the early game coming in there. Yes, you got the slow from the ghouls, but it's just not enough to lock someone like a Shen down. Like, you need more than that. You need to be able to actually stun him up there for a little while.
And then look at his counteropponent, or his counter person, or Lee Sin. If I can speak, Lee Sin. I mean, you saw the pressure he put on early game. He got that early kill, so he got that sight zone a little bit earlier on. Had the 2 Doran's blades, like, he put out so much more pressure than York could do, and that really hurt them in the game.
Well, big congratulations once again to the Copenhagen Wolves for the victory. We're going to head over to Kobe and Quickshot to break down the game.
Thank you very much, Joe and Jason, and congratulations to the Copenhagen Wolves. I want to touch on one thing before we start to break down the game. after the victory celebrations, the camera jumped to a shot of the Wolves, and Coutard was just sitting in his chair, nonchalant. He's like, I've been there, guys. You're excited for nothing.
Just give me Cassidy again.
Exactly. And you have to question it. So let's talk a little about the game. Copenhagen Wolves, they basically got the exact same composition. The only thing they changed was the leasing for the Jarvan. And KMT didn't really learn how to deal with it.
So this was pretty much a story of KMT failing to adapt. The onus was not on Copenhagen Wolves to change anything, so obviously they're just going to go back and use what worked for them already. And KMT, it felt like they had this surprise Yorick jungle in their pocket that they really wanted to use no matter what, and it wasn't really an adaptation to what happened in the first game, so it didn't really help them at all. Copenhagen Wolves were not surprised by the surprise Yorick.
Yeah, and Joe and Jason were talking about the impact that Yorick had, and the early ganks that we've seen were less than impactful, to say the least.
It's like the Nasus that they had jungle in the first game. He doesn't have any hard CC, and when you're running against a team with globals, as a jungler, you want to go towards the source of those globals to gank either what would be the Shen or the Kassadin that has his teleport, so that you don't have other people joining your fights. But you can't really do that with either Nasus or Renekton.
So we're going to natural transition now to jumping onto the Kassadin pick. Just before we jump into the replay, Kassadin in this particular matchup managed to come out ahead in CS in the laning phase. And he did it yesterday against Alessandro as well. So first of all, that is a credit to Coutard's play, but we also have to highlight Shook. He spent a fair amount of time in that lane.
So with Lee Sin babysitting him, he was able to not only stay up in CS with Orianna, but also pass her and then kill her down bottom after he had the advantage post Riftwalk.
So after that, all this happened, let's jump into the replays. Bring this one up on screen. It was actually a tower dive that Copenhagen Wolves put together. What stands out here?
So this is really just an example I wanted to show of Copenhagen Wolves knowing how to play against this Yorick. They were not surprised by this pick at all. You get in, you kill Vayne, and you get out. So let's roll the clip, and we'll see that they already have two champions, Lee Sin and Kassadin, that are great for those tactical missions where you take down your target and then you escape. And they also added Thresh onto that so that they then have slows where they can all get out, even diving 2 towers deep. They are able to kill their target and then escape.
Yeah, and something that Unlimited actually did a couple of times throughout the course of that game is use that Flay on the retreat. As they were fighting, it was Death Sentence to set it up and Flay to retreat. I want to highlight something that KMT did learn, at least from game 1 to game 2. The decision-making, once they hit that roaming mid-game, was a little better. They didn't throw themselves into too many negative situations and get caught out.
Also, they did a good job this time forcing the fights around Dragon. They got the first Dragon because they had the man advantage, and they just timed it well. And the second one, they had the right idea, but it didn't pan out because Shen Stand United was up for the second.
Well, let's actually pull that replay up for you. Once again, it is, of course, KMT starting off this Dragon Pit, and the Wolves, well, they're all over the place.
Like we said, the first Dragon was really well played by KMT because Shen had used his Stand United to try and save Kassadin bottom, so it wasn't up for that Dragon, and they couldn't contest. This time around, it is up. So let's roll a clip, and we'll see how, again, they use their globals to control the objectives on the map. Shook is the one that gets ulted here, and they almost burst him down. So if they had been able to do that and deny Shen coming into the fight, then it would have been fine, because this is actually a very close team fight here. You can see Reckless is the only one with enough health to continue to go offensive here, and it's very dangerous for both Youngbuck and Coutard to stay around, but Reckless is enough damage. That's all they need, the double buff twitch. They cleaned that one up, and Shook had a beautiful Dragon Steal right there on Lee Sin, dashing in at the perfect time.
So not only do they get away with all the extra kills, they get all the juicy gold as well to wrap it up. So 2-0 for the Copenhagen Wolves. They claim that spot in the spring promotion tournament and looking to confirm their place back in the LCS, because the Wolves were there, but with different
The organization was there.
The
Coutard's been there too, so well-deserved win for Copenhagen Wolves.
Well, congratulations to them. Guys, we do have to take a quick break, but when we return, Sharks will be joined by the Copenhagen Wolves Unlimited to talk about their victory. Then we're going to break down the Gamescom's tournaments before Gaming Gear and Team Immunity. Lithuania and Australia meet in the first wildcard semi-final. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after these messages.
Gamescom 2013. So you guys, are you ready for some more League of Legends? They are certainly ready, but of course we've just seen the Copenhagen Wolves triumph in the Challenger Tournament. I'm joined by Unlimited, their support. So tell me, going into this game, it seemed to me that you guys were maybe a tad more afraid of TCM yesterday than of KMT today. Is that a right thought, or?
Well, yeah, that's true. We prepared for TCM for like 2 weeks. We even played certain champions to be ready for them. But for KTM, we had 1 day to prepare, and that was enough.
It seemed that it was enough. Now, at the first game, standard lineups all around, and you guys had a really early advantage, but yet they had a late game comp. But was that the plan, to keep them from going to late game and finish it early? How did you execute that?
Well, I think our comp was good at every stage of the game, so it was fine to wait for late or just finish the game whenever we can. That's what we tried to do.
And you did. So between game 1 and 2, you know, you were so close. Was there a need to calm you guys down, or were you just like, you know, we're just gonna do it, we're gonna go into the next one, we're gonna kick ass?
Well, some of the team are more confident. I personally usually try to be calm and be ready for the next game. So I'm the one who tries to calm down the rest of the team, telling them we'll have 1 more game to win.
Absolutely. You say that you're calm, and now we see the crowd shots. You see the crowd here. Is that a bit intimidating?
The crowd is great. It's really huge. I don't know what to say.
Okay, so then the second game, just 1 more game for you guys to go to win the tournament. And you guys went with exactly the same picks, except you changed in Jarvan for Lee Sin. You were up against a Yorick jungle, something special. Did that put more pressure on you guys in the bottom lane? Were you afraid of Yorick ganks, or not at all?
Okay, first of all, Lee Sin is our favorite pick for Shook. He's legendary with his Lee Sin, and everyone is banning him. So when they left the top, and we knew that we would win the game. And the Yorick jungle was not scary in ganks, so it wasn't anything special. We just farmed the lanes and tried to kill them. We didn't have any pressure from the enemy jungler.
All right, so 2-0, very nice. Now, of course, I gotta ask, you've been supporting him for a while now, Reckless, and you know that he will be leaving the team. So what is the plan for that? Have you guys got already your eye on a new AD carry?
Well, we don't like to talk about the topic, so we haven't discussed it really. We just leave it for when the time comes. We haven't anyone in our mind, so anyone could be the new Wolves AD.
You heard that. Anyone can be the new Wolves AD. So finally, you'll be going into the relegation tournament. Teams that you might face are SK or MYM. What do you think of that competition so far?
Well, they're strong teams and they're dangerous. If they train before the tournament, they will be really hard to beat. But I think right now we're at a level that we can beat them because we are Stream versus all the LCS teams, and we know where we are, and we are stronger than them.
We'll keep that confidence going, and thank you very much, Unlimited. All right, as for us, we're going to go back to Joe and Jason at the desk for a breakdown of the playoff results.
Thanks a lot, Sharks. And with that Copenhagen Wolves victory in the Challenger Finals, we now know 4 of the 6 teams participating for the Season 4 promotional tournament.
Yeah, and from the European LCS, it'll be SK Gaming, Meteor Makers. While the Copenhagen Wolves will join TCM on the Challenger side.
And speaking of the LCS, we know you're all here for a bit of that action. Last week, the Evil Geniuses and Gambit played one of the more brilliant matches that we've seen of the summer split. That game started after midnight, and that fun continued into the very early morning as well.
Our match against Gambit wasn't the typical EG match. The last game we had was absolutely fantastic. The whole team just completely let go.
The match started way past midnight and everyone was pretty tired and exhausted already.
There was still something on the line, but we just kind of forgot about everything.
We want to do a little fun, we want to test some things, but we still want to play serious and win the games.
It went into it like, well, let's just try something. It might work, it might not work.
And then we came down to, wait, Krippos and Ivia, let's do it. I can do Blitzcrank.
You had the rest of my team saying, hey Krippo, you want to play mid lane? And I was like, no.
I think that everyone was tired at that time and they were just having fun.
Everyone was screaming, like, we were saying the stupidest things.
In the game, he was like, my farm, I want my farm. If I use my ultimate, I want the farm.
There may have actually been a good aspect about being somewhat less serious in your picks. A serious opponent like Gambit Gaming might actually underestimate you once you go into the game with non-traditional lineups. They were good sports about it at the end, but I can definitely tell they did not enjoy that.
No, actually I was also kind of enjoying it because we both were guaranteed to go to Gamescom.
in the end, it's a team game, and it's the way you interact. It doesn't even matter who plays what role, as long as your communication is on point and you have one goal that you achieve together.
And the best thing about all of that is that Crepo has more wins under his belt with Anivia than Froggen for the entire season. Now, maybe they'll bring that into the playoffs, who knows? And while we're going to have to wait until Friday to see those European LCS Pro take to the Rift, coming up in just a couple of minutes, the final 4 international wildcard teams battle for that spot in the LCS World Championships later on in the season. Our first best-of-3 series in the semi-final bracket features the CIS champions Gaming Gear taking on Oceania's top squad, Team Immunity.
And of course, after that is Brazil's #1 team, Pain Gaming, taking on Turkey's top squad, Dark Passage.
The winners, of course, will move into Friday's best-of-3 finale with a trip to the World Championship in Los Angeles, California on the line. So guys, stick around, because our League of Legends tournament coverage here has just begun. Day 2, live from Gamescom 2013. We'll be right back after these messages from our sponsors. Gamescom 2013 live from Cologne, Germany. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and of course alongside me is Joshua Jatleesman.
And how is it going today, D-Man? I'm happy to be here because we have a bunch more wildcard action here, and now, after yesterday, we really get down to business.
Yeah, we managed to lose one nation. It is, unfortunately, was the Mexicans. They went to the wayside, despite the fact, actually, we thought they'd have a really good showing.
Yeah, it was kind of strange because the power level of that team coming in was kind of a North American challenger team, and we were wondering what the level of the international wildcard teams. Apparently higher than that because they went 5th place.
Indeed. So it is time for our first international semi-final series between the second seeded Gaming Gear, EU, the Lithuanian team, and of course the third seed, the Australians. It is Team Immunity. This is a rematch of our last wildcard. Yesterday was the last match where we saw Gaming Gear bringing Heavens and Immunity down to earth.
Yeah, and the key to that victory was NBS's Trindamir split pushing, even though it didn't show on the scoreline, because he opened up a lot of opportunities for their mid laner Mazarin to just pick up a bunch of kills. Mazarin went 16-2-9 as Gragas, including that ridiculous double kill at Baron where he just blew up 2 people immediately. And that was actually the second big play of the day that Mazarin had with Gragas around Baron. He actually stole Baron in an earlier game that completely turned the game around.
Yeah, and of course, let's not forget those Trindamirs along the top lane that just caused them problems in the previous games. There was a lot of action that happened yesterday, so overall, while Gaming Gear, they did have a barrel of fun yesterday, of course, and it was the first day at Gamescom. It wasn't exactly pleasurable for Immunity.
No, not necessarily. Immunity had an amazing start to the day where we actually kind of thought they might be the top team here, but then they had that disappointing end, losing a couple in a row. I really liked their chances today, though, because I remember Shox' interview with Alicia later, and it seemed like that Team Immunity really kind of knows how to play the game, and I think they're going to be able to make the necessary adjustments.
Yeah, they talked about how they've had to research the teams before they got there. So, of course, we'll see whether the team, of course, from Down Under can pick it up today against Gaming Gear, and it would go a long way towards putting Australia on the esports map.
We're a League of Legends team from Oceania, and we're here for the International Wildcards tournament in Gamescom. Really excited. Obviously, it's a great honor to represent the region. There's a huge player base, but esports is sort of still a baby in Australia.
Yeah, historically, we've been dominating the Australian scene, and obviously, the next step is to go international.
Huge spotlight on the region if we do win the wildcard tournament. This is our first international tournament, so it's a whole new experience for us. After we 2-0'd, a lot of people have been hyping us up and saying, oh, look out for Team Immunity.
It was going great. We won 2 games and eventually lost the rest.
It's a lot easier back in Australia, because we know we're a lot better than the other teams. So even if we're down early game, quite often we'll say, okay, let's just farm turtle, and they'll make a mistake and then we'll capitalize and we'll win the game. We can't get too carried away with the hype and the promotion. I think we need to just concentrate and play our game.
We gotta improve on our laning and also getting everyone's spirit back up after losing. I don't know, it's just been around for so long, Take stuff seriously and just joke around sometimes,
There's definitely a few moments where people do some pretty dumb things which we just laugh at, and if we're playing a game we'll just randomly bring it up.
There's been a lot of funny incidents when we've traveled. Our top laner went into the plane bathroom and drank plain water when it said do not drink.
The traveling was tough, but everyone, I'm glad everyone got through in one piece. Being a very domesticated team because we never get to travel overseas, you finally see, oh look, those are the casters, all the lighting, all the design, it just, screamed a lot of value.
This stage was awesome. The stage was awesome.
Especially if you're making a play or something and you pull it off and you hear the crowd, it definitely it boosts up your morale a lot.
When we go back to Australia, we're going to take a lot out of this tournament, practice regimes, champions, schedules, stuff like that.
I think we definitely have a very good chance of winning this tournament if we keep practicing from here till then and also play well in the tournament as well.
To be able to finally, go overseas and show everyone Oceania has a team that can live up to the name, then yeah, that's good.
Anything is possible as long as we try.
We did lose today, but that doesn't mean we're not going to win tomorrow. It's anyone's game.
Anyone's game. That is indeed what the Australians are going to be looking towards here against the Lithuanian teams.
Yeah, unfortunately, the biggest thing I took away from that video was the plain water in the bathroom.
Yeah.
But hopefully they can move on to that, start using a bit more logical thinking, and then maybe take a couple wins.
How do you even get
down and drink that from the tap. That's
you gotta like
disgusting.
put it in your hands and cup it up or something.
Oh wow, these guys are going to have to learn, that's for sure. Of course, now that we've heard from the teams, let's check out today's starting lineups. On the blue side, it is going to be Immunity. So the top laner is Swiper, the jungle Alicia, mid lane Heavens, Radier as the AD carry, and Rosie as the support.
And on the red side, of course, it's Gaming Gear EU with NBS in that top lane, Alunair in the jungle, Mazarin in mid, Deadly Brother on AD carry, and of course Inspiro on support.
And the battle in the mid lane is our featured matchup. Team Immunity's Heavens versus Gaming Gear's Mazarin.
Yeah, coming into this tournament, Heavens was known for having ridiculously diverse champion pool. Yesterday he ran Syndra and then Swain before falling back to some more casual champions with like Cassidy and Ahri. But his champion pool could really be a boon for these guys in trying to surprise what Mazarin has to bring at them, because Mazarin, he played a lot of Gragas yesterday. That was the thing he had the majority of his success on. And if you're a player like Heavens who knows so many champions, being able to go up against maybe a Gragas, you're going to have a counter planned.
And we should also probably talk about the AD carries, I guess. I mean, because Radier is definitely one of the big guys for Immunity. And also our Deadly Brother had a pretty good game. He pulled out Quinn yesterday against Immunity.
Yeah, that was a really strange pick, but it worked in their overall AD split push strategy there for Deadly Brother. I feel like Radier should have the edge in this matchup because he has been one of the people who's been getting most of the kills for Team Immunity, and he's kind of known as his carry. In a couple of games they've lost, it's been because people have targeted him, recognized how strong he was, and just went right for him.
And what do we think of MBS? The fact that he pulled out Tryndamere yesterday, it worked very well. They had the split push going, and that's effectively where it was working for a while, and Immunity kind of pulled them back in, and then it was just too late. And once the Tryndamere is let loose on your towers, when he's that fed, he just wrecked them.
It was a learning experience, I feel like, for Immunity, because they talked about, even just in that previous feature, how they're used to just being able to, sit back and farm if we fall behind, and then go for them. And when they fell behind a little bit against Gaming Gear, they had a bit of a comeback, but they weren't able to take it over the top. Dealing with a split push like Tryndamere takes a lot of team coordination and very quick decision making, which they kind of messed up in a few instances in that game against Gaming Gear, but I think they'll be able to make the adjustments, like I said.
What do we take from yesterday's game? Because we weren't sure. I mean, obviously these guys knew before they played that they were going to be meeting each other in the semi-finals. How much of an impact would that have on the fact that they did take it fairly seriously. They wanted to play for the seedings. Obviously, it meant that I believe they got the side choice, which it looks like Gaming Gear have gone for the red team, of course. So what do we take from that? Do we think that it was a serious strat from both teams? Because I wasn't convinced by Immunity. I mean, obviously, we saw Swain in the mid lane coming out from Heavens. Wasn't successful.
So as far as Immunity, once they went 2-0, it did seem like they kind of sat back and said, okay, we're in. And I do wonder how much they took into that game against Gaming Gear, because by the time they played that game, both teams knew that they were going to play each other again. So that's kind of the reason I feel like Gaming Gear was more comfortable picking Quinn, because it was probably a strategy they kind of practiced before, but mainly I think it was to try to throw Team Immunity off their scent a little bit, and I think Immunity did the same thing, even if it seemed like they had more standard picks.
So picks and bans getting underway. Evelynn is the first ban. We have seen Aluna running that a couple of times already in the International Wildcard Tournament, and no surprise that it is being taken away. Alicia also taken away from Alicia.
You have to do it.
So, yeah.
He almost named himself after Elise, so you have to ban the champion entirely. I do feel like these are fairly standard bans for both of the teams. Yesterday, Gaming Gear banned TF and Shen, as well, I think, as Elise against Immunity, and it seemed like those were champions that Immunity didn't really have much interest in playing. They were very generic bans, and then with the TF ban again at Heavens, yes, you want to ban Twisted Fate for being a powerful champion, but if they're not really specifically seeming to ban that much from Team Immunity. The Gragas, of course, is the specific ban.
Very targeted. And what do you target else? Zac. That's going to be taken away. So that actually worked very well. So what will Swiper pick here? Will he go for the Thresh for Rosie, or will they be going for something different? Because Rosie's been known to play different champions as well.
Well, here's the interesting thing right now. Gaming Gear had choice of side, and they actually picked red side. So they're hoping for two things coming back after they pick this one for Immunity. we haven't necessarily seen the highest value coming out in first picks in this tournament, at least, since the 3.10 pack has kind of hit for international wildcard, unless it's been something like Zach has been seeming to get the most value, but that's banned away. So anything they take here leaves multiple options for gaming gear to try to swipe back at them. I'm really not sure what they're going to go for.
Well, it's Jarvan for Alicia. That's going to be jungle. Well, it could be jungle Jarvan. We're assuming it's jungle Jarvan. Going to be locked in there. Twitch is available, so it seems that instant lock in Twitch. And of course, Orianna has got through from Mazarine. He was banned out quite a lot throughout the
against Mazarine
yesterday in the round robin.
Yeah, Mazarine was getting Orianna bans against him, but his Gragas was so impressive, you can see he kind of switched up the ban order on him, and now he gets to pick Orianna. The thing I'm actually a little surprised is, when I think about this again, is Twitch had been a fairly strong priority picker ban away from Team Immunity because that Twitch Zyra lane was so strong for them. Considering the Jarvan, you know, is a first pick, but I feel like there's a lot of things you can pick aside from Jarvan to get that early pressure out of the jungle. Twitch would have been a good first pick, but it's an even better second pick for Gaming Gear because they have that strength now.
It seems that they are deciding which AD carry Radier will be playing. It seems Thresh is going to get locked in. They're just waiting to see what's going to go alongside it. Radier switching between Vayne and Ezreal, so wait to see which one he prefers.
And he had a very strong game on Ezreal yesterday against Gaming Gear before falling off late game because he ended up building about 200 armor to deal with the split push Tryndamere, but then he couldn't do the necessary damage in team fights, and that 200 armor didn't have any magic resist for the 16 kill Gragas that was coming at him. He picks Ezreal again because yes, he's had some good games on him before, and it's also a safer thing to play against Twitch than other than as opposed to Vayne.
I believe that was one he got 5-0 in lane as well, so he got quite fed quite early on. We thought he could take on Tryndamere. Not quite able to though. Lee Sin though getting locked in, so Luna's switching over to Lee Sin, and Sona of course alongside Twitch.
I like the Lee Sin pick against Jarvan. I feel like that's the thing you pick against Jarvan in most situations if you don't want to let him take advantage of any early game things in the counter jungle or with early ganks. You can basically match exactly what Jarvan's doing if you're picking Lee Sin, and it becomes a very skill matchup based game for those guys.
We just went to see the final two picks. Kassadin was played by Heavens yesterday on an counter against Twisted Fate. Not too sure how it would work against an Orianna. It's definitely going to be a lot harder for him to chase him down. Singed being selected at the moment. May well pull out in that top lane.
The Singed wouldn't be that bad an idea, but they're switching around on him there. He is fairly known. I mean, it's actually Immunity who played a lot of Tryndamere in the past, which is why the Tryndamere being so successful against him was a little bit of a surprise. Renekton is one of his played champions. He actually played it in both of Immunity's qualifier games back in Australia, so it's something that the team is comfortable with when things really matter, which of course is right now.
Oh, and there's Tryndamere. Will it get selected? Will it be NBS running Tryndamere again? It worked so well yesterday against Immunity.
It did, but picking it straight up against a Renekton, because yesterday he was up against Lissandra, I believe, and he was able to just kind of spin on top of him and go for it. You spin on top of Renekton, he'll stun you.
He'll spin back on you.
And he'll spin right back on you. It would be very tricky for him to execute in team fights against the amount of crowd control. Just having one really tanky guy with an on-demand stun against any type of melee DPS makes it very difficult for that melee to have success in skirmishes and team fights. So he was thinking about it, but he thought better, and it looks like he goes with Ken.
Switching across to Kennen. So Kennen in that top lane, that will be actually now, that'll be a tough lane for Rosie. Not for Rosie, it's going to be the top lane.
Yeah, Swiper. It switches it right around on him because Kennen is known as one of the hardest things to lane against in the game. Composition-wise, Gaming Gear does have a very strong team fight, but they're trying to kind of supplement it with the roaming ability of Lee Sin to kind of keep up with things. We look across the board at Immunity, and they're just highly mobile through and through. Everyone on that team gets to fly around wherever they want and then take a lantern afterwards if they feel like it. So they're going to be trying to outmaneuver Gaming Gear's Kennen, Orianna, Sona kind of AoE combinations and just scatter around in team fights so they can't get hit by multiple things at once.
Yeah, there is no wall that can stop that team. They could just
everything is going to be crazy for them. Hopefully, if you're an Immunity fan, they can force a lot of fights in the jungle because that's where they're going to have the most control and the most mobility.
Well, we'll see how it works out. If you have just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, it is standing room only here at Gamescom. Yeah. This is the first day that we are open to the public, first of many days, of course. This is the semi-finals of the International Wildcard Tournament. This is for a place in the Season 3 World Championships. Of course, the semi-finalists will be up against either Pain Gaming or Dark Passage. They're going to be playing after this match, so there's another best of 3 to follow. This is a best of 3 if you've just joined us as well. So lots more League of Legends action to today, and of course tomorrow, the European playoffs will be kicking off. But we'll get to that later on, because this is all about the wildcard tournament. How do we see these teams measuring up as we're about to get into the game? The picks and bans are actually
They're very interesting.
Close.
Yeah, both teams have picked kind of their specific strategy to go against each other. I don't necessarily think one team has picked a counter strategy to the other. Maybe a little bit because of how much mobility Immunity has. They have more outplay potential as far as what Gaming Gear is bringing to the table. But this is a game where we're really going to get to see the skill potential of Team Immunity.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. It is going to be Team Immunity as the blue team, the Australians, and Gaming Gear, the Lithuanians, representing obviously Oceania and the Commonwealth Independent States. Who will come out on top? Immunity were looking so good at the start of the day, and you heard them in the video talking about how they went 2-0 and then they just fell to the wayside. Well, Gaming Gear, they had a tough day of it. Of course, they had that restart against Dark Passage, but they came back. They managed to get another win there. They had a tough old struggle there at 1-1 at one point, managed to get back into 2-1, and then again against Immunity, managed to get that win. They ended up 3-1 as well. Of course, the only loss was to Pain Gaming. Both of these teams actually lost to Pain Gaming, so whoever gets there, if they come against Pain in the final, they can have a bit of a mental block.
It's going to be tough for both of these teams. I mean, that's the reason Pain is the #1 seed right now. Both these teams taking a few hits yesterday. I would say Gaming Gear overcame probably more adversity than any other team, just since they were the ones that had to have the remade pause game. And then they were also a team playing in our very last game of the day. They were here all day, regroup, recognize their successes yesterday, and then realize today is when it really matters. And they have to beat now Immunity essentially 2 more times to make it 3 out of 4 if they want to move on.
So Immunity not going to go for any sort of invades here, as I managed to hook myself. I'm not even sure how I was capable of doing that, but I did. All right. So I'm just hooking myself in cables, guys. Don't worry, it's all good. Rosie and Radier, are they going to go and try and push anything for this blue buff? Because if you remember yesterday, there was a lot of pressure on blue buffs, and it worked well for them. And it looks like they are going to try and do the same again. They want to get that ward up there. We can see that Gaming Gear, Luna, Inspiro, and Deadly Brother are all there. They're going to try and cause some harass. Radier pokes on range, and Deadly Brother actually taking a lot of hit point damage there. Quickly knocking him below half health. Even took a shot from the blue buff, and it is going to have to force the ward. The smite again from a Luna.
And we've been seeing a lot of this so far in the International Wildcard Tournament, is the delayed invades by the blue side, AD carrying and support on the enemy blue, if teams are going for the 2v2 lanes straight up, because they have access to the blue invade. And this is actually, since Alicia still has smite, can just get this red buff from Alunair. Unless, yeah, of course he has to check. That's the smart thing to do.
Yeah, I was about to say, he didn't look like he was going to check, and immediately he does. This is a blue buff versus a blue buff, and Alunair fancies this one, and he's like, nope, not having any of that. Just going to slide away, so Alunair will be able to take that one away free. Oh, he's coming back around, he's gonna try and smite it.
Yeah, but in order for Alicia to really contest this, he actually needs his lanes to be shoved up, but they are not, which means he's in danger of getting collapsed upon by Oriana.
You can see Mazarine's gonna come around the side. Cassidy not really in a position. MBS is gonna close in as well. Alicia's in all sorts of trouble, has to flash away. Is it gonna be enough? You're gonna see Alicia flying there. It is gonna be MBS that picks up first blood.
Going back for the second course was not a good idea there for Alicia, because he should have recognized there was no lane support that was possible for him. Alunair got the support from his lane. He was patient enough on Lee Sin, checked the brush, and then went in for the kill.
So excellent start for Gaming Gear. They will, of course, managed to beat out Immunity yesterday. But it is Alunair, sure enough, he's going to get himself the red buff. He's going to back off, get himself a chunk of gold as well. With that assist, it is a very good start for the Lithuanians. Go good.
I mean, even just you don't think having a blue buff would be too much of an impact in that top lane, since he's an energy-based champion, but it just means he can spam. Doesn't really have to worry about ever running low on energy for jumps away. Should be in pretty good control up top of Ken.
Oh, that's a couple of tower hits there actually on Rosie in that bottom lane. The fly on Deadly Brother seemed to be doing a lot of work, but I think he took a few too many tower hits than he was actually planning to. And actually, you know, the fact that Heavens is on Cassidy, that was the main reason he really couldn't help out, because Mazarine would just turn around and have him, because Cassidy is so weak early on.
Yeah, at least at this moment, Cassidy needs to wait until level 6 and then probably roam around. You can see already with the Doran shield start, that's not your let's go fight him, Cassidy. That's the sit in the turret, eat as many auto attacks as possible while trying to keep your farm up. And as far as his goal going into this game for Heaven, since this was our featured matchup, he's doing all right against Mazen right now, because Cassidy just has to survive the laning phase against Oriana.
But Alainair is just absolutely taking everything right now. You can see he just forced Alicia away from the raids, goes in, takes all of the raids in fact, so he's completely clearing out the jungle of immunity. And it's going to cause problems. Alicia's going to try and have to leak something from the lane here, which is actually going to slow down Heavens. You can see he's just gone straight across, realised the wraiths are not there, and going back to base to get them stunner boots.
This is a situation for Alicia where he kind of would hope this is an older patch, like a 3.8 patch, when everyone was just about mobbing a lane with 3 people and turret pushing, because at that point, he wouldn't be in this isolated scenario against Alinair's Lee Sin where he's just getting bullied around after that failed invade. So I almost expect him to run into a lane and try to leech experience anyway, because that jungle's not safe for him.
We'll see how it works out. Of course, MBS in his top lane. He is winning out the farm against Swiper, kind of expected that one, 32-22, so starting to build himself up a healthy lead, and of course with that blue buff, with that kill, has gone back, got himself back over Gordon's place. Swiper just simply can't trade with him anymore.
And that's just what Kennen is going to be able to do. Getting that early kill is so amazingly beneficial for him. He's also went with the split penetration runes on Kennen, which is what so many Kennens do, since he relies very heavily on his auto attacks in lane. And that's why he's went with the double Doran's Blade, because he's just augmenting his lane advantage to make it even greater, and just trying to keep Swiper's Renekton down.
Well, Radiant taking a lot of damage from Deadly Brother. They're using the expunge, poking him down, but he's still keeping that CS advantage right now, Radiant. There's going to be the smite used by Alicia, so we'll keep our eye on. They're not really going to go for any objectives. We are at the 6-minute mark, so no blue buff's going to be spawning just yet. Just covering out that mid lane. Heaven's even now. There is no sign of Mazarine, doesn't want to go aggressive. He's going to happily sit there, very patient.
Lunar is a very strong counter jungler from the games that we've seen so far, and I'm expecting to see a lot more buff invades right around the 7-minute mark, because they know where Alicia came from, exactly when the buffs came down, and they're going to look to punish, specifically because Heavens is on Kassadin, doesn't really have any good items yet. He's not even at his catalyst, whereas Mazarin, Kennen, who's had an edge on Renekton, and Lee Sin, all 3 of those people would be the 3v3 that would fight against immunity if they were to invade the blue buff. And I'm expecting actually Alainair to be going back to base right now and hopefully making it to the blue buff if they've timed it right.
I'm not sure they will, because the P's already gone down from immunity. You see Alicia already heading back to that blue buff, so that's going to be given across to Heavens before he gets a chance to react. Heavens himself hasn't hit level 6 just yet, so won't have that Rift Walk. Level 6 for Mazarin, so he's got to be careful. Mazarin actually going wandering, going to ward out the raids down the bottom area. Now we see Heavens.
They're still going for it though. I mean, MBS is ahead of the pack here, trying to harass him off because it's a level 4 Jarvan. He has to run away. Force him smite. That's worth it.
Force the smite. That means Heavens is not going to have that blue buff. That's a success right there. Heavens actually getting caught out, slowed down by that command attack from Mazarin in the distance. But as it stands, it's just a Luna. It's all a Luna at the moment. He is the one that's creating everything for Gaming Gear, and he's actually starting to dominate the jungle. Alicia's going to come around, but now you can see he's already taken the wraiths away.
And I got to give a little bit of credit to Kennen as well, but that was all based off what Alainair has been able to do. It's an onslaught of early pressure right now from Gaming Gear. You can see every lane is just pushed up to the brim, but they can't stop it because Alicia can't make it to any lanes to game, thanks to what this harass is doing to him.
Cannot trade at all there with Alainair. Alainair just pouring the damage down on him, and that's actually forced Alicia back again. He hasn't hit level 6 yet. He's had to go back to base, and again, his wraiths have been taken. This is the 2nd time running Alainair's been taking those wraiths.
Yeah, this is becoming Lee Sin's jungle right now, and this is why I like that Lee Sin pick against what was the first pick Jarvan, because it's someone who can match his early fighting, which means whoever gets that early edge in the situation, which happened when Alicia overstayed on Alainair's red buff, and now he's just punishing him amazingly.
Well, it is going to be the blue buff for Mazarin, so he's going to have the advantage once again over Heavens. In terms of CS, you can see he's already starting to stack heavily in Mazarin's favor. He's got 22 CS advantage over Heavens right now. He needed that blue buff, and of course he's going to get a bit of a power spike now. Well, I say that, he's not actually, because he's been so defensive, so passive, that he's not going to get that power spike for a long time.
No, it really doesn't seem like it. Heavens just went very defensive with his Kassadin build. And because of that, I mean, check out this red buff harassment that he's been able to put down onto Alicia. Still, Jarvan stuck at level 5. This is the dangerous invade right now for Alanair, and it's actually the one where if Immunity could turn it around to prevent this, they might start clawing their way back into the game. It's a little bit of a jungle breaking point as far as the Lee Sin versus Jarvan battle goes.
Well, down the bottom we see the crescendo. There's the box going down. Deadly Brother tries to turn around. Raydir, though, putting the damage on towards him, has run out of mana. Both of them actually out of mana. They just need to try and rely on basic attacks. Neither are close enough to get the end kill.
And there are so many little skirmishes going on right now, but because both skirmishes are fighting each other, they can't actually go and help each other, so it's a very isolated 2v2 here in the jungle, and it looks like Gaming Gear has a bit of an edge.
Yeah, there's a Rift Walk on towards Mazarine at the back. He's going to have the jungle to help, though. There's going to be the shockwave. He's going to be enough to pull him back in there. The Force Pulse, they're effectively doing no damage. Luna manages to land the kick, comes sliding in, and now Alicia's in trouble. He gets slowed down. The dissonance in there. There's going to be the command attack again. Alicia gets caught. That's going to be the kick. It's a double kill for Aluna.
Aluna has just dominated this game so far by Immunity. We knew that was going to be a very crucial 2v2 fight in the red buff, and they 2-0'd them again. Every jungle evade has went Aluna's way, and you can see the impact that is having in this game as they're able to take this now 4-man dragon 10 minutes in.
Big advantage gain for Gaming Gear. That's going to stretch them to shy of 4,000 gold lead. And NBS, of course, continuing to dominate out that top lane. Just look at the lane CS. 62 to 94 in the top lane. Swiper is having a torrid time against NBS, all because of that blue buff at the start, and of course that first blood, getting that second Dawn's blade. He's just been under pressure the whole time. Nothing he can do about that, honestly. This has all been the pressure of Luna. It's working so well, and it's given Mazarine in that mid lane. He's built up a big advantage. He's just gone back. He's got himself a haunting guys already.
Hasn't even bought boots at this point because he knows he doesn't need to put his presence anywhere since Gaming Gear has such good control over all of the map right now. It's getting to be a breaking point for Immunity if they want to come back in this game, because you can have as much mobility as you want trying to avoid team fights, but if you just lose 1v1 to the AoE team, there's no coming back from that, and they're very close to that point.
Red buff being picked up by Luna. Swiper trying to go defensive, wants to get that Giant's belt out and trying to get as much Sunfire Cape maybe on there, but look at MBS, he's already got himself the Seeker's arm guards, the Sorcerer's boots. He's going to go aggressive and he's going to be able to chase down Swiper. He's not going to be able to escape him if he gets on him. Meanwhile, Aluna, look at him, he's deep, got that pink ward on towards the blue buff. He's coming back in towards the mid lane. Ordinarily, you can't catch a Kassadin, but it seems that these guys can.
They got a pretty good job of doing it. I mean, with the mobility that they pick up from Lee Sin, as well as the domination he's had on this game, he can at least catch Kassadin in a fight, because if Heavens wants to just run away, sure, he can run away, but as soon as Heavens wants to do anything aggressive, he's endangering his life against this. Thresh kick!
They're diving in towards Inspirer, but immediately the crescendo returns. He may be able to flash away. No, he's going to get locked up here. Deadly Brother, though, he's took down Rosie, but he gets locked in the Cataclysm, stealths himself up. Is it going to be enough to try and get away? He has managed to dodge him out there. They're trying to find him. Radiant now has it tracked down, tries to attack and shift, lands the shot, the Mystic shot at the end there.
Finally, a positive move right there for Immunity. They were going to lose the blue buff anyway if they try to contest it. They finally stopped playing into Gaming Gear's hands here by going for that Thresh gank in the bottom lane. That was really the only lane that Alanair hadn't put much attention into. So you can see getting the Thresh into the Flay just made it so Inspiro had no choice of running away in this fight. And then Deadly Brother stuck around, but it was a brilliantly timed Cataclysm there by Alicia, because that stealth would have gotten him away if he didn't get stuck in the Cataclysm for so long.
Yeah, just didn't quite have enough points in that stealth either, which is why it popped him out of it so soon. You know, seeing Swiper though, he's getting ganged up on here. 3 members of Gaming Gear coming in. The teleport coming out from Heavens. Is that going to be enough to stop them? Yes, it will be. Gaming Gear think twice on that one.
Scares him off. The lead, which was a little larger, now down to about 3,000. Seems like Immunity, they need to do what they do against a lot of the other Australian teams here and just say, all right guys, farm it out a little bit, wait for Gaming Gear to make a mistake. Because with the aggression that Aluna has been putting on in the jungle, it might happen at some point.
There could be a mistake. Trisha Ross comes across. Deadly Brother in all sorts of troubles. Raydir should finish him off. No, the barrier. He does manage to get in there, and he finishes it off. It was worth the flash.
Very nice shot, and a surprising amount of aggression coming out from Raydir, because he's went for a very early tier. He's got a Sheen, a Doran's Blade, and a Longsword as far as kind of damaging items go, but being able to turn a kill like that shows a fair bit of supremacy in that lane, because that's not an aggressive Ezreal build. By all means, he should actually have to be sitting back and farming, which makes that kill all the more good.
Yeah, it's all impressive. Rosie simply just going in, throwing that ultimate down, getting the hooks. causing the damage. He threw the Ignite down as well just to do a good job. So blue buff coming across towards Mazarine. Still no blue buff, of course, for Heavens because it was stolen away by Aluna once again. In terms of CS, you can't see a giant gulf starting to develop in the top lane and the mid lane.
It's just going to keep accumulating like this until Immunity can take some control back, because right now what's happened is we have 2 lanes for Immunity in the top and the mid there that are losing pretty badly. But at least the bottom lane with Raydir is coming back strong. This is actually fairly similar to the story that we saw between Immunity and Gaming Gear yesterday, where Raydir was the one with all the kills and the rest of the team just kind of had to be rescued.
I believe that's the 3rd or 4th time that Aluna's come around and taken those wraiths away. That is effectively his jungle now. He's managed to make it out, and that will be first tower of the game going down in that mid lane. Gaming Gear driving that advantage that they gained very early on, and ironically that advantage all came from Alicia's effective aggression. He went in there twice, tried to double dip on the red buff, and it just didn't work out for him. Deadly Brother down that bottom lane. He's gone for that build water cutlass. He needs to try and turn something around. It is the only lane they are losing there. Mazarine throwing that ball out, just keeping Heavens at bay. Shockwave is available. Everybody's ulti up. Nobody still coming up to the 16-minute mark has gone close to that dragon.
No.
Well, of course, apart from the one they picked up.
Well, it's apart from the 4-man dragon. It hasn't been a focus of the game, though. It's mainly been about the counter jungling. And to get back to that Alicia aggression point, he actually is known for pretty much always giving or getting first blood in all of his games on the Oceanic server, and he's just living up to his name in this one. They're hoping that that doesn't usually be the give up first blood. It's a very dangerous way to play, and we can see the repercussions of it here.
Well, Raydir, he is the shining light for Australia right now. He's trying to keep Immunity in this one, and honestly, he kind of was yesterday as well in this exact same matchup. He worked well in that lane. Raydir and Rosie seem a good partnership. They seem to pick up the aggression when they needed to. We did have Alicia sniffing around that bottom lane, but you can see now it is actually heavily warded, and Gaming Gear got a lot of wards around the jungle of Immunity.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, Gaming Gear is starting to take more reward for the lanes that they were winning at this point, because the constant harassment and out-CSing eventually just led to the turret, and since they've got 2 turrets down now, the gold lead, which had kind of been brought back by Immunity, is just gone again, and this means that they are substantially down in gold for the next potential Dragon contest.
Well, the top lane is still a 40 CS advantage for MBS. He's gone back and got himself a Zhonya's Hourglass, so now he is going to be a real problem for Swiper. Swiper who himself had to get that Negatron cloak to try and counter out the damage that he was expecting from MBS. MBS, I'm surprised he didn't just throw a shuriken in towards that push just to prevent him going back. 3 members of Immunity stacking down that bottom lane, but they're going to back off. They realized with that ward coverage, they saw Gaming Gear coming.
Yeah, so something that's interesting about this Kennen domination in the top lane is he has built very heavily for the lane with the double Dorans, and based on the mobility of Immunity, I actually wonder how effective he's going to be in team fights as they go towards Dragon. It looks like they're going to be able to take this one based on their enormous, overwhelming lead, but if Immunity's able to stall out, they would still have a chance based on their mobility to avoid all of Gaming Gear's AoE.
Looks like they are going to go move as one down towards this bottom lane. 4 members of Gaming Gear and Immunity. You guys can't fight this one instead. They are going to back off. It's Heavens is going to be the focus target instead. NBS is kind of like, am I needed for this one? Should I come? He's half caught between the two, but instead it's going to be a distance going out from Mazarine. Quickly pulls that defensive ball on Heavens, having to get away from that one quickly.
And Heavens has went for a fairly curious build. That's a dangerous push to recall in. See, the blue buff is gone. He can't even think about stopping that one, but he's went for an interesting build because he went Catalyst and Tier. So he's only got about 150 mana stacks on that tier right now, and it's going to be a really long time until he gets his power smite.
Oh, smite.
Clever smite there by Alicia, able to take the blue back a little bit for himself. That should help him in experience, at least catching up a bit with Eleanor.
Yeah, he had to get that one, of course. Didn't want to give it across. Mazarine was lingering there. He wanted to be given that one. Aluna had used that smite on the dragon earlier on, so it wasn't available for him to confirm that he gets the steal. Heavens, as you mentioned, had gone back, got himself topped up with that hit points again, but every time he seems to return to lane, Mazarine just lands that command attack distance and just pops him down just like that.
Yeah, he's not even afraid of Heavens trading damage back because he can always just go shield himself with Orianna. Surprisingly though, considering all that, 123 farm for casting at this point in the game isn't disastrous.
Well, as it is down this bottom lane, Radier, he is 2-0-1, the one and only lane that is winning for Immunity right now. 165, 152 CS, he's gone for the Iceborne Gauntlets and the trying to build up that Man Immune as quick as possible. Meanwhile, of course, there is the Blade of the Rune King for Deadly Brother. Deadly Brother himself is simply waiting for that protection to come along. And it's not great for the protection for him.
Yeah, and Radier went with that Ezreal build yesterday as well. He went for the very quick Iceborne Gauntlets. Then I thought it was because he was so far ahead and wanted to chase people down. But in this game, the team itself doesn't have that much damage, so I don't know if that added utility is actually helping them with too much right now. I'm surprised that Radier didn't go for a more damaging item like Bloodthirster, Last Whisper, any of those things before the Iceborne Gauntlets.
Well, Spectral Owl has been picked up by Swiper in the top lane to try and negate anything NBS can throw at him, but I'm not too sure how that's going to work out. NBS himself hasn't really been involved other than just continuing to farm in that top lane. 189 CS for both mid and the top lane right now. They have a big lead built up over Heavens and Swiper. Try and gain this one back. Now Luna, of course, it's always hard to count how far ahead a jungler is, but we know that Luna, the fact that he's got that 2-0-1, the fact that he has been dominating, taking away those wraiths in Immunity's jungle every single step. Finally, Immunity do get themselves the first tower of the game. It's the bottom one. Yes. This is going to unleash the team.
It's the bottom one that they were winning a little bit. Now they can kind of join together and use the power of Radier to maybe rescue some of the lanes that haven't been winning so much. And to get back to your point of the jungler, seeing how far they're ahead, it's very difficult with a jungler specifically like Lee Sin, because so much of his advantage is transferred to the rest of his teammates.
Well, this is the middle lane pressure, and there's going to be a Luna. He tries to aggress on, but look at that defensive ball just comes on. Nothing done to him. Oh, Alicia's going to go aggressive.
There's aggression.
Gets the Cataclysm on towards Mazarin. He just turns around, pulls the shockwave. True shot barrage from Radier. Radier comes in to save the day. Swiper picks up the kill, and now they're going to turn attention on towards Radier. MBS, he's caught out in Immunity's jungle. They have the track of it. Force Force comes out towards. They manage to get a shot on towards him. Radier should be able to finish this one off. He's going to have to arcane shift and flash to get in there. Gets the slow onto MBS. There's the kill. It's Radier that picks up another.
Well, there's those Iceborne Gauntlets coming in handy there as he got a couple slows after getting stunned from Kennen, and the absolute crazy mad aggression from Alicia surprised Gaming Gear, because Gaming Gear was waiting for that fight to develop, thinking no way this team is down 5,000 gold would basically like flash, flank toss all just to catch this silly old Orianna, but they did, and they get 2 kills for it.
Deadly Brother using out spray and pray to try and defend this turret. He will hold out, but Immunity was such a great turnaround for them. They needed that gold, they needed the kills, and again, just like yesterday, Radier, that shining light, shining array of hope for Immunity. Didn't work out for them yesterday, of course. It was Gaming Gear that took victory in Immunity. Making sure they secure everything. This is going to be the red buff for Radier. This is going to help out. He's the one man they need to keep fed. They need to start giving kills to Heavens as well, though. He needs to get involved. He didn't even get any. He got 1 assist out of all that.
That's not that helpful for Kassadin, unfortunately. And everyone on the team mainly has been going with fairly defensive builds, so absolutely Kassadin needs to be able to get a whole bunch more damage. He's trying to just keep up with Farm right now. He's got to be able to pick up some garbage kills. He'll need another surprise fight on Gaming Gear shortly.
Well, Mazarin went back, he got himself that Rabadon's death cap, so Shockwave will start to hurt. He is 50 CS behind him, but 5 technically, and he's actually staying in that top lane, so he's going to try and clear out, try and farm out as much as possible. MBS has completely left the lane. As soon as he shows himself, he's going to go back and he's going to compete pushing on that top lane, but MBS quickly reacts and rushes back up towards the top.
Yeah, this is going to become a very interesting game. I think like Immunity has done some very good things to stay in this game, and I wonder how Gaming Gear is going to try to corral the mobility of Immunity as this game moves on.
Oh, a flash having to come out from Heavens. He's trying to get away from this one. Will have Riftwalk back available if Aluna manages to land that kick. No, he has to back away. Meanwhile, this has actually created problems in the bottom lane. You can see that Radier and Rosie, they're putting pressure in this top lane. They're bottom lane, sorry. They're trying to push them towards the inner turret, but they've got to be careful they don't get collapsed upon.
So now it's kind of like an opposite of what we saw yesterday, where Immunity is the one split pushing and Gaming Gear are the ones trying to run and catch them all. That was a nice little fake out by Gaming Gear there, as they have the fear of the collapse on Raiders Ezreal, but they can just pick up Dragon along the way, which should extend their lead.
Yeah, there is the Dragon. That's the 3rd one of the game now for Gaming Gear. That's going to keep that gold flowing. It's 5,000 gold difference between these two teams. And Radier and Rosie do come up that middle lane, but look at this, Heavens, he's still trying to find opportunities. He needs to get some of that global gold to track down this turret. He may actually have time to do it before MBS gets here.
Yeah, it seems like for now, Immunity is just saying, Heavens, you're a split push Kassadin. Go cause some problems. The rest of us are going to be doing the team fight thing. And it's working out fairly well as they get the turret. Before that, they draw 2 people from Gaming Gear up and basically stall the game. Plus, there's full armor on MBS's build, so Heavens can actually fight it pretty well.
Yeah, Heavens put a lot of damage down on MBS. I think it caught him off guard. He was like, I am that fed. What are you doing? Why are you going aggressive? Why have I just lost half my hit points? What the hell is going on? Get the hell out of here with that lightning surge. Aluna, he's going to be taking that red buff. Also in the mid lane, Immunity. They are putting pressure on this middle turret. This could be their 3rd turret of the game. This would actually put them ahead in objectives over Gaming Gear.
This is a very impressive split push tactic right now by Immunity, because even Kassadin is continuing his push up on the top lane. Immunity is bluffing right now. They're playing like they're ahead, and Gaming Gear is giving them ground.
Well, it's going to be Aluna and Deadly Brother collapsing on towards him in that top lane. We are going to see him getting on towards him. He does just get away from that cast, but you see Spray and Play working on Heavens. Heavens is going to go down here. That will be a kill. Deadly Brother is given to.
So he got a little bit overzealous there, and he got called on his bluff essentially, because there was no one from Mutant going, but they get a death sentence!
The hook on Mazarine crescendo on electric shockwave came out as well. Mazarine taking very low. Swiper gets him down, slicing dices away, but he gets caught out by Deadly Brother. Alicia now trying to get away from this one. Zonya's outclass from NBS was used up. Alicia will get away from this one. No, he won't. Aluna throws out the kick, manages to land it, and it's Radier that's kiting away.
And it turns into an extended 3-for-1, because I have to say, Immunity baited themselves in a little bit by landing that death sentence, because the last thing Immunity wants to do is group up for Gaming Gear's AoE. And Kennen got off a brilliant ult because everyone dove in. Check this out. He goes in with Renekton and Jarvan, and that just lines everyone up for Shockwave, Crescendo, Kennen. They lose so much health at the very start of that fight that after they pick up the 1 kill, they basically just have to run away.
Combo, there's the Dark Passage as well, Radier managing to escape, but nevertheless, Radier and Rosie had pushed such a big wave in that bottom lane, they couldn't push out from that one. No objectives were gained by Gaming Gear, and Immunity actually do have the lead in turrets, and that gold lead, it is starting to shrink ever so slowly.
Yeah, if it's not shrinking in absolute gold, it's shrinking in percentage of gold, because I can imagine, thinking about 10 to 15 minutes ago, there was around a 5,000 gold lead then as well. And Immunity's weathered that storm, meaning relative to what Gaming Gear has right now, Immunity is stronger than they were a few minutes ago, more likely to be able to force some decent fights.
Well, it's nice to see Gaming Gear with wards on every single member of the team right now, so they realize they have to get some coverage, they have to try and track down Heavens back in that top wave again, just quite happily working him down. That's actually giving him farm, it's not gaining farm on Mazarine though. Immunity are thinking of collapsing in towards the top instead. He is going to back away, and MBS will clear that one out. Deadly Brother continuing his defense in this mid lane, and it seems that the middle inner turret is what Immunity want to go for, and it's interesting that Immunity are the ones attacking.
Yeah, the turret push has done them well, so I think they're going to keep hitting this one until Gaming Gear gets a resounding victory from it. As long as they keep Kassadin scattered up top, Gaming Gear doesn't have they don't feel like they have a safe way of getting the initiation just based off the overall mobility of Immunity. Even if Sona Inspiro gets a flash crescendo, he has to hit it on multiple people, including Thresh. Otherwise, the Lantern's just going to save someone, or everyone else is just going to jump out. It's a very interesting strategy that Immunity is pulling off here.
This is a good combo on MBS here. He's going to try and force him to use that Zonya's Hourglass, and Spyro instead comes up. That True Shot Barrage came across from Radier. Radier actually getting caught by the kick of Aluna. And he is going to be Heavens back in that top lane again. They have to deal with him. He's going to keep putting damage down on that turret.
And they've proven that they actually have to send 2 people in the past. Now they're only sending Deadly Brother's Twitch, and he comes out there without stealth. So he's actually saying right now, oh no, he actually gets played to the Ruined King. He's saying that he's just there to defend the turret, but this diminishes the teamfight potential of Gaming Gear greatly at this turret.
And it's buying time for Radier to get some hits on that tower. If only he actually hit it. Instead, he backs away, and wisely, they back off. That's because Heavens realized he can't keep the pressure up in the split push. He's sticking around still, though. Deadly Brother's like, for God's sake, he's back again.
Gaming Gear needs to find a way to stop this from happening. And I don't think they've quite figured it out yet. They need to get this kill somehow. Riftwalk's down, he's trying to close his distance.
He does manage to get the slow. Oh, it's a fail. Flash actually get caught out towards the wreckage of the tower and instead has to Riftwalk away once again. Aluna's going to still collapse on towards him. He may be able to get close enough to get that kick. He's going to have to use some funky mechanics here. Has got a ward. He does try and use it. Safeguards onto it. Doesn't use the kick. The Riftwalk was back available for Heavens.
So another good escape there by Heavens and more attention burned. The reason Gaming Gear needs to find a way to get out of this stall tactic by IM is the longer they stall, the closer the game becomes. Gaming Gear's not gaining any ground if they're pushed to their turrets. They're trying to make their move out now, knowing that immunity has recalled, and they're trying to take some ground back.
Yeah, Heavens is not there to get this blue buff back, and instead they're going to go aggressive on towards MBS. We see Swiper coming around. Alicia's got to be careful. He's in a 4v2 situation. The rest of his team were backing up, but Gaming Gear actually back away from this one. Teleport comes out from Heavens. He gets MBS. Cataclysm comes in there. They may have enough to take him down. Uses his ultimate. Pops out that Zonya's in Spyro. Meanwhile, at the side there, it is going to be MBS going down. Heavens picks up that kill. Now they're getting on towards Deadly Brother. He just gets popped where he stands. Swiper gets on towards him. Heavens Riftwalks across. Crescendo was used as well for the kick, but it's a double kill for Swiper. Now they're on towards Aluna. He's going to go down. That's going to be Radier with a kill. Mazarine, the only man standing, has to back away. It's a 4-for-1.
Immunity absolutely wrecked them there, and they got to fight in the jungle where they could scatter around the walls, and no one on Gaming Gear could group. They couldn't get over the walls the same way. Look at this. It seemed like Alicia was in a dumb place. It was 4v2, but because NBS took a route away from the rest of his team, everyone piled on Kennen. Then as Gaming Gear tried to come up, again, Inspro gets cut off up on the top. Never could Gaming Gear group up to get the AoE, and they were running from a team that had too much chase potential. Great fight for Immunity.
Great mobility, and it is going to be the Baron being picked up by Immunity. What a turnaround there. You see right there, he's going to get himself the red buff as well. Be careful to stick around too long. There's not going to be anyone close by. Mazarine not going to get caught by that true shot barrage. Just like that, the gold advantage is down to just shy of 2,000 gold. But more importantly, the Baron is on Immunity. The Australians back in the driving seat.
It's been quite an impressive comeback, D-Man, because it seemed like they were completely out of choices. They were a team that couldn't win any 1v1s. They lost both of their solo lanes. They lost control of all the dragons. And you're thinking, how are they possibly going to come back in this game? Then they came up with a split push Kassadin here, which turned out the Gaming Gear didn't have any answer for. NBS built fairly heavily at the start against Renekton, and the Kennen was a good pick in the lane, but not necessarily for the team fight phase. And now that Immunity's managed to make it to somewhat of the late game, NBS is a little bit lost in the ways that he can actually get involved on Kennen.
Not right now, Immunity. They have gone back, they've fought, they're coming stacking right up that mid lane, and of course, now that Maramana has been completed, the QSS as well, Radier feeling very comfortable. Probably see a Guardian Angels maybe stack out after that, who knows. Swiper was also very aggressive, but remember how much Swiper was dominated in the lane by MBS. It's still such a great comeback for him. He's even gained ground on the CS despite the fact he's been that mid laner with the rest of the team while Heavens has been off split pushing.
He's actually up about 100 gold right now on MBS just because he's picked up so many kills in team fights. Having a tanky Renekton like that is a huge benefit when dealing with all of the AoE of Gaming Gear, because if he just runs a Deadly Brother, he's enough of a distraction for the rest of the team that no one else can group up around him.
And they catch on towards MBS, he has to just keep shy off the side. It really isn't the same as his Trendemir right now, MBS.
And that last combo on Sona is something that I've been waiting for people to do for a while here. It's the Kassadin Thresh combination for Harass, because normally it's very dangerous for Kassadin to Riftwalk in to harass someone, but if you throw the Lantern out, it's no longer dangerous, and it means Kassadin becomes a giant turret threat. Goes in, harasses, Lanterns out, and now they have to start backing away from the turret.
And that's actually in Spyro and Aluna. They're both taking low. Again, the Q comes out, Radier landing those shots, slowing them down, and that was it in the mid lane. Down to half hit points, of course. This is a bound up Immunity, and look at that, Heavens is ready to go again. He's like, Lantern's available, guys. Let's
Round
try
3.
another, but it doesn't matter. They're hacked to back away from this one. Alicia comes in, he tanks up the damage. Swiper's going to take the second tanking hit, and that will be the turret of the inner mid lane down. And so now the pressure on towards the inhibitor turret, and why not? They can just keep pushing.
Yeah, and as long as they have that combination down, they're making Gaming Gear fearful. Again and again, they're going to keep pulling off this cast and thresh combo. It's going to basically force Gaming Gear to hard engage after they do the next one. Otherwise, they're going to slowly lose this while there's still a minute left on the Baron buff for immunity.
Death sentence just whisping past Inspiro there. That would have been almost certainly go time for them. Radier continues to throw out those shots, trying to land on something. Not really finding his target. Look at how Mazarin, how much damage he does.
On the flip side, it is very dangerous for Immunity to actually dive here because it would be enclosed space where Gaming Gear can actually get out all of their team fight potential.
Evans does true shot barrage, catching about 4 members of Gaming Gear. That may buy them time on towards his turret. That's going to be another turret down for Immunity. And while they are 5-2 up in turrets, can you believe this? From a 2-0 turret deficit, they were 5k behind. They are really driving it home here. And now Gaming Gear, they're going to have to land that perfect combo.
Yeah, and there's the last few seconds on Immunity's Baron buff, so they're trying to get as much ground as possible. Still cautiously going in and actually hoping Gaming Gear uses their initiations before Immunity commits so that they have the ability to disengage.
And Spyro's gone back. There's no crescendo available. Immunity may follow up on this one, but instead he's going to rush back to the lane.
Ooh, the Baron is gone from Immunity. I don't know if they're going to be strong enough to go in here. This has now become a dangerous situation for them to be in.
Both teams are going to have to risk it. The question is, who wants it more? Immunity have proven that they can fight very well. And Luna tries to land in there. He's almost certainly been the go-man. He wants the own towards Radiator. He wants to kick Radiator towards the rest of his team. He wants them to try and blow out some of those flashes. Gaming Gear going to try and chase down Immunity here. They're just quite happily backing away. And look at this, guerrilla tactics for Immunity. They're ready to pounce across the wall.
Just poking through the wall with the Ezreal. He ran low on mana though with Radiator. This could be a juke initiate. All that mobility just toying with the walls.
Evans again, force pulse, comes across, Whiff walks in there, takes that dark passage back across, and Alicia's like, guys, I wasn't expecting you to go back. I thought it was go time.
Yeah, we thought everyone was going in because a bunch of people just jumped over the wall and I'm getting all excited here. Definitely would have scared me if I was Gaming Gear as well. She's like, oh crap, they're coming in to fight us. Never mind. Surprisingly, none of them burned any cooldown, so they didn't expect to initiate as their team.
So, everybody backs off, everybody buys. Let's take check, let's take stock of items. We do see another BF sword coming out from Radiator, so not going defensive, instead wants to get more damage out there. I'm gonna look across who else has just picked up some big items.
Yeah, there was a Zonya's Hourglass that Heavens just completed because he was sitting on his secrets for so long, plus the Home Guard boots if he wanted to teleport in, making him an exceptionally stronger Kassadin. Also, the Randwinds got completed for Swiper, which means in team fights, he's going to run at and through Twitch. And the interesting thing about Twitch is he can't actually shoot past Renekton without getting the Randwind's effect from auto attacks on him, because Spray and Pray has to go through him, so Twitch will automatically avoid his attack speed, which is why Randwind's is so good for tanks against Twitch.
So blue buff is going to get picked by Mazarin, and actually, I think Heavens is going to get himself the blue buff for the first time in a long time. He's actually managed to get that blue buff, which is going to cause his split pushing back along that top. You can see the timers dragging up in 24 seconds, Baron more importantly up in 45 seconds. You can see the true shot barrage being used on the bottom lane. That's keeping that wave pushing, so that's going to push itself there, while the rest of Immunity continue this split push, top and middle.
And there's a good chance that this upcoming Baron could be the undoing of Gaming Gear. We saw what happened the last time they tried running around their jungle, and since they're now pushed back into their base, the jungle between Baron and their base is the deadliest place for them to go, but it's the place they have to go if they want to avoid giving up another Baron.
Middle lane is going to all happen. You can see the teleport's going to come in here. MBS though, he manages to get a good slicing mouse off the whole team. Great crescendo from Heavens. There's the shockwave. He pulls them back in, and it's right here though doing work at the back when the rest of his team are melting. It is a great engage from Gaming Gear. This is what they needed in open territory.
And they got it before the Baron was up. Now they have the opportunity to try to make a play themselves. That was perfect timing. Really caught Heavens while he wasn't ready. Perfect initiation, managed to focus down their Renekton before there was damage coming back at him, and this now becomes a difficult defend for Immunity.
Radiator though at full hit points, and he's already used that true shot barrage, but it is going to be up quite soon. We saw it go across and do the damage. The bait is there, and Deadly Brothers is going to be the stealth magnet. He's going to get on towards the jungler Alicia. Radiator though, he gets caught out, has to flash away. Deadly Brother follows through. Is he going to have enough there? He uses the barrier, and he should be able to get away from this one. Look at that, he's got the kiting potential, does manage to land the cask, slows him down. Deadly Brother has to back off from that fight.
That was a nice try from a bait for Gaming Gear. They recognized they were probably a little bit too low to go Baron against a full health Ezreal, but now they still have their damage sources up. It doesn't matter if they use some of their skills to engage here, and they're going to try to rush down this Baron.
Well, that true shot barrage does come across. You can see MBS, he's backing it up. He's got tanking up, got enough hit points as well. The back defensive ball from Mazarine. And more importantly, Aluna's there. That's all 5 members of Gaming Gear now with Baron.
That was a very impressive set of events for Gaming Gear because they had lost so much mid-game, and it seemed very hopeless. There was one play they could make. Oh, look out, Mazarine.
They've gone towards Mazarine. Heaven's in there. That's going to be sliding in towards Cataclysm on him, but this is not the fight they want because Gaming Gear are ready for this. They're going to turn it around. Heavens has to use that Sonya's Hourglass, so it's going to get sliding in, but he is going to get taken down. That was not the engage they wanted.
No, they were once again trying to catch Gaming Gear unawares, but Gaming Gear actually stuck around because there was someone expecting that. All 5 members of them were sticking together, which is what they need to do more of to try and come back in this game, which they, after having control of the full game, losing it, looks like they have some of it back again.
It was all about that open engagement, and it actually all started with MBS. He got in there, got a slice of Maelstrom, and they're going, go time, guys. We caught 4 of them out of it. Heavens was off at the top, and they have managed to get control. They're going to go rush down, they're going to get that Dragon, and again, gold lead, all pushing back to Gaming Gear. They had a 5k lead at one point, that shrunk back, and Immunity actually dragged it back in, but Gaming Gear, once again, are in the lead.
And to get back to why that was such an amazing set of events for Gaming Gear is because that fight in the mid lane was the only fight they could take. That was their last opportunity before they'd end up losing the game. Because as soon as Immunity started pressuring around the Baron buff, it was either lose a team fight in the jungle to Immunity or give them Baron. And if they give them Baron, we know how the Kassadin Thresh combination was sieging them down to turrets. They were out of options. That was their last-ditch effort, and they made it work, snowballed that into getting the Baron, and now they're strong enough to hold Immunity off.
So just like last night, or yesterday evening, Immunity are up against it, against Gaming Gear here. Split push not working out for them. Gaming Gear did take victory yesterday in the round. But Immunity, meanwhile, thanks, Jack. Immunity, meanwhile, are actually still in control. They need to get one of those jungle skirmishes. That's why you can see them. They're in the jungle right now. They're clearing out the wards. They're trying to force something, despite the fact that, of course, Gaming Gear pushing in. Immunity may actually catch on towards it. Oh, I thought Alicia may go for it there onto it.
Thing is, all these fights are in the open, so Immunity has to get an incredibly clean initiation at this point, unless they can start splitting them up.
Absolutely, and of course, don't forget, this is a best of 3. This is going to be a long, long game. This is 41 minutes gone. We had about a 50-minute game yesterday as well. So expect this one to keep on rolling. There is another best of 3 after this one as well. Don't forget Pain Gaming. They're going to be up against Dark Passage. That will be their best of 3 semi-finals. The semi-final for the International Wildcard Tournament. This is a place in the World Finals these guys want. There is already one team in there. It is Mineski. They are from the Philippines. They were the first team to qualify. This will be the second team. We'll see and find out tomorrow morning.
There's only about a minute left on this Baron for Gaming Gear as well. And they haven't done too much with it, aside from repel the push that Immunity was putting on them. They're just trying to farm up a little bit more. And if they can, they need to find an answer for Kassadin. It's pretty much Deadly Brother at this point in trying to stop the split push. He needs to get enough damage that he can basically burst Heavens down in between like one Riftwalk cooldown. So he can Riftwalk away once and then he can spike him down. Other than that, I feel like after this Baron is off, Immunity's just gonna go right back to what they were doing. It's all about Gaming Gear trying to make something happen with the last little bits of this Baron and getting some type of team fight in a place without walls.
But while Heavens can also burst them down, Mazarine's Shockwave is going to hurt now. It's going to do a heck of a lot of damage. You can see Gaming Gear trying to use his Baron, trying to push on towards the bottom turret, but Immunity are doing a good defensive job considering they're 4 members of the spot. Shockwave comes out, Radiant gets caught, there's going to be a crescendo, cleanses out of it quickly. You can see MBS diving in there, but they're taking a lot of tower damage. Rosie's taking low. They are going to have a teleport coming in there. It's going to be Heavens, he goes aggressive, uses that Zhonya's, he may be in trouble, tries to flash away from it, not going to happen. MBS catches that out. That's going to be the turret on the bottom lane. It's a 2 for 0.
And that's exactly the spot, once again, where Gaming Gear could have it. They're taking advantage of these incredibly thin windows to get an advantage. Immunity should not have tried to defend that turret. It was far too dangerous, and you saw why. Great shockwave by Mazarin.
Radier comes in, he's trying to get on towards Aluna, but Aluna's got other ideas. That's going to be the inhibitor turret down. Aluna does get hooked on, and a lot of damage coming towards him, but you can see the inhibitor being taken down, then he turns his attention towards it. That's the first inhibitor of the game, and it is Gaming Gear that takes it.
Such an amazing set of events for them now, and it seems like Immunity might be trapped in their base now since their inhibitor is down, and it's one of the worst inhibitors to have down since most of Immunity's pressure wants to be up towards the Baron area. Essentially, Immunity is contained for a little while now. They have about 30 seconds until the inhibitor respawns. Let's take a look at that fight. Even though Shockwave only hit one, that's all that mattered because Cassidy wasn't even there. And there's only 2 main threats on Immunity right now, Ezreal and Cassidy. Cassidy comes in late, but it just wasn't enough.
And Aluna was within millimeters of landing that Q on towards Radiant. That would have taken Radiant. That could have possibly won the game.
I think the game would have been over.
Yeah, Gaming Gear in full control though. The Lithuanian teams that qualified through the Commonwealth Independent States qualify in Moscow during week 2 of the LCS. We were there live to see them taking down Instruments of Surrender in that finals. And Gaming Gear, they come into this, there wasn't a lot of hype behind them, but they seem to be doing a fantastic job against the Australians.
This has been such a good game, D-Man, because we've seen multiple swings already back and forth, and I'm still not sure if Gaming Gear has enough strength to finish this one out because they can very clearly win team fights, and they've been able to find a couple of them, but you can only find so many small windows to take advantage of these teams, and I wonder if they can keep doing it. They're going to try again here at Baron.
Oh, they're using that Dragon stance. They do manage to get vision of Gaming Gear. They backed away from that one. Look at this, though. There's no teleport available for Heavens, and he's split pushing bottom.
And there's only 30 seconds up until the Baron comes, so this is an incredibly tense situation for Immunity. Heavens is trying to push up the bottom lane because there's super minions there, and if there's an extended siege at the Baron area, they don't want those super minions to knock down their Nexus turrets, but they're still going to try to split push and make something happen. This is a very dangerous ploy by Immunity.
Heavens looking at coming around the backside of their big brother. He's really going to be the focused target, see if he can get on, take down that Twitch before the spray and pray is fully used, but now he actually has support. They're going to be using that guerrilla tactic again, throwing out the lantern, force pulsing in, trying to poke them down. Also don't forget the poke from Radier off the side here, but instead, they're not going to be able to get it. Rosie takes down the ward with the Oracle.
Gaming Gear doesn't have to rush anything here. There are super minions pushing the bottom lane for them, and they know that if Immunity comes straight at them and fights them, they will win. So they just need to wait for Immunity to go clear off the super minions or back off, and now they're making their move for Baron.
Baron is up a hell of a lot of wards from Gaming Gear, and I think Immunity realize they can't do a thing about it. They're going to have to give this one up. They're going to have to defend out. There's an inhibitor turret. True shot rush coming across. Not even close though. Gaming Gear with a Baron.
They definitely have a big edge now. Obviously, the gold lead has kind of been telling us some lies this game because there was a 4,000 to 5,000 gold lead for Gaming Gear when Immunity made their comeback, and then it seemed like Immunity had it, but Gaming Gear came away. Since there's inhibitors down, and since Immunity is now stuck in their base, if Gaming Gear gets a good initiation somewhere, there's nowhere to flank around. You can't out-mobility a team when you're cornered in your base. This could be the time for Gaming Gear to go and make something big happen.
That's going to be the inhibitor turret. It's taken low, it's taken down. Gaming Gear had no problem on that. Immunity had no chance of defending it. We see Rosie trying to get in and keep them back, but we don't see any reason why they should back away from this one. They have the turret down and free roam to get in there. They have the team that effectively that works best in the open ground, and Gaming Gear is just going to keep driving on through.
And what they want to do now is wait until there's a member defending for Immunity in the bottom lane and then push into the inhibitor. Once again, there's actually no rush for them right now. 47 minutes in, they do not need to hurry things.
So they are going to keep on poking on towards Swiper, keeping him low. MBS is just biding his time to get in. He wants to start off that slicing marathon. He's been the catalyst, effectively, that starts out the fights the last few times, and Gaming Gear are ready and waiting to go. Aluna, of course, he's looking to try and land. He wants to get on towards Radiant. Radiant's been the focus last few times. There's going to be a true shot blast. There's the Cataclysm on towards Deadly Growth. They've got a good engage here, but the force ball's not really landed. Straight away, the slicing marathon comes out. Leech is in all central trouble, but he goes down. Evans tries to pop his shield. He's just off the side. Comes in, gets a really good force ball, but one around. He's flashed away. He could come back in. Swiper gets a great slice to go. Gets a slice of dice. He gets one. Swiper can't finish off, but Radier's coming in the back. He cleans up. Can he get another one? He's going to have his arcade shift back in there. No, he didn't land the Q. It was a 4 for 2 to actually Gaming Gear, but they're running away from Radier.
It's because their base is getting slaughtered by minions right now. As good of a fight as that was for Immunity, the base is just going down to minions, but the inhibitor respawns as well as Radier is kiting back.
Radier doing a great job of kiting MBS there, but unfortunately for him, he doesn't have any mana left, so he's down to basic attacks, and you can see it's down to the Nexus turrets there getting forced upon. He's going to have to do a hell of a lot of work to defend this one from the 3 members of Gaming Gear to come in and try and finish from Swab. They're going to get the second Nexus turret of the game. The Nexus is exposed. Radier is doing all he can, but it's going to be Gaming Gear that take the victory in Game 1 of the International Wildcard semi-finals.
And did they ever have to earn that one, D-Man? You can tell they felt like they were in control for a while, then they lost control. Once again, these in-game adjustments for Gaming Gear seems to be something they made all of yesterday. They're very good at team fighting, and they find crafty ways of going to the end of the game. That was as close as it could be for them.
Yeah, it swung back and forward. You think back to it, they had a 5,000 gold advantage, and then it went horribly wrong for them. They suddenly got caught out. Good run of tactics working out for Immunity, and then Immunity went very aggressive. And you've got to wonder whether it was the aggression that Immunity used against them that was countered, because just think right at the start when Alicia went in, he got greedy, tried to steal away that red buff. That set them back right from the beginning.
Yeah, and it seems like Alicia plays one way, and it's just go in all the time, any small opportunity you see, because he saw a small opportunity to start, it cost him. But that same thing is what got him back in the game. His mid-lane catch on Jarvan when he was going for Orianna in the mid lane that got them that first swinging team fight was one of the big things that brought them back into this game. So I don't think he should change anything about the way he plays. Immunity just needs to kind of regroup from that one because they were real close to winning.
So, of course, if you have just joined us, Game 1 of Immunity versus Gaming Gear has just happened. Gaming Gear coming out victorious after around about 53 minutes. So, definitely took a long time, this one. And I don't think it's going to be any shorter in the next few games.
Probably not. These guys seem very evenly matched, as we saw yesterday and again in this game.
Yeah, fantastic, fantastic performance. So, I believe we're going to be sending it over to Joe and Jason shortly because they're going to break down the big plays that Gaming Gears managed to take victory.
Thanks a lot, Demon. I'm joined here by Jason. And what a fantastic game, back and forth action the entire time there, right up until that very end. Even that last team fight wasn't clear cut with them being solo. I had visions of a Kassadin pentakill or something ridiculous coming in from that one as he starts chasing them down. But let's start right at the very beginning here. And I have to really give Alanir credit there for the pressure that he put down with that Lee Sin early on.
And the funny thing was, it wasn't really him that caused it in the beginning. It was actually Jarvan overextending just a little bit too far, and he went towards the red. He wanted to take that red buff. Like, he was committing there. Since the bottom lane of Immunity harassed so much of blue buff, they forced a smite out of him, but then Jarvan comes in, tries to take red, doesn't get the first time. He backs out to Baron, and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna try one more time. Ends up going in, ends up dying in the end, giving blue buff over to Kennen, and from that, Alanir's like, all right, I got this. I got control of the game, and he constantly harassed wherever Jarvan went. Constantly harassed the red buff. You saw like I think it was like a 2-minute skirmish go on towards that first red or the second red that came up, and in the end, they were able to really shut him down. But one thing I love that he did to get back in the game was that gank bottom, that Thresh Lantern pulling Jarvan in, and that thing was, it was one of those moments where most teams, this is like make or break time. Like, you're either going to crumble or you're going to get out of this somehow. And that showed to us all right now that Immunity is a really strong team, able to turn that around with that great gank coming out of them.
Well, talk to us a little bit about the whole mid-gamer in there, because we did see Immunity have waves of strength there, and it almost looked like they were coming back. They stayed behind in terms of gold pretty much the entire time from that one. But they did start to pull it back, and we're looking really, really good.
Yeah, there's this one fight that I actually want to talk about in particular over toward was in the mid game, and it was all due to the vision that Immunity had. And with that vision, they decided to finally commit to a big fight, and they end up coming out ahead in that, and then they pretty much try to take that victory and bring it into another one.
Well, let's take a look then at that fight then in the mid lane from earlier on in that matchup.
Yeah, so we're about 21 minutes, 15 seconds in, and I want to point out, right now Sona and Twitch, they are spotted by ward. There's a pink ward they're currently standing on, and because of that, the rest of Immunity is like, all right, well, you know, I favor this moment. I think we can go in for the win here. So start the replay up and show you what happens as Elysia, he ends up just diving straight into the backline, and with that flash coming out of Mazarine, he ends up getting stuck in his Cataclysm, ends up getting picked off. The rest of Immunity was just waiting by the sidelines, and they knew we could get at least one kill before the rest of Gaming Gear show up, and they do end up getting that. And one thing that was really curious to me is that MBSC has his ultimate available, but he doesn't decide to use it. He might have been able to survive, but in the end from that, which is Immunity just noticing that Gaming Gear was out of position, completely took advantage of the situation, picked up 2 great kills that they really needed at that time, and it really kind of made Gaming Gear take a step back, like, you know, we need to calm down. We're ahead, but, you know, if we keep letting these fights go, if we keep losing the kill here or there, they can bring it back on us.
Yeah, and then again, it took that switch. We saw the Baron being picked up after a great win in a team fight in the middle. And Jack said that perfectly. The timing to win a fight there in that mid lane was absolutely perfect for them. It allowed them to swing straight around to Baron. I think that's the, you know, the straw that broke the camel's back right at the end. I mean, that was just one step too much.
Yeah, and there was one more fight, actually. It was the Baron that Immunity ended up taking. That was, again, due to vision. I mean, because they saw where Mazarine was over on towards the bottom side of the map, they were able to commit to another fight.
So let's have a look at that one then here, and run you through that second replay that we've got from that awesome last game.
Yeah, and as you can see, so actually this is the beginning of the replay. So it's right now, look where Mazarine is, on the bottom side of the map. He's currently spotted. He doesn't have a teleport, and the rest of Immunity realized, you know, we can win this fight. We want to take advantage of this. Heavens actually was just top lane. He got pushed out by NBS and Alanir, so he decides to back out, and he's like, guys, we have really aggressive wards. We could probably go for this fight. So as we started up here, you're going to see him get that back. He's going to have the teleport in, which NBS completely gets caught from, and they start to turn this fight around. And Mazarine, unfortunately, he's just going to get there a little bit too late. And here comes a teleport. And as you can see on the right side of your screen, you do see him just go straight in for NBS. And the funny thing is, even though they were able to get the engage on him, look how little Evan gets off the damage that NBS has. With that Zoner's Hourglass, with the Haunted Guys, where they pick up that kill, and then it continues. See, Mazarine is finally starting to come into the fight, and he hasn't really done anything just yet. He's still trying to make his way up towards this top lane, as Heavens goes for a very aggressive rip off over that wall to open up the kill, but with that death, they get 4 kills, they get a Baron off of it. And that just pretty much completely got him right back into the game, all due to vision, and that's really how important wards are. And to me, how good Immunity is to recognize the situation they're in and be like, we can take this fight, we can win it, and let's go.
And the funny thing is, you've just shown you 2 replays where Immunity pretty much won out. However, they went on to lose that game, which just shows you how closely matched these 2 teams are right now. And a real testament, I think, to the skill level that we've got here in the International Wildcard Tournament. For Game 2, obviously, it's a best of 3, so it's not over just yet for Immunity. Do you think we need to see any changes? A Lee Sin ban, maybe?
I think that would actually might be necessary. I mean, Gaming Gear, I didn't really talk about them too much throughout the game, but they did a fantastic job. Like, their whole combo with the Orianna ended up working out really well when you pair that in with the Crescendo. They had a really tough time making it work early on, but honestly, if you can pull it into the team fights later on in the game, then it doesn't really matter how bad you do in the beginning. And I was a little bit worried just if they'd be able to get that whole composition working, but because they were in the open areas, because they were able to group up, like there was one fight bottom where you saw Ezreal kind of get caught, they went in straight for it, blew him up, because that coordination, that split call, just go for it right now, they were able to pick up those kills, and that's going to be hard for Immunity to deal with, because you see right there, if they make one mistake, well, they made one mistake earlier on. We're able to come back from that. But if they make like another one, then Gaming Gear will be able to take that and just take the victory against you.
So for Game 2, in terms of strategy and play style, you know, obviously getting caught out and making mistakes, that's what you just don't need to do if you want to win games anyway. But did you see any weaknesses there maybe for Gaming Gear? I mean, when we casted their games yesterday, it was some of the games they really struggled to close out with, I'd say, where they had a good lead, but obviously caution got the better of them. But that can also lead you to losing the grip on the game.
Actually, to be honest, from yesterday to today, I saw a big change in their team. Like you said, they were really hesitant to close out games. They were really slow to do it. But here, they were being so much more aggressive. They were going for fights as much as possible. And that switch from overnight had to have helped them so much because teams, or Immunities, had time to research them from yesterday, obviously. And right now, Gaming Gear, I think they want to get Lee Sin again. Like, that pressure they put onto Immunity was just devastating early game. And if they can do that again, then Immunity's going to have a tough time dealing with it. But Immunity, they're going to be the ones probably banning out that Lee Sin. So they have a little bit more control early game. And hopefully with that control, they can take it into the mid and late game. And hopefully pick up a win.
Well, we'll see about that. It's time for us to take a short break here as Team Immunity and Gaming Gear switch up the color of their fonts for the second showdown in this best of 3 series. Plus, Immunity's manager Isotope will join us for the breakdown of game number number 1. So stick around, guys, because we'll be right back here from Gamescom 2013.
The stage is very well made with all the player cams and champion pick icons. I mean, there's so many people and it's really exciting.
Welcome back to Gamescom 2013, where we're just about to dive into the second game between Gaming Gear and Team Immunity. But first, I am joined by Immunity's manager, Eric, or Isotope. Now, tell me about that first game. You guys showed a lot of aggression at level 1, and it kind of came back to bite you in the ass.
Yeah, I guess our level 1 thing where Thresh and Israel went to the blue buff and actually forced Twitch the base, I think, was really good. And then I think that slowed down the pace. He thought we would slow down the pace of the jungler, so our jungler went to invade the red, which Lee Sin was there in time, and our J4 wasn't there in time. And then he gave up first blood there, and
it kind of got the snowball rolling for them because Lee Sin has better skirmish.
Yeah, Lee Sin was owning it up in that early game, but you did manage to find an opening and get back. Just not enough though.
I think that comeback was like good and capitalizing on the mistake they had, and it was good. Yeah.
So it was very close for you to almost get that game. And tell me a bit about the tournament in general. Yesterday, very good impression in the first 2 games. A lot of people were hyping the team up, and then they kind of became a little lackluster. Is that maybe a danger for this team?
Yeah, I think we kind of did ride the hype train down 2-0 up against the Line Gaming and Dark Passage. And then we came into the 3rd game pretty confident. And I think their comp kind of threw us off with the Vi and Malphite diving on Vayne, on the super carry, hyper carries.
Obviously, very important for you guys to get yourself back together for this next game. What is the main thing you have to change to beat Gaming Gear in this one?
I think it's more of choosing our engages because we engaged in choke points a lot and their AoE comp kind of just mashed us up. It was pretty bad.
All right, well, thank you very much. As for us, it's time to go back over to Jad and Demon for the game.
Thank you very much, Shocks. It's time for our second game in this best of 3 series. Gaming Gear versus Team Immunity. And it's always strange to hear an Australian voice in there, but our Gaming Gear, well, can they earn themselves a spot in Friday's final? Because they are 1-0 up and looking good.
Yeah, it's so tricky because these teams are very close. I mean, Gaming Gear won that back and forth because they adjusted very well in the team fights. And it's like they've won 2 games in a row now against Immunity. And I have to wonder how that sits in the minds of them. I mean, Unlimited jungle in that game, 4, 3, and 7 doesn't really tell the whole story because once the game got a little bit crazy, his score went down, but all the early game advantages were just right off of that. And then also Mazarin, late in the game, Orianna got a lot of items, and that's what managed to swing some of the team fights. Kennen would initiate, but then the Orianna damage came in really strongly as well.
And you got to think of the confidence it gives you, of course, the fact that you are 2-0 up. I mean, we talked about Aluna. Aluna is the actual captain, the shot caller of the team. So the fact that he gets such a great start, he was 2-0-1 right at the start as well, if I recall, obviously putting the pressure on. It just gives confidence to the whole team. And suddenly, when he's in a good mood, in a good confidence mood, he's going to make the right calls.
Yeah, it's so strange because I feel like if these teams played 20 or 30 times, at least based on the last 2 we'd seen, they might split 50-50. But it's 2-0 right now, and they need to just win one of the next 2 in order to move on. It puts Immunity in a very difficult spot right now because they've actually played quite well in both of their games, but just didn't come away with a victory.
Yeah, and of course, Gaming Gear were pretty close against Pain as well. It took Pain a long time to close them out, so it shows they've got a lot of resistance, and they just kind of proved it there when Immunity had got the Baron. They got the first Baron after all, after having such a great turnaround to put the pressure back on towards them, but they stuck it out, and they seem to have a right bit of resistance, the Lithuanians.
Yeah, it really seems like it for Gaming Gear, how they're able to stick around in games no matter what. They're just never out of their games, and I guess we have to put a lot of that credit to Alunar since he's the captain and most likely shot caller of the team, maybe able to make a lot of those plays in the mid lane. No matter what seems to happen in all these games, though, it does seem like Mazarin gets his farm and then has amazing impact late in the game. So they already threw a ban on him last game when they banned out the Gragas. But that just opened up his Orianna, which was seemingly close to as effective.
Yeah, we'll see whether Orianna does get banned out. It was banned a number of times yesterday in the round robin, so I think it kind of proved why.
Yeah, he's a rather impressive Gragas player and Orianna player. So now, what would they use both bans on at this point? Because they now have the first pick in this game because they actually chose to have the red side in the last one. So when it came back to them, they were able to lock up Thresh and Orianna in that game. But they don't necessarily have that luxury right now. They pretty much, sorry, Twitch and Orianna. They'd have to first pick Twitch if they want to keep it out of the hands of Ray Deer because he's a very deadly Twitch as well. I can't wait to see this pick and ban unfold.
So Twisted Fate has been banned out as well as Shen, so they've been kind of the standard staple bans. Evelyn being taken away from Aluna. They really don't want to let him have that one. And again, same turns in terms of jungler. Elise taken away from Alicia.
Yeah, they're just...
These are the same bans as the start. Yeah, same bans as game 1.
And then there's also there was the Gragas ban in the last game, and then also Zac. And I wonder if the Zac could definitely be a first pick, which would give, since Immunity has already banned even Shen, they're guaranteeing that unless they pick something away, Mazarin will have his choice of Gragas or Orianna this time.
Well, they banned out, which means, like you say, I wonder what they're going to go with the first pick, because Immunity first picked Jarvan last time around, and it worked, so it just didn't work for Alicia.
really.
Because, I mean, obviously, he got set back right from the beginning. It was effectively level 2 engage that kind of ended his attack, and Immunity taking a long time to think about that one. They went with Lee Sin as the final ban.
Yeah, so I like that choice because they can get rid of the Lee Sin early on. They didn't do anything to Mazarin by banning Gragas because he just picked Orianna. Giving up Zach might be a little bit scared for them. He's definitely came in huge. I know he had an amazing showing for K2 Roaster B when Insect played him over in their semifinal in that league, and he's been dominating this international wildcard tournament as well.
So it could be NBS, it could be a Luna in the jungle, but it looks like that would be a crazy straightaway Tryndamere pick. Yeah, I don't think so. They're going to be waiting. It could be Jarvan again though for Alicia. Wasn't entirely unsuccessful for them. Obviously, he's got set back right at the start, but you've got to think a lot of the attacks, a lot of the engagements when they caught MBS out finally at the red buff, that was all down to Alicia as a play.
And as far as wanting to be an aggressive jungler, Jarvan allows you to do that. He can jump on pretty much anyone he wants in any team fight. And this time, they've made sure to go ahead and deny the Lee Sin from a Lunar. So even though it didn't work last game, it doesn't mean it can't work in the next one, and I do think it's still a smart pick for them. However, it leaves a Twitch open if Gaming Gear wants to pick it yet again, and I'm expecting to go for it.
Yeah, and also let's talk about Rosie's Zyra, because Rosie had Zyra yesterday in the round robins, ended up with a Morella Nomicon. Oh, Lulu now locked in. This is going to be AD Lulu in the mid lane, ladies and gentlemen. Heavens will be playing that.
Yeah, I don't normally kind of jump up and as we're going right to the Zyra pick, but that's something we've been waiting to see for a while. Because coming into this tournament, Heavens actually played Lulu in their last qualifying game in Oceania. AD Lulu mid lane, it's something he is known for, and this game could not mean more for Team Immunity right now. They lose this, and they are out of the tournament. No chance at Worlds. It's not like this is some random strategy he's just trying to pull. Like, this is their best strategy as far as they're concerned, and I can't wait to see that going up against Orianna.
And it's interesting because it will take a while to get going, especially against Orianna.
AD Lulu is something that we have not seen in forever. I'm actually not familiar with exactly how he builds this Lulu, and I'll have to track it during the game. I'm gonna check his runes.
Well, you do that. We'll look at the other picks, of course. It is going to be actually Xin Zhao in the jungle, and the Thresh getting locked in. Thresh, can you believe it, made it through to the 9th pick there, finally getting locked in. They did hover over Mundo for a short while, but I don't think they were going for that one. So Gaming Gear, that is their team completed. Just waiting for the final pick. This will be the top laner, we believe, that Rosie's waiting to select for Swiper.
And we do that every game. He's not going to pick a Teemo. The runes of this AD Lulu right now, if it is in fact going to be an AD Lulu, because he has 26 ability power, and then he's got the split penetration reds, so I think he's still going AD Lulu. It's just his ability power early will allow him so much bully potential in the lane. That's very interesting. And then, of course, armor yellows, because everyone does that. And haha! He's the one who's actually known for Tryndamere.
So Swiper is going to be the Tryndamere in that top lane. Very interesting team build coming out from Immunity here. So wow, let's take stock. Let's take a look at this, chat, because this is a pretty wild one.
This is a very unique team composition from Immunity right now. They're actually very low on damage. They have to basically either win this early or just split push like crazy, because if the team fighting with the team this low on damage isn't. They're not doing AD Lulu.
You sure? You think they're going to switch it? I think they're going to switch it last minute. I think Rosie and Heavens are going to switch it.
Yeah?
I'm trying to look at... You can see Rosie. Rosie's the one on the screen now. I'm trying to peer into the camera to see if I can get a glimpse of his screen, see whether he's waiting to transfer in or not.
Thing is, the 26 ability power would make more sense on... No, they did switch it.
They did switch it. So Heavens is on Lulu, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. And I think they knew that. Yeah. I think they'd done the research. They'd seen that AD Lulu. He had actually played AD Lulu in the grand final of the qualified to get here. So we weren't sure whether that was simply a case of they had the confidence or they knew they were already going to get victory. But it seems that it is their go-to guy when they need to win.
I can't wait to see that as well. And just as far as getting back to the overall team composition discussion for these guys, they need to basically dominate their lanes more so than ever, and then just keep pushing along those same grounds, because if they go in team fight phase, once again, it's kind of the same story of last game against an Orianna Zac, just combination if they wanted, or just the fact that both those guys bring so much team fight presence. They just don't have the damage to touch Zac if it gets to that point.
We like to call it the ball delivery system in Europe. That's what
we call
it's become known as.
We call it the ballista combo.
Ballista.
Zach and Oriana.
I see what you're doing there. I see what you're doing there. If you have just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, this is the wildcard tournament, the international wildcard tournament. It is actually Gaming Gear from Lithuania representing the Commonwealth Independent States, and Immunity from Australia representing the Oceanic regions. Of course, these regions are the emerging regions in League of Legends. They don't have themselves a professional scene just yet. Well, they do technically, but not on the same par of the LCS or OGN or the LPL. So right now, this is their chance. This is how they get to the Season 3 World Finals, and the winner of this game will be through to tomorrow's final against either Pain Gaming or Dark Passage. That will be happening later on, but right now, it's all about Immunity's in vain, and more importantly, Immunity's AD Lulu.
Yeah, and one game, as you said, Immunity is out and Gaming Gear is through, but Immunity still needs 2 wins if they want to make it all the way back. Pulling out this strategy now could not be more bold, in a sense. Tryndamere plus Lulu, so it's a Doran's Ring start for what we think is going to be an AD Lulu. It could just be an AD Lulu, and that's not the way you start. Oh no.
Oh, is he going to get away? No, he's not. That's going to be, deadly start, because that's Mazarine that picked it up on Oriana. He's teleporting straight back. He's going to buy himself an item. That's going to be a really hard start for this AD Lulu. It's a second Doran's Ring.
Uh-oh. Don't run there by yourself against, in any game. Just don't do that as a Tryndamere, because if he runs through there and there's people there, he dies. If there's not people there, he saves a couple seconds, but there's no premium on time right now. Yes, it was a good play by Gaming Gear to be in that spot to get the kill, but so many teams run into the jungle there to get wards in the red buff, and with this much on the line, you have to have the presence of mind to take the safe route around. That really hurts Immunity early on.
Yeah, it's one of those things, so why do you even go that route? Because they had no
There's
vision
no
of
reason to go that route.
Yeah.
In a best case scenario, you catch Gaming Gear rotating down and you know that they were there. But you can assume they were there anyway based off of where your own wards have been. Just not the best start for Immunity. They have to come back from that now.
Well, they had to come back before, of course, because it was. And this year they got pressured early on last time around. And another advantage given to Gaming Gear. They're going to be taking that red buff of the enemy jungle again. So Aluna has gone in, he's taken that red, and I'll tell you what, there's no counter coming out from Immunity. This is a really good start by Gaming Gear.
Yeah, they knew they kind of lost control of the jungle to begin with. When they gave up the first blood, there were already wards there, and additionally, since there was a 2v1 in the top lane, that they were just kind of giving up that red buff themselves. But since Immunity has an AD carry support bottom, they can just go and get the same thing.
Well, they're trying to get the dive actually onto Swiper. Swiper having to spin away from that one, and it does mean that Gaming Gear are going to keep pressure. This is going to be a hard lane for Swiper on that Tryndamere in a 2v1.
And this is very smart what Gaming Gear is doing to Tryndamere right now, because they know that for Immunity to win, Immunity has to take control of the lanes. And right now, Gaming Gear's not even hitting the turret very much. They're mostly letting the turret deny creeps and farming. They can give essentially full denial onto Swiper as long as he stayed in that lane alone, which is why we're actually seeing an initiated swap by Immunity, which overall will put them a little bit down in experience and have an even bigger hill to climb.
Yeah, we saw Alicia and Aluna passing by each other. Alicia actually, while that was all happening, did manage to gain a good bit of control from the jungle, so he's actually probably put himself slightly ahead of Aluna right now. He's going to take away the wraiths of his own side. He's already hit the wraiths of Aluna's side. Aluna himself is just about to hit level 4. So this bottom lane, it's going to be a level 1 Tryndamere up against a level 3 MBS. He should gain those levels back pretty quickly, because MBS isn't going to be harassed as much as that duo lane would.
No, I think Tryndamere can at least survive a little bit here, but he's going into the lane at such a poor time. There's already a huge stack of creeps on the wrong side of where he wants him to be. He can't necessarily farm that.
Yeah, looking down the river, Aluna's already heading down there. There is a ward in there, but is Swiper going to be able to get away from this one? He already used Ghost to escape earlier on. Now he's going to have to try and spin away from this one. Aluna should be able to close the gap. He hasn't got vision on him. Now he's going to be able to get on towards there. Does manage to get the slash on towards him. One more hit, the 3-time strike comes in. They're going to flash for it. They have used the ignite. MBS picks up a kill.
And it's going from bad to worse here. Alicia trying to go in to help them. I don't know if he can make it to finish there.
No, he's not going to be able to pick up the kill, but it is going to be a kill in the top lane. Rosie goes down, and Spyro throws out that Dark Passage, and he is feeling very safe here against Radier.
So that is now 3 lanes that are put in a bad spot for Immunity, as Radier is actually getting aggressed on right now.
Boy, he was getting aggressed on, but that's going to be Rosie. This is how he went down in that top lane. Straight case of poison. There was also the barrier burn as well by Deadly Brother.
So unfortunately, during that replay, we actually saw Radier get a kill back on Deadly Brother, so they did manage to kind of salvage their unfortunate 2v2 to get one back, and that's once again the only the light at the end of the tunnel right now for IM is that Radier can just somehow get crazy on Caitlyn.
Radier, of course, well, he was the shining light in the last match as well, of course. He was the only one in the lane phase that did manage to help out there. And let's not discredit Rosie. Rosie is a big part of that lane as well. Right now, though, we are looking at Heavens in this mid lane, up against Mazarine. Mazarine, of course, getting that first blood at the level 1. Crazy bush face check from Swiper. They are Australian, so, you know, they're used to going in the bush, but didn't work out for Swiper.
Not quite. All that practice, too, his whole life, just didn't work out for him. Running away in Tryndamere. This AD Lulu in the mid lane, though, I don't want to call it an AD Lulu yet because he hasn't shown his hand. He's won Doran's ring. Hasn't done anything impressive against Mazarine. Being down at Doran's ring early definitely hurts him. And now he's getting aggressive because he
is just going to use his ultimate, but that's going to be the 3-talent strike. Will it be enough to knock him up? The Ignite is running. They do manage to get a second hit, but now we see he's going to get the defense from Alicia. Alicia comes across. Oh, heavens. Are you really going to be let to go back there? I don't think. I think attack command would have come out from Mazarine. He still may do, actually, if they push that lane up. Heavens is not going to be able to back off. He's got to be careful. The attack distance might be enough damage.
Oh, no!
And sure as hell it is. I don't understand why he didn't back off.
Greed, most likely. It's one of those lazy things that you do sometimes, which you just can't afford to do in a game that means this much for Immunity. That's another mental miscue, really, that's cost Immunity multiple kills this game.
Well, this is the pressure of the big stage seemingly to show on Immunity here. They talked about how it is to play in front of a crowd and how it is when they start picking up victories, start winning out, that the crowd gets behind them. But as it is right now, Gaming Gear have the crowd behind them because we are seeing Aluna once again putting pressure. Swiper has changed lanes again to try and get up against MBS, and it's going to be another audacious charge from Aluna instead.
God.
Swiper has to slide away.
He is getting heavily punished, and at this point, I almost feel like Alicia has to babysit, which is why he's coming up here now, because someone has to sit next to Swiper while he gets experience, because Gaming Gear has made it very clear they do not want Tryndamere to have experience, and they have denied him expertly up until this point.
Yeah, they know exactly what they've got to do against him. And look at the CS. It's 44 to 14. 30 CS gap already 7.5 minutes into this game. Alicia is now finally going to back away, but every time he has to babysit in there, Aluna's coming in and taking his jungle, and it's the red buff invade again.
And it's just now, Swiper hit level 4. Zach is level 7. It's not even a competition at this point, and they're using the advantage once again. Aluna knows how to play this early game. Any small edge he's able to punish for a while.
Well, Mazarine came up and helped out defending that one as well. So he's going to keep the pressure in that mid lane as well. Actually winning out pretty heavily on the CS, as you would expect. The fact that Heavens did go down, and of course Mazarine picking up that first blood, now 2-0. Just uses that defensive shield and turns it back around on Heavens. Heavens not really able to put any trading damage there.
Yeah, so it's clear he's going for the AD Lulu now, obviously, because he just picked up 2 long swords. See what he turns those into, but it's still not working out for him or for his team. They are down more in this game than they were in the last one, and I know they talked about how on the Oceanic servers they knew how to come back in games because they just knew they were better than teams that could farm out. They kind of have to do the same thing again and just farm out against these guys, but Gaming Gear is much better than the teams they're used to playing.
Well, it seems like he's down to Radier once again. Swiper's trying to get to his turret, but it is. MBS is all over him. He hasn't got his ultimate. The Ignite's running. It will be another kill for MBS.
That's not good. That is not good for Tryndamere. That is amazing for NBS right now. He's having a great time on Zach. Just Giant Spell has his ultimate against a little baby Tryndamere who's level 5, can barely even dash away from him. Zach is going to be a very big problem, and there's the Thresh King. Beautifully executed.
Thrown out. Aluna's going to try and get him. What a great grasping route, though, coming out from Rosie, stopping that attack dead.
Ooh, they burned a lot to get that. That's why Rosie likes Zyra so much. Very well-timed grasping roots, locks down a Thresh King that burned Flash as well, so good survival there, and that's Immunity's stronghold clearly is their bottom lane.
Mazarine is absolutely controlling that mid lane. At least she was trying to just help out more hold it off. Even he couldn't come close to Mazarin. He's just dominating it. And hits level 9 now, continues to pressure. And don't forget Oriana, he's going to be able to take those turrets down fast.
Yeah, Oriana, especially when Immunity has effectively no real jungle support right now with Alicia, because I feel like he has to be babysitting Tryndamere. He's been getting so heavily counter-jungled by Lunar. Lunar's made so much opportunity that again, they're just trying to make a big play, burn everything, just get the flash.
Yeah, mistimed actually on the ultimate there. Didn't actually manage to get the knock up Alicia, try and go in instead. Now it's going to be the turnaround, shockwave on Alicia. They're trying to keep the damage on towards the Luna. Alicia's gone a bit greedy here. He's going to get back on towards Mazarin. Glitter Lance is not going to land. Ignite comes in, there's the attack bomb for Mazarin. Gets himself another kill, he's 3-0.
Ooh, this is just going from bad to worse. 3,000 gold lead now, not even 11 minutes into the game, and instant Heaven's return to lane. He's got a sliver of health again, so he can't necessarily stick around. We've seen what happens before. Mazarin will just pick him off.
Grasping root on Inspiro down that bottom lane. Look at Radier though, the damage on towards the turret, they have managed to get it. It's a glimmer of light once again by Radier and Rosie in this bottom lane. It's the only lane that seems to be winning out against Gaming Gear every time, but that's the mid turret going down by Mazarin.
It's not a good trade mid for bottom necessarily, especially when your jungle is at such danger from a Lunar Xin Zhao. Radier and Rose are doing all they can right now. They really have to play risky and overly aggressive to try to make something happen.
A great grasping route, quite land. Deadly Brother stealthing himself up to get away from that one, but Radier's Piltover Peacemaker did find his home. Now they're going to turn it around. Audacious Charge is going to catch on towards Radier. 3 Talon Strike coming out, and Luna will get the knock-up. Stranglebolt's used at the back there. Rosie trying to keep Deadly Brother away from this one. Put the Ignite down. Is he going to have enough? No, Rosie's going to go down. It's a double kill for Deadly Brother. Passive is going to catch on towards him though. Does manage to catch out just in time. It was the actual plant that he laid down there.
Barely able to pick up 1 for 2, but that was still a good play for Gaming Gear. They got a kill onto the only person at the time who had a kill for Immunity, just trying to keep Radier down as much as possible, and that was because Radier had to make an over-aggressive play. They were pressing, over-pressing really, and it was a great time for Luna to go down and punish it.
Meanwhile, the Swiper trying to do anything to keep himself in there. Does have level 6, finally has that Undying Rage to keep himself alive through the pressure that MBS has, but look at it, he's only just hit 7, while MBS, he's backing off at level 10. He's about to go get himself a Sunfire Cape, or is he? No, he's just going to stick around. Elastic Slingshot onto Swiper, cause all the problems. Let's Bounce being popped onto Swiper. Really wants to try and create and force that ultimate out. It's not going to, yes he is, the Ignite goes down. He's going to have to use that ultimate to keep himself alive. And the MBS, of course, has that passive. He's quite happy to dive the turret. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Heavens is going to get caught out once again by Mazarin, but it will finally be the kill. Mazarin goes down. Shutdown bonus to Radier.
Wow, 4 and 1 there for Mazarin. Best person to go for gold there for Immunity, getting 500 as well. Swiper surviving NBS's aggression there as well is a good sign for Immunity overall. They need to take that little bit of edge they have here and get a strong push onto this turn.
They're not afraid to turn any little win into an objective, and that's what they're trying to do in this mid lane, trying to keep the pressure down. Remember, of course, Mazarin already taken that mid turret. Oh, that's going to be the fly on towards Alicia. Alicia having to get away, and once again, Rosie's grasping root, saving the day.
Right on point with that Sour, but because they're trying to make that play happen in the middle, of course they lose the bottom lane to Deadly Brother, and the double kill that was given to Deadly Brother previously let him get that Blade of the Ruined King already. So at this point, Radier can't even fight Twitch, despite how well he did against him for most of the laning phase.
See, the problem with this lane phase, how badly it's gone, that Immunity needed time to farm. They needed to sit there. Heavens needed time to get that AD Lulu going. Swiper needs time to get Tryndamere going. And they just haven't been gifted that. In Gaming Gear, that's why they push their towers, it seems. 3-1 in turrets already, all of the 8 turrets down.
And it's so strange because they picked very strong laning champions. Lulu needs time to basically, yes, get the AD Lulu going, but you need time winning the lane to make the advantages felt. In an ideal world for Immunity, all their lanes were winning. Alicia was going around counter-jumping, and everyone was pushed up all the time, and Alunair didn't have enough things that he would be able to go and do. But because, like, I just can't say enough how negative that First Blood Swiper had was, because it lost him the lane because he died straight up, but it also hurt Heavens in lane because the kill went to Mazarin. Could not have been worse.
Could not have been worse, and look at Gaming Gear. It's potentially a 5-man stack towards his top lane. Red buff, they have the timer on it. Luna's been in there every single step of the way. NBS is pushing. Oh, look, Alicia finally does use that The Mash is standard to check it out. Ace in the hole actually on Deadly Brother. They catch on towards him, but the Crane, the defensive ball for Mazarine, just timely.
So they're trying to make some plays right now still, but they can't stick around 5v5. That's why Gaming Gear is just trying to charge them.
A lot of damage backed off there. They do have good kite potential. Heavens, of course, can slow people down. MBS maybe trying to catch on towards him, but a quick glitter lance, will it be enough? Heavens quickly speeds himself up, turns back around, tries to kite that damage, keep those basic attacks going. All death sentence flung out, not finding its target. This is buying time for Swiper though.
Yeah, Immunity's trying to get as much farm time for Swiper to make it so he can at least compete on the level of MBS, but Gaming Gear trying to take advantage of the opportunity and push up middle.
There's going to be the plants defending out there. Luna taking a couple too many tower hits. That's going to force him low on health. And I don't think they're going to keep too much longer on this one. As it is, it's going to be there's the Stranglethorns. MBS using Zed's bounce, doesn't really catch on towards anyone. And then Spyro's going to go down. Luna takes a couple of tower hits there. They could continue to chase. Look at there on the bottom lane though. Swiper's on the inner turret.
This is fantastic for Immunity. It's difficult to dive onto a Zyra. That's one of the things that completely cut off Gaming Gear. And the time is of the essence right now for Swiper. He's really getting some work done down bottom.
Heavens keeping the pressure down, but there it is. That's actually the second turret of the game. So both outer and inner turret now down on the bottom lane. All of the outer turrets though available, but Swiper with this Tryndamere has himself bought himself time. Has he got himself back in the game? Goes for the red buff.
Why does this seem to be the story with Immunity? They're getting obliterated in the early game by Gaming Gear, and then they're finding these small opportunities to come back. They're very good at playing from behind, but at the same time, we know Gaming Gear, a little bit later in the game, is even better at making adjustments. So this is surprisingly similar to the previous 2 games we've seen these teams play against each other.
Exactly, it's 4,000 gold differential between the teams. We said it before, Gaming Gear were 5,000 up, and Immunity managed to bring themselves back into it that time around, and it was all on Radio. Radio at the moment, 3-1-0. Is he going to buy himself the rest of the team some time? Heavens, they have very good wave clear, to be fair. Yeah, they can really push those lanes when they get themselves time, but Heavens is going to get caught out 3 times right, has to use his ultimate, try and pop them back there, gets a good glitter lance on the Luna, that will slow down. MBS not able to elastic slingshot, but does manage to get the slowdown. Raspberry Room not going to find the target. Heavens is not going to be able to get away from this one. That will be a kill for Gaming Gear.
And try as he might, he couldn't make it away from all of that chase from Gaming Gear. Great kill being able to pick it up onto Heavens and just try and keep him down. But to kind of get back to your point of Immunity having very good wave clear, if Heavens is alive, they have very good stall potential while Swiper is off split pushing, which is why that kill was so crucial for Gaming Gear in getting this turret.
So that's going to be the inner turret down on the mid lane. Gaming Gear pushing on here. They may well try and go aggressive.
They have some time.
Tries to go in there. They're going to try and get some damage on towards that. It's actually elastic slingshot from MBS. Be back straight away from that one. He realized the wave clear was there, but it's still buying time. Swiper is not backing off this bottom lane.
And even with all the time he's had, he's still 2 levels behind and 30 minion kills NBS. That is just how horrible the early game was for Swiper and how much he was punished for that. Think of how much work he could be doing if Immunity, or if Gaming Gear hadn't kept Immunity down so well in the early game.
Well, Immunity are going to try and get themselves a third turret. May get it. Only MBS here to defend this one out. Deadly Brothers making his way back up, but the team's office, of course, with Radier and Heavens both putting work down. They may try and turn aggressive on towards MBS here. Well, they should have gone for the turret though, because Heavens is going to get locked out. The tower's on him. MBS, of course, has his passive available, takes the Dark Passage, and just slides away.
Another win there for Gaming Gear. Zach able to just go in and be a monster. We knew that Zach was going to be a huge problem for this Immunity team comp, because even with the entire team wailing on him, they couldn't take him down. They only got him low enough to get his thresh life. They didn't even get a Zach passive out of it. And they didn't get the turret, so a failed move there by Immunity.
I don't understand why they didn't just finish off the turret and then back away.
Would have been wise.
Leave MBS alone. We're not going to be able to kill him. We don't really have the damage right now. Back off. But hindsight in 2020. And at the moment, Swiper, he's trying to split push the second lane. Realized he can't quite get up towards the inhibitor turret in that split push move, and keeps putting pressure. They need to start getting some of those global objectives and getting the overall golden experience for the team.
It's still going very well for Gaming Gear. The gold lead is increasing. Late game team fights actually are in their favor as long as they don't get overly split pushed by Immunity and let Tryndamere get back into the game. There's a bit of worry in as Heavens is constantly getting caught in weird positions.
He's completely out of position. 3 times strikes, about to strike. The play comes in as well. Heavens, you are not going to survive this one. And that is the second time Heavens completely caught out of position, and he's going to give Game Gear the dragon.
0-5 now on that Lulu. You can tell he's really pressing hard. Like, he's trying to run down and shove out the lane, and he's trying to take shortcuts, whereas they're consistently getting punished by taking shortcuts. Gaming Gear knows all of them, and they're just meeting him there.
Well, punishing them every step of the way. The Oceanic team here on the big stage are starting to wilt against the Lithuanian Gaming Gear. This is the semi-finals, the international wildcard, and of course, facing off to get in towards that finals tomorrow for a place in the Season 3 World Finals. And don't forget, we could be seeing these guys up against the North Americans, the Europeans, and of course the Koreans and Chinese. They're going to be the big ones that everyone wants to look towards. Gaming Gear keeping the pressure on though, jumping on, but that wave clear is still very strong for Immunity.
Yeah, if Gaming Gear wants to dive, they basically have to do it without minions, just because Lulu and Caitlyn plus Zyra are too strong at keeping these minions back. All the while, Swiper is still going to be split pushing, and Gaming Gear is saying they don't want that to actually get out of hand. They're going to go deal with it.
Yeah, he's continuing to keep that farm going. Still hasn't caught up with MBS though. Still behind. He's just really got nailed at that first lane. Gaming Gear though, they're going to get themselves another dragon. That's actually going to stretch the gold lead, and it is really starting to climb now. This is going to go to 7,000 gold in 21 minutes.
And Gaming Gear is playing this game very smartly. They actually haven't made too many plays as they did in the last game, because if we think back to the first game they played in this series, Gaming Gear took advantage of very specific windows to go and make plays. But at this point, like, the whole house is unlocked and there's windows everywhere, because every time Heavens is just in a bad spot and they're able to pick up kill after kill, which is increasing their gold lead.
Is he going to be able to buy himself time? He's got a Luna and Deadly Brother tracking him down, but I think they've just given up. They're just like, well, he can go.
He's worthless actually at this point. Like, an 0-5 Lulu is not worth the time to go and kill. At this point, Gaming Gear should actually be going and making something happen on the map, because they know Heavens isn't there.
Yeah, they may well try and create that. As it is, they continue to track him all around the map.
Maybe it's actually a good play. Like, if it distracts him this much, it's worth the runaround.
Technically, it's buying time for Swiper to continue farming. He's about to face checking towards MBS once again. And MBS, well, he has got the damage to some fire cables, just stood on top of him. Oh, the death sentence comes in, the flame follows through. He is going to use his wild growth to try and bounce him out of there, but it's going to be Heavens going down. He may have actually just baited Swiper into dying on this one. The last exchange shot comes in, he just gets squished there, and now Swiper's in trouble. So he's actually baited his own teammate into this one. He's going to try and turn it around. He gets himself a kill on Inspiro, and he may have the damage on towards MBS here. He's going to have to get away. No, now he's in trouble. Deadly Brother shows himself. There's going to be the slick spin, and Dying Rage is going to come out. Deadly Brother's just going to kite this one out. You're not going to be able to take down that rat no matter how hard you try.
The team is still here though. This is a big fight.
Well, they're going to come in. Raid is going to come around, but they are scared because the snow comes out. Raid is in trouble. All of this has been baited by Heavens, the mid laner. He just ran the ring around Gaming Gear, but it is backfired horribly. And Gaming Gear pick up kill after kill. It's 3 for 0 in that whole exchange.
Yeah, we know that Immunity is not one of those teams to wait around and let someone beat you, which is why they keep trying all these foolish maneuvers to try and get back in the game, because it's not a wait and see. They constantly try to make plays, and Gaming Gear is just punishing them every single time for that.
It's not a good time if you are an Australian right now, because Gaming Gear are really taking it to Immunity. Now going for the Baron, Stranglehold comes out, they're not going to be able. We see Alicia, he's going to slide in, is he going to land a smite in the right time? He's got it! He manages to take it out, he's going to get down, take it down, but it does give the team the Baron.
Wow, of all the things to happen after all this game, I mean, make or break team, he's going to make something happen at that point. Alicia, they both went for the smite. And Lunar just smited early.
Just mistimed it, which is ironic since he had that level advantage. He was a level 12. Just didn't quite have the timing down. Alicia doing a great job of getting in there. Didn't have flash, of course. He'd already used it just a moment before, so he had no chance of escaping. It was purely a death to try and steal it away, and it was worth it. It gives Baron to Immunity. It may give them long enough to just hold out, sustain. It's going to be a 4-minute Baron timer, of course, and it's going to buy time for Swiper on Tryndamere to continue farming in the top.
It gives them a bit of a new lease on life, but they have to realize how unhealthy they've been this whole time right now, because, I mean, Mazarin has the big items that he wants on Oriana. that's not going to change since Immunity picked up a Baron. Zach is still a monster tank at this point that Immunity doesn't have damage to take down. Even Deadly Brother is 7-2 at this point because he's picked up so many garbage kills around the map just chasing Immunity down. Even though that Baron helps, Immunity still has to make substantial plays. This by no means tells Immunity that they can now go around the map and they got the Baron, let's go win a team fight. They're not in that position yet.
Maybe it was a little foolish for Gaming Gear as well. I know they picked up a couple of kills and they thought, yeah, we have a great situation, but I forgot the fact they hadn't taken down the jungler. Once that jungler's around, it always gives that opportunity. And we've seen games turned around, even massive deficits turned around by that simple Baron steal. And Spyro, though, he's going to help out Deadly Brother in that top lane. Deadly Brother having a very good game here as well, remember. This is not actually played that well against Immunity over the last few times. Rady has really had his number in the lanes.
But now it's actually a Lulu split push down the bottom lane, whereas Gaming Gear has no one sending back at this point. No one back at the base. They're sending someone back. No, they
canceled it.
They still have canceled. Now Zach's going back again. Miscommunication about who was going to go back. They're giving up a lot of turret damage to Heavens here and not getting anything back for themselves. They don't want to dive on a Baron team, but they didn't send someone back soon enough.
And Heavens may actually get the inhibitor turret here. He's going to stick around. We see MBS coming in there. He doesn't really care if he dies because he's 0-6-3 already. He's quite happy to suicide.
He wants to go for the inhibitor.
He's going to keep on going. He's not going to be able to have enough damage to take it down, I feel. He's going to actually kite down MBS. Very good, doing a lot of damage to MBS here. He may actually be able to take this one out. MBS suddenly realizing that actually this is not going my way. And Heavens is putting a hell of a lot of damage down on me. Meanwhile, Deadly Brother has taken out Rosie, but look at Heavens. He's going to get that passive pot. Yes, he is. And Heavens on AD Lulu, 0-6-3, has turned it around. He's going to get the kill on MBS. I think MBS is a bit surprised himself. And this could be the inhibitor. And Immunity, well, they're going to get the first inhibitor of the game. What the hell?
I think they're going to run back and actually stop him from this. Oh, but that was amazing by Heavens. No one knows how AD Lulu works more than Heavens does. And it definitely surprised NBS. 4-0, oh dear, Zach.
Shockwave on Radier. Radier just getting melted by Mazarine in that mid lane.
Oh, no.
A small victory for Immunity. They actually didn't get the inhibitor down.
They got the shutdown bonus though, which means Heavens is worth gold again, which could be a bad thing. He got 500 for himself. Gives up a 300 back, and then that doesn't stop Mazarine from having that type of damage on Radier. That was an oh dear moment.
Swiper is going to get this turret down, but he may well pay for it with his life. You can see Aluna and Mazarine, they're closing the gap on towards him. He's going to have to try and do some funky mechanics to get out of this one. Go towards the Triber, spin away. But you see Mazarine, he's cutting him out. He's ready and waiting for this. And actually Mazarine's pretty low. Swiper might turn his aggression on towards him. He's on his own here, and it can sort of trim him here. He's going to have an undying rage. He forces the flash from Mazarine. Not too sure what the plan was there for Gaming Gear, but they are going to get a dragon.
Gaming Gear is continuing to have a pretty big lead in this game, but the duelists of Immunity are actually showing some pretty impressive things right now. Swiper is doing a great job of avoiding Gaming Gear. He's got fast enough.
He's got 3 levels over him. He can just turn this around. Aluna's actually putting the pressure on him. He's spacing it away. Now MBS is there. He's going to spin his flash away through the wall. Is he going to be able to buy himself time? Nope, just explodes.
But because of all those shenanigans, Immunity took down the mid turret. You can see they're just completely 3-lane pushing constantly, and they're trying to disengage in the mid lane, whereas Heavens and Swiper are supposed to be 1v1ers. This is how the Immunity comp was envisioned by them, and if they hadn't fallen behind in the lane, you can see how effective it could have been.
Chaotic, aggressive lane pushing is what's working for Immunity, and that's going to be minions shoved on towards that exposed inhibitor, remember, in that bottom lane. Every time Heavens is going to try and buy himself time, and Gaming Gear have to respond to this. Their game plan is being skewed here because they want to just group up and push, but it's not working for them because they have to keep dealing with this exposed bottom lane now.
Yeah, they're just not willing to pull the trigger. You can tell they were going for the Baron so that they would have the confidence to dive. But when that Baron steal happened, it really just delayed everything for them. I'd still expect them to try and get the lanes to a point where they feel safe going in the mid to dive, and that's what they're doing right now, because you can see their wave is pushing the top lane, and they're all collapsing in around Heavens.
Well, he's running back up that mid lane. May get caught out by MBS. MBS is close towards that, but I don't think he's going to go for it instead. He's got the support of Rosie. This would be a heavy dive on by Gaming Gear if they were to do it. They are thinking of launching onto Heavens. The elastic slingshot from MBS, not going to go for it.
But this is that dangerous turret to hold that. Even though they're on the other side of the map last game, that's where they lost their big fight that basically lost them the game. Learn from that mistake, Immunity falling back to the base, which is a much easier turret to defend and wave clear from.
Another great grasping move, locking up Gaming Gear, acing a hole on towards Deadly Brother. Piltover comes across, they got that great wave clear, and they're buying time for Swiper and Conway.
Can Gaming Gear dive 4v5 and make something happen? They have to go on the next wave, otherwise they're going to lose far too much. They have to make up their minds right now.
They are waiting for the wave clear. It is buying time. The death sentence not landing. And Swiper's pulling down some really good damage on towards that turret. He's going to get another inner turret down. And Swiper and Immunity are doing a great split push job here and just holding off wave after wave of Gaming Gear's attacks.
Zach went back to base and decided not to die. 6 turrets to 60, man, in a 20-6 game. There's no giant strength on Immunity here, but they're split pushing strong. 1-5 Tryndamere and a 1-7 Lulu are still enough threat to draw Gaming Gear back.
They're going to catch out in Spyro here. Rosie's been landing some great grasping routes. He's going to use the box, but it's not going to be enough. Stranglehold does come down there because Deadly Brother picks up the kill. They get the Cataclysm, but the Shockwave pulls him in. Zyra's going to get the kill on there. Rosie does manage to get down, but Ray Deer's also been taken out. Swiper's going to have to try and get away from this one. Wild Growth comes out from Heavens. He's going to turn it back around. And Spyro being so aggressive, using that lantern to try and catch on towards him. Heavens is going to get down the bottom. He has to flash away. He just gets melted by MBS. And Luna doing work now. He's catching back in there. This may be the chance, the Gaming Gear, to get that inhibitor.
And who was catching whom in that fight? Because they just got that turn completely around. Mazarin is out of control right now on Oriana. That was a huge turning point in that fight. And they absolutely have enough to break that inhibitor wall and get this one down.
So they do manage to get the first turret down. Can they get the inhibitor to follow? Will Immunity go back in now? I feel they're going to hang around a little bit here. Rosie now in. He's going to maybe try and get the grasping room. Someone they want to defend this one. Big left to lock up MBS and Luna, but the rest of the team now coming in. Can they get some exit kills? Rosie's going to get another grasping route down. Alicia's looking to slide in, but Gaming Gear will back away successfully.
And now Gaming Gear seems to kind of be back in control. This is kind of similar thing to happen last game, but let's check out this fight actually. It seemed like a good idea, but Deadly Brother killed Rosie in about half a second, and then so many shields came on top of him that he still got enough damage out, and they all grouped up around the Oriana ultimate to really just take him down and destroy that fight.
Meanwhile, they're taking the Baron. You can see Alicia's going to get caught out here. Has to slide away.
But they don't want to steal on this one.
Be careful on this one. Alicia is still around. Flash was just burnt out there. We see Luna back on towards him. Alicia continues to get that pain. This time, and they have locked it up. Gaming Gear with the Baron.
That was a very interesting way of stopping it because double smites are up. All the while, though, Immunity trying to get an inhibitor back. Everyone on Gaming Gear recalling freely.
They're going to get this inhibitor down, so that's actually 1-for-1 trade. Inhibitor for Barons are always a risky trade. Gaming Gear going to try and chase onto this one. Great little glitter lance there from Heavens. This game is not over yet.
Immunity's pretty crafty. That's the one thing we have, because they have not had any type of real edge this whole game. Look at the scorelines. They got a 1-8 AD Lulu, a Tryndamere who was denied level 3 in about 9 minutes, and then Ray Deer, who was trying desperately to stay up on Caitlyn, but is up against a 10-kill Twitch. Yet, they've taken 6 turrets and an inhibitor, because they're just savvy with the way they're moving around the map. This is the most dangerous point of the game for them, though, because the inhibitor they took is the lane that Gaming Gear is pushing, so there's no minions that are going to be helping them out. There's no split push started for them. Tryndamere is thinking about going mid, but this could be a straight-up dive for Gaming Gear.
Yeah, they could get in. He's backing off right now. That's a good grasping route from Rosie. He's going to buy them time, but Dead Sense is falling in by Inspiro. They've all launched themselves in here. Radiant was the target. Rosie's still actually very healthy around there. Inspiro's going to get taken down as a support for support. Radiant picks up the kill. Now Mazarin has to be the target, but he pulls out the shockwave in there. Rosie's still trying to get over this one. Deadly's brother has been taken out by Swiper. He's going to spin his flash back in there. Luna now focused. He's going to get locked up. This is turning into a great fight for Immunity. They go 3-for-1.
Are you kidding me? Like, this is a ridiculous team. How are you going to count this team out? Yes, they've lost 2 in a row to Gaming Gear, but they are not making it easy on them. That was a dive gone wrong for them. Everyone on Gaming Gear got trapped in and outside of the base. Zyra and the turret cut them off, and we said they have to dive without minions due to the crazy wave clear of Immunity. Tryndamere got in the back of that fight, crushed down Deadly Brother, and that is just a huge boon for Immunity's confidence because they got rid of Gaming Gear's Baron and repelled the push.
And there's going to be another inner turret. You can see Swiper and Radiant, they're just going to chop down these turrets in no time at all. And wow, objective after objective being picked up by Immunity. It's 7-7 in turrets. They are actually equal, and they both only have an inhibitor down. That was a Baron of Gaming Gear attacking on the turret that went everything seemed to get in the right place, but they just weren't close enough. And wow, Immunity, they're sticking around.
This game is something else right now. International wildcard tournament, bringing in some different strategies. Australia clearly does not want to be counted out right now because they have every reason, or had every reason, to just give up in this game. They were down so much, they've lost so many objectives, but they keep pulling off these very, very clutch plays that are barely keeping them alive.
And looking at that last fight, it was all about Swiper. He'd gone in the back line of Deadly Brother. There's no defense for him because they've not needed to defend Deadly Brother. But Swiper just melted him. He's actually got such a strong Tryndamere build now that he is going to cause some serious, serious damage on even MBS.
Yeah, 253 farm, getting a couple big items. He's going for an Infinity Edge next. If he gets to that, Deadly Brother's going to be in some real danger. Yeah, I don't think Heaven's minds. He's already died 9 times in this game, even if they're chasing him down.
Well, he's going to keep trying push and actually tries to speed himself up. Does he realize he's pulled? Okay, more importantly, he has pulled them all in. There's a hell of a lot of wards on there for Gaming Gear, by the way, on the map. I was just looking at that. While Redford's going out for Heavens, he realizes he's got all the Gaming Gear here. And now Immunity, they're trying to push up the mid lane, but Gaming Gear are close enough to cook Slayer.
See, Heaven's died too close to the rest of the team. If they're going to be trying to pull off a Heaven split push strategy, they need to have Tryndamere in the opposite lane, not the adjacent lane. And this actually gives Gaming Gear a really good chance to just push up and try to catch someone. Wow, what a shot!
It's a death sentence there. Radiant is going to go down. That may be what Gaming Gear needed to try and turn this fight around. The inhibitor is about to respawn in that mid lane, but more importantly, they're picking it all on that bottom lane.
Yeah, and with 2 people down this time, I think this is a much safer dive. It doesn't matter for them that they don't have Baron. They're just going to go for this one.
Yeah, Gaming Gear going to run in. They're going to tank this one straight out. No doubt about it. Swiper's actually going to get caught up here. And Inspiro follow through on this one. The shockwave comes out. They do this to lock up Swiper. They're forcing him away. He's going to have to try and use that down range if he keeps the damage down. But it's the turret that they get. And that's going to be the second inhibitor of the game for Gaming Gear. The middle one has just respawned and they're just going to rotate around and pick that up for free.
Yeah, it seemed like one split push too many for Immunity. But again, last-ditch effort. They have to hold here.
Immunity go in. Struggle Force lands perfectly. Luna's going to get taken down. Deadly Brother on the back of spray and play all across Immunity, and he is doing work. Heavensin tries to come in. They're trying to lock him up, but they can't get on Deadly Brother. And spray and play just melts down Immunity.
Deadly Brother just opened up and blew everyone away on Immunity right there. They didn't get the inhibitor though, and they're going to have to back off.
Oh, the ace in the hole lands. Rosie might be able to get a grasp of it. He does find out towards MBS, and that may well be the death of him. Elysium, Elysia sliding in, but not getting the lockout, forcing the flash from MBS. Gaming Gear having to back off, but that was only one inhibitor they got. They didn't get that middle one.
Saving the second one is ridiculously key for Immunity as far as trying to split push around here. But as we saw, once Heavens died there, the death timers are becoming a little long to pull off these extended split pushes, because even if he dies on the other end of the map, he's most likely dead long enough to not be able to defend his base. It's becoming very tricky for Immunity to push down, because even though his build is kind of progressing in this really weird way, by the Blader Rune King, Spirit Lizard Elder, it makes sense. Now he's going for a Iceborne Gauntlet. He's most likely just trying to be as annoying as possible at this point, because clearly he's been making Gaming Gear a little bit annoyed with the 11 times they ran around and killed them. He's just trying to become as annoying because he's clearly not an asset in team.
Yeah, and this is actually the first time the Gaming Gear has basically opened his head. Let's get all 3 lanes pushed up so we don't get caught out by that backdoor theory that seems to be working for Immunity. This time they've had to deal with every single lane. Heavens is already backing as well, so he's not going to get caught out. Maybe this time around. Finally, the team may have said, Heavens, I know you love AD Lulu, but you're 2-11-5. It's not working.
And this time as well, Gaming Gear doesn't have to worry about diving past the turret because they have the exposed inhibitors up already. This could be the dive that works for them, and they're going to want to go. I wonder if Immunity is going to try to jump the gun and hit you before they're ready.
Well, see them trying to catch out. Radiant gets haunted. Is it going to be enough? They go flying in towards him. He's going to get defended out. Cataclysm comes out. He hasn't died just yet. Then Swiper gets around on towards Deadly Brother. He's trying to working it. Has to stealth himself up and die in rage. Has he got enough time? Has he got enough damage? No, the barrier comes out, and he does go down. But Radiant took down a Lulu in the same time.
But everyone for Gaming Gear peeled back to get Radiant, which actually meant the tank from Gaming Gear was down as well. I think they have enough strength left, though, that they're confident still pushing this one up. However, look at how healthy everyone on Immunity is. They're scaring them off the base yet again, D-Man.
But the super minions in the bottom lane that are pushing in, Gaming Gear are going to back off. Baron has just spawned, so they need to get the wards down there to try and cover it off, because they could get caught out by Immunity trying to sneak something out, but instead it's Gaming Gear trying to sneak the Baron.
Yeah, this is a very good thing for them to be doing right now. It's essentially uncontestable because Immunity doesn't want to just go into the open and fight Gaming Gear yet again. Mazarin's Shockwave was also up, and you commented on it before, but that is still a lot of wards on the map.
But that was a risky Baron, because Alicia could have gone in and followed through. They didn't have the jungler, so they had no smite.
He could have, but they had a lot of wards in the jungle, even so, and the last time they actually did the Baron, they didn't even make it a smite war. They actually fought Alicia outside the Baron pit with their own jungler. They could have just done that with NBS or Mazarin and just sniped him out if he came through, because they knew they'd be strong enough to fight. That was a Baron if they don't come, a fight if they do. It was never about a Baron steal for them.
Nevertheless, it is a stalwart defense from Immunity. They were so far behind, so early on. They are still in this game. 40 minutes gone. The resistance of Immunity seems to be very, very strong. You can see 29-13. They have been massacred in kills. They've been caught out everywhere they go, but they have kept it close. 8-7 turrets. They got themselves the inhibitor. Of course, Gaming Gear's inhibitor on that bottom lane has respawned, which is why the Super Minions now becoming a real issue for Immunity.
And look at what Deadly Brother's done. He's essentially tried to make himself a Tryndamere Magnet with a Thornmail and then a Giant's Belt, saying, I'm doing enough damage, I know my team is so far ahead, and there's no way Immunity has a team fight phase that we're worried about. He just has to make sure he's not dying straight up to Tryndamere, and he's went with 2 full defensive items here as Gaming Gear tries to push on now with this Baron buff.
Gaming Gear coming in that top lane. Remember, of course, the inhibitor in the bottom is down. The middle one isn't actually down. It's exposed, but they haven't gone towards it. Instead, they want to try and put pressure on. They need to catch out Swiper, who does get hooked in there. That's the box used by Inspiro. They're going to go aggressive here, but he doesn't have one ultimate. Shockwave actually down for here. Doesn't take him down. Uses that barrier. The Play doing well from the back, but they are blocking up. And Luna's going to go down. Now MBS is the next target. Immunity are doing pretty well in this fight at the moment. They're going to get the lock on towards the Ace, and the hole comes out. They successfully defend it, and now all their inhibitors are back up.
1 for 0. Incredible investment onto Raydeer to try to start that fight, but he survived. The Baron is regenning them, though, and they're sticking around despite the 4v5, chipping away at that turret.
They are going to get the turret down, but now Immunity is going to go aggressive. Inspiro is going to burn down there. MBS is going to get caught out. He gets locked down. That's going to be the passive burn. Will they waste time on towards him? Yes, they will. Manage to finish off that kill. They have to get across the super minions on the inhibitor in the bottom lane.
Let me tell you, Gaming Gear has to earn this one. These last 2 games have been a fight from start to finish. Based off the start of this game, there's no way you're thinking this goes 42 minutes, and there's no way you think Immunity makes this many last-ditch holds. For about the last 15 minutes, every push that Gaming Gear takes into Immunity's base could end the series. But every time here, Immunity's coming up with just enough to hold them back, but not turn around the game, and just going and going.
And that was against a Baron up team again. Gaming Gear with their Baron. They don't still quite have enough to get in there, but now there's no turrets in their way. Gaming Gear have exposed every single lane, and Immunity realize that they're going to have to get creative on that next defense, which is why you're seeing Raydeer trying to put out all those traps and keep the minions at bay, so force them to have to really work their way in. There's a lot of damage on Immunity, though, to just put some harass down. If Mazarin or Deadly Brother just get caught just that once, they will be popped, but the fact that the Guardian Angel's now on Mazarin is going to become a problem.
I don't think Deadly Brother's going to get popped anytime soon with that 253 armor. Like a tank twitch right now. You know, he tricks you when you got him on top of him, because you're actually just going into a tank at this point. It's a bit of a weird build on him, and he's actually getting outpaced in damage by Raydeer, but it's only because it's all physical damage coming from Immunity. He has no reason to build magic resist, and everyone's just trying to tank up as much as possible for these next few pushes. I feel like Gaming Gear is going to eventually break this super extended siege, but at the same time, Raydeer has built a lot of damaging items now, and he's at that point on Caitlyn where he can actually take on a lot of people, as long as Mazarin doesn't catch him out in front.
Gear pushing in the bottom lane. There's minions also coming up that mid lane, but the wave clear is still strong from Immunity. They don't really care about it though, because it's just an exposed inhibitor. They have to simply find the right pick. Luna continuing to try and take out, use that defensive ball and take down those Kingdom traps, but he gets chipped down. He just lost 1,000 hit points. That's all it was. I mean, it looks small, but that was 1,000 hit points gone down in just that one couple of seconds.
And you can see how much damage Ray Deer is actually doing, as well as just the sneaky amount of poke that comes out from him. It's double Blade Lulu and Kings will chip away at the tanks when they're going down there. Here's another window, though, for Gaming Gear to go in, because Jarvan's not near.
They spot Alicia away from this one. Immunity, ironically, they're the ones that push forward. As soon as their jungler's away, they pushed in on towards Gaming Gear. They spotted a Luna is not there either. So both junglers away from this one, a straight up 4v4 brawl.
It's got to happen soon. If they get a death sentence onto Ray Deer, that's what started the last few fights. Ray Deer is playing so far up because they need him to repel these punches, but actually it's Immunity who decides to go.
Stranglethorn's what you use. Swiper gets on. It's Inspiro that's the target. There's going to be the number. It's going to be a number. Ray Deer gets focused on the back there. MBS tries to use their bounce, but that's going to be a kill. Swiper goes down. They got Deadly Brother though. That's the turnaround they may need, but look at this. Immunity are falling. Gaming Gear trying to get on towards them, and MBS launches himself on towards Heavens. Remember, he is an AD Lulu. He has got a lot of damage, but that's going to be the bottom inhibitor down. And Gaming Gear, they have 3 members to 2 right now, and they should be able to clean this one up. Look at Rosie.
But they want multiple inhibitors. They've never been able to get them in the past. Nice shot there by NBS, and I don't know if Heavens can hold them off. He's trying to run out with home guards.
Heavens comes out there, and you can see MBS and Mazarine both very low. The Dissonance catches up towards Heavens. They lock him up there. Luna trying to catch on towards him. The 3 times strike. Alicia do what he can. He needs to get back on towards him. He gets melted. Dissonance is enough damage from Mazarine now. And now Alicia, the last man standing for Immunity. The Nexus turrets are exposed. They need to get on towards him. Luna has enough to tank it up here, but they're gonna have to back away. But look at the spawn timers.
Alicia on full tank Jarvan trying to hold out just a few seconds so Ray Deer can come back up, doing everything he can as Gaming Gear is just crushing down those Nexus turrets.
There's a lot of damage on Mazarine. He's got to be careful he doesn't lose that Guardian Angels. And Luna also taking blow. So Alicia doing the job, goes across, gets on towards the Luna, forces him back. So Immunity hold on, but their base is completely under siege by minions.
I feel like that was the last one before the final one. Just this time, they've lost too much. Every single chip that Gaming Gear throws in, they get something. It's either one turret, one inhibitor. This time they seem to get a lot. They still didn't get the Nexus turrets down, but because there's 2 inhibitors, I feel like, and with the Baron coming up, I feel like they can go around, get the Baron, get the 3rd inhibitor, and then kind of slowly move in onto Immunity. It's been quite a hold, and I have to give them so much credit for staying in the game this long. But it does seem like this has got to be the end for them soon.
The Australians soon. The Australians don't seem to know the meaning of giving up, and they're certainly not going to be surrendering anytime soon, because Gaming Gear have certainly taken their time to gain this one. They know that the Baron is the next objective, and I honestly don't think they're going to be able to fight for it. No, they're going to let Gaming Gear have it, or more importantly, they can't do anything about it.
It's been so long since Immunity's been allowed to leave their base. I'd have to say since well before the last Baron was actually taken by Gaming Gear was the last time Immunity's even been attacked like their own blue buff, where they have that one ward. That's like, the ward that Immunity has in the blue buff is the point that they have not moved past for the last 10 or 15 minutes of this game. They're going to try to hold this one off. They have a lot of damage on Swiper's Tryndamere. It's a max item Caitlyn. Even Heavens' 4 and 12 AD Lulu seems a little bit scary, but then if you just move your eyes to Gaming Gear, it's just a whole nother level of pain right now as they're going to push in with this Baron buff.
And Luna, the frontline tank, and that Guardian Angel's now on Deadly Brother means Swiper can't sneak on through and try and get on towards him, but the fact that he is a tank, effectively, and with yet more armor, I suspect, stacked in there with that Guardian Angels. Yes, bouncing up and down in his balloon form. He is going to slowly push in. It's all about that elastic slingshot, which is not even remotely charging up yet.
Not even needing to do it right now. I think it was waiting for super minions to arrive at the Nexus, and they're going to look to chip down this 3rd inhibitor. It's all a waiting game for these guys. Once again, 49 minutes. No rush.
Radier stepped away. He's on those super minions as well as Heavens. Now they're going to go in, and that's Alicia engaging while his AD carries are not there. They're getting on towards Mazarine at the back. They're trying to put the damage down. Swiper though, the exhaust doing the work. He's going to have to use that Undying Rage. Sonya's Hourglass going to time it out. He gets on towards Inspiro, but it's not enough to take down Heavens. Now you can see the rest of Immunity. They're in all sorts of trouble. They're taking so low. Deadly Brother coming in. That AD carry Mazarine in there. It's a 2-for-1 so far. That's going to be Radier's Guardian Angel pop. Deadly Brother ready and waiting to pounce the moment he spawns back on there. He is going to get caught out. He's going to get in there. It's not quite enough though. Heavens turns it on there. Mazarine still with his Guardian Angels. Alicia, they have to try and do something about Deadly Brother because the Nexus turrets will fall with him on them. There's going to be the second one down. They get back onto Deadly Brother. Guardian Angels have been popped. Immunity are going to hold out just for a couple more seconds. But they have nothing left in the base. That's double super minions coming in the knocked off back door. Immunity, they're holding strong just about.
E-Man, this game is surely going to end on the next push. Right? What does Immunity have left? Nothing. Everything is gone for them. Only their Nexus is there. 50 gold worth of buildings left that Gaming Gear hasn't been able to take down so far. Slow and steady is going to win the race for these guys. I'm willing to call that one, but Immunity has put up a world-class fight in this game. That last fight was so close, and a lot of it happened in the last game too. Like this 10,000 gold lead has held steady for an absurdly long amount of time, but the fact that Immunity hasn't been able to turn any fight completely around, only partway around, has meant that Gaming Gear just gets to keep accumulating their advantages. It is a little curious that, you know, Deadly Brother has been essentially max items for quite some time, as has Mazarine. It is giving a little bit of comeback potential for Immunity, and as you can see, Radier is actually just going 5 full offensive items, trying to do whatever he can to hold this off, and if their inhibitors respawn and they actually hold off the double super minions, maybe there's a chance they can hold this one off because they went with more aggressive offensive builds versus a bunch of tanks, and eventually that outscales. I don't think it's going to happen though.
Well, who knows? Who knows? You say those two inhibitors now up. Gaming Gear have themselves another job to do. This time they don't have that Baron available, which they did have again for the 3rd time, and they made that attack. It backfired again. Immunity hold in strong, and you know, we haven't really talked about the fact that Rosie has become this effectively mage.
Yeah, Rosie is just stacked a whole bunch of items. That's another threat they have. You're right, I realized how much ability power he's actually sitting at right now, as the fight is going to surely break out almost any second.
They're trying to push on towards MBS. They have managed to lock him up, but he's so strong in defense there. Alicia diving in. He's on Deadly Brother in his Spyro. Swipe comes in. He tries to get towards Deadly Brother. He's not really helping though. Out to use that Undying Rage. He hasn't got the damage of Deadly Brother. They're going to try and catch him down. Meanwhile, down the side, Aluna does get taken down. So that's the tank versus the top laner being taken down.
Yeah, but Immunity keeps their people healthy at this point, and there's still a Shockwave by Mazarine. That could be the turner. It doesn't hit the 80 carry.
Shockwave only goes on towards Heavens, but it's going to be Radier that gets focused. Radier's going to get dropped. He gets locked in there. Deadly Brother in the back. Rosie takes him down. The support laner, who now becomes the mid lane aggressive champion, does manage to get the kill, but Inspiro comes in. They surely haven't held on now. Alicia, the last man standing against Gaming Gear. Super minions are everywhere. Gaming Gear are going to be into the International Wildcard Final. Immunity have put up such a great defense, but honestly, it is Gaming Gear that have looked in control throughout the game. It took them a hell of a long time to do it, but they are the champions. Or, well, maybe. They've got to go second goal. That's it just yet.
That was the most impressive hold I've seen that a team hasn't come back from. The amount of time Immunity spent an inch away from losing that game was very impressive in their unfortunate defeat. That's a tough one to lose, knowing they held on for so damn long, but could just never turn it around. Gaming Gear, they earned that one.
It's a tough time for the Australian fans out there. They got destroyed by the Aussies, by the English, in the Ashes. They got destroyed by the Lions when they toured Australia, and right now they've just been destroyed by the Lithuanians here in the semi-finals. But they put up a great defense. Radier, who we were focusing on, really shouldn't have been the focus. We should have been looking at Rosie.
I mean, Rosie in that game was really starting to get a whole bunch of items. That duo lane was essentially the biggest threat those guys had this entire time. There was distractions with Lulu and Tryndamere in that game, but that wasn't the big part of the fight. I think that's still a good sign for Immunity for their future, right? It's not going to be this year. They're eliminated from the International Wildcard Tournament, but there's a lot of potential sitting on that team. They clearly know how to stick around in games. They know how to extend things, and it actually takes a lot of just overall game understanding and skill to find the small opportunities to almost turn it around again and again. Most teams would just give up at one point and just let their Nexus get taken down. That was not what Immunity did, even though it didn't work out for them.
Well, if you think way back to the opening interviews we saw, the fact that they said that, you know, in the Australian community, no matter how far they fall behind, they know that they can come back. And it seems that they took that into this tournament. It seems to have worked well for them. They held on so strongly, but unfortunately, it was just too little too late.
It kind of seems like a strange thing, though, if they have been falling behind so readily in the Oceanic community.
That's clearly the problem.
You should stop falling behind so much. That's really the key for this team. They need to find ways to get leads at some point. Not this year.
Not this year, unfortunately. There's a hell of a lot to analyze there, though, for Joe and Jason. That's going to be, I mean, which point, which Baron push, which aggression, which backdoor moment.
15 of them. I mean, how many times did Heavens run around on Lulu? Both.
Well, Heavens versus MBS, that 1v1 they had.
Both their solo laners were double-digit deaths because they were the ones who were trying to create time.
Well, time is exactly what they created. So 2-0 for Gaming Gear, a great victory for them, and it does mean that they are going to go into the finals. Of course, Dark Passage versus Pain Gaming. That will be the next best of 3. So we are not done for the day yet, because we've got to find out who will be joining them in the finals, which of course will be happening tomorrow morning.
Yeah, those finals are going to be really what matters in this situation. I cannot wait to see that happen.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go over to Joe and Jason. You can see them on your screens. Let's see what they have to say about that crazy match.
Thanks a lot, guys, and well, there's a lot to say. There's a lot to break down in this one, Jason. I hope you're prepared for this. I hope you've made a lot of notes, because I certainly can't remember most of the things that happened in that game. And one thing I did learn, though, whenever Jack says, I feel like it's going to end here, chances are it's not.
I feel like you're right. So anyways, yeah, the level 1 fight we have to talk about, which pretty much set up the entire game. The thing is, we saw a ward.
No, it wasn't a level 1 fight, Jason. You're mistaken this one. This was a phase check at level 1 from a Tryndamere that gave away first blood
kind of
and
a fight.
got the game going for them.
Okay, yeah, we'll go with that explanation. But what happened was, we did see Immunity put a ward down on the top side of middle in that bush. And the thing was, Gaming Gear actually went towards the banana bush, but instead of going across into the race, they actually went up and around. And from that, they weren't spotted, and that's what caused that level 1 face check, I guess is the word we're looking for. And they were able to get that first split. And then, right off the back of that, All-In-Air just camped him as much as possible. And from that, he was, well, let me just give you a number. At 7 minutes and 40 seconds, he was level 3, Zach was level 7. That kind of shows how much he was camped, how much he was really shut down.
And that's what you've got to do to a Tryndamere, right? I mean, we all know how powerful a Tryndamere who gets a lot of farm and a lot of kills is the later that the game goes on. And if you limit him, or slow him down as much as you can to stop him getting to that point quickly, and that's how you're going to stop that. And that's where we saw Gaming Gear really making their advantages. Heavens honestly went for the blue Lulu build, which I've just now made up, and honestly he got caught a few times. I have no idea what was going on with the whole recall thing, where he stopped recalling next to the tower and then he went one step back behind the tower, and they pushed the minion wave out, and he just got the ball.
I think it was frustration. I really do, because at that point, I think it was like 5-1 or even more than that, and they were just, you could see on the cameras, I was watching the entire time, Swiper, he was just like, another gank, I'm dead again. I mean, they were all really frustrated, but for some reason, they didn't give up. And you have to respect that. They kept holding on as long as possible, and as we saw, Swiper kept farming, Caitlyn kept farming, they all just kept farming as much as possible, and even Zyra at the end of the game, Rosie, he had a Zona's Hourglass, a Void Staff, a Marilla Nomicon, 299 AP. Not as much as you would have in a mid laner, obviously, but it definitely came out in fights because he finished off 6, 6, and 12. And throughout that game, Swiper just kept pushing the lane, kept getting turrets every once in a while the rest of the team held on, which with the Zyra is very easy to do. With the Lulu, the ultimate can save you really well, and they were able to hold on to their own turrets. And then we even saw Heavens going for it himself. And they kind of just switched off back and forth. And that amazing 1v1 we saw bot lane with him, where he's able to kite Zach around just long enough to survive and pick up that kill. And then didn't get the inhibitor, but at least that was the threat they had available if they wanted to go for it.
So let's take a look back then at one of the team fights that was actually turned around really nicely here by Immunity. This is, of course, one where we thought, are they going to actually come back from this?
Yeah, and amazingly enough, they defended against multiple Baron pushes, and they were able to come out ahead in kills and able to save structures. But I'm going to start the stream clip and show you exactly what kind of happens here. You see them dive into the back line, and I want to point something out. We're going to pause right here. Look where Deadly Brother is, look where Heavens is, and watch Heavens, because this fight could have went completely different as this fight's going to go ahead and continue. We see Heavens, he's actually going to slow him under turret, and from that, he's like, well, crap, I need to get out of here. I can't afford to stay in this fight. So he ends up getting zoned out completely. The exhaust that Inspiro had wasn't even up. And that means Swiper was able to continue attacking. They pick up a 3-for-1 there, and you saw every single team fight that broke out. If Exhaust didn't hit on Swiper, they would win the fight. But constantly, he would always put that down on him. It shut him down so well, and that whole dive team of him and Jarvan, it worked out very well, but they just couldn't hold on. Just like once the inhibitor started slipping, once they lost 2, they just could not hold on long enough. They could not come back, but it was still very well done the entire time.
Well, let's not forget we saw Heavens down on the bottom inhibitor of Gaming Gear for a while there, really trying to hammer that one away and take that one down first. But I really want to give the Australians credit here, because they held on so long in a game where you saw that by the amount that Heavens was caught out. This was not a game where he was concentrated.
0-5 when he was just dancing around the entire map.
He wasn't, you could see that he got caught out 3 or 4 times in that one, where you could obviously see that they'd pretty much given up at that point, but they seemed to get some kind of spark back in them when they had held on for so long that I think Caitlyn ended up with 422 CS by the end of it. Tryndamere was up at about 350. Like, these two had taken all the farm. And once you have that Caitlyn and Tryndamere, that's why they held on so long, because Caitlyn and Tryndamere were able to get those items in there and were able to actually do something when it came to a fight.
Yeah, and Jad said it perfectly. They were building more aggressive item builds. They were going for the damage. They weren't going for the tankiness. You know, Caitlyn, he finished off with Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, double Phantom Dancer, and a Last Whisper. Like, he wanted that 100% crit, he wanted that attack speed, because he knew he wasn't most likely going to be the first one focused down as long as he could stay away from that shockwave. And it was very well done. I mean, you saw them actually pick him off one by one a couple of times, but they didn't have the damage. Like Mazarine, whenever he got that good ultimate off, that good shockwave, it pretty much turned those fights around.
Yeah, really brilliant performance there from Gaming Gear. And actually, I'm not sure if I personally felt that they would go this far. I thought that Immunity might have the better of them here today. I think yesterday when we casted quite a lot of their games actually here on the community stage, that we thought, are they really able to put in those top performances against the best? I mean, they beat Immunity last night, of course, to really set things going there, but now they're going to move through into the final, where they'll obviously play either Dark Passage or Pain Gaming from Brazil against Turkey. Both of those opponents for me are very dangerous, but obviously Pain in particular are the real scary team right now.
Yeah, and so we had Pain go 3-1. We had Dark Passage go 1-3, and since we've seen them back at DreamHack, like, we know they're a good team. They took Copenhagen Wolves to a 3-game series. They just didn't really show it yesterday, and I'm curious, did they fix those problems? Are they going to be able to bring it out today? Because if they do, Pain might have some problems.
All right then, guys, we've got to take a quick break and clean up after all that craziness on stage, but when we return, Shox will be joined by Gaming Gear's NBS to talk about that 2-0 clean sweep in that series. Then we'll break down the wildcard picture and set up the second semi-final wildcard match between Pain Gaming and Dark Passage. So don't go anywhere, we'll be right back in 3.5.
back to Gamescom 2013. What a game. I'm very happy to be joined by Gaming Gear's top laner, NBS. You know, let's just start from the top of that game 2. Weird picks coming out. An 80 Lulu, something Heaven is kind of known for, and a Tryndamere top lane. What were your initial thoughts when you saw those coming out?
We initially thought that they picked Tryndamere because I played Tryndamere yesterday against them. Maybe he just wanted to show me how to play it, I don't know, but it didn't work out. And about the 80 Lulu, we knew that they played it in the mid lane in the Australian finals, so it wasn't that unexpected. We didn't really do anything to prepare for it. We just thought that we should win like playing standard against it.
And you build up an early advantage again, that level 1 getting a kill. But then as the game went on, that split pushing potential was just so annoying and you just weren't able to finish for a long time.
Yeah, it was quite annoying. They had like 2 good split pushers and we couldn't finish the game as soon as we wanted. We tried to push it, but we made some mistakes and it made it like 50-minute game when it should have been like 25.
So tell me about that close encounter with Lulu at the bottom inhibitor, where she just took you on.
Yeah, I was quite fed, like 4-0 at the point, and my team was like, go back, can you defend it? I was like, sure, easily. And then I jump on her, and the fight went long because the shields, the life steal, and Zac is doing like, not a burst damage, but like in the long time. And I don't know, I just didn't expect him to do so much damage, and when my ignite ended and he kept life stealing, and I died.
Yes, you did, but all good in the end. 2-0 here for you guys. We saw, though, that the same problem you had yesterday, kind of being able to finish the games and controlling that late game was, again, a factor. So what would you do to maybe work on that?
I know, we need just to rewatch the games, see what chances we don't take, where do we like lack the pushing power. Like we should let one lane push and go to the other, but I know we just keep struggling at it. We must prepare for it so we don't do the same mistakes at the finals.
So the finals tomorrow, Pain Gaming or Dark Passage. Who do you think will take this here after Dark Passage didn't do that well yesterday? But you said, I think they've got something in them.
Yeah, everyone thinks that because Dark Passage went 1-3 in the round robin, that they have no chance against Pain. But we think the both teams are pretty equal, and we actually think that Dark Passage will win.
Do you think you have enough momentum after this epic game to tomorrow sweep it? How big are your chances?
I don't know, it's like 50-50. All the teams, like we, Dark Passage, Pain, we think we are like pretty even. And the better one will win, I guess, or the more lucky one when they both are even. I don't know.
Well, let's hope it's going to be incredibly close games. Thank you very much. Now, as for us, it's time to send it back over to Jad and D-Man at the desk.
All right, guys, it is time for you to help us make the LCS even better. Head over to bit.ly/LCS Gamescom and give us your opinion on topics like what part of the Season 3 World Championships are you guys most excited for?
And we're just 1 day away from the start of the European LCS Summer Playoffs. They kick off Friday with 2 quarterfinal best-of-3 series. Up first, it's going to be Evil Geniuses versus Team Alternate, followed by Gambit taking on Ninjas in Pajamas. The winners' teams move on to Saturday's semi-final round, where they'll face the Lemon Dogs and Fnatic, while the losers fall into the 6th place match, with the loser in that one being dropped in the Spring Promotion Tournament.
But before we get to Friday's European LCS playoffs, we still have one more wildcard semi-final match to go. Coming up after the break, it's going to be Pain Gaming taking on Dark Passage, thrown down in a best-of-3 series for a spot in the finals. A chance to keep the dreams of conquering the world alive. Don't go in there, guys. We'll be back in a flash crescendo.
Germany in Gamescom 2013. Ladies and gentlemen, are you excited? Oh, it doesn't sound like they're excited at all. Let's try that again. Ladies and gentlemen, are you excited? That's a little better, that's a little better. I think they're a bit lazy this afternoon. My name's Trevor Quickshot Henry. And camping this broadcast lane with me is Sam, Kobe, Harman, Kensler. Dude, how are you enjoying the event?
I'm loving Germany and Gamescom. There are so many people packed in here that it took me about 20 minutes to get from the door over to the desk.
It's insane. I'm sure you guys have been seeing the crowd shots all day long. All right, now it is time for our second wildcard semifinal series of the day. Dark Passage versus Pain Gaming. Yesterday, the Brazilian champs proved why they're the wildcard favorites as they brought the Pain in team fight after team fight.
So Pain actually started slowly in their first match of the tournament against Gaming Gear. Pain weren't able to push towers or close out, even though they were ahead in gold, but they got better and better as the day went on, and they dominated Immunity and Dark Passage in their next two games.
Yeah, and to say that Pain dominated, Dark Passage in the match yesterday would be a little bit of an understatement. They had a combined team KDA of 13.8, with kills and stats 38 and 80.
And Pain's AD carry, BRTT, nearly doubled Dark Passage's kill total all by himself as Caitlyn. He was able to amass a godlike KDA of 20 and finish off the game with a pentakill.
Yeah, it was a very exciting pentakill. The first of Gamescom, hopefully not the last. If Dark Passage wants to turn it around today against Pain, they'll need to improve on their day one performance significantly, where they did go 1-3, and realistically, they could actually have gone 0-4.
Yeah, it's surprising because a lot of people were expecting more from Dark Passage after their impressive performance at DreamHack. But even in their win against Lion yesterday, they still had a lot to improve on. Hopefully, they were able to regroup last night, and this David does stand a chance against this very godlike Brazilian Goliath.
I like the analogy there, it works out. Coming into this match, Dark Passage knows that they are the underdogs, but Naru and crew are hoping that they can find a way to overcome Pain's tournament experience and take down the South American gaming giants.
We saw that they are very experienced. I think they play a lot coordinated than us.
Nós achamos que somos mais experientes que eles, então a gente vai focar em ganhar na lane phase e ganhar deles cedo, no começo do jogo.
We're gonna talk about our game, and we watched, I think, their two games. So we will talk about them, about bans and picks.
Pode ser que eles venham mais fortes, tentando analisar como foi o jogo, tentar fazer alguma coisa para counterar o nosso jogo. Mas se a gente não cometer erro, acho que vai ser de boa.
I think we need to group as soon as possible in the game and clear wards, get towers and finish game.
A coisa mais importante que a gente precisa fazer amanhã para ganhar é não errar. Se a gente jogar direito, eu tenho certeza que a gente consegue levar a vitória para casa.
That was a very good video, and I like hearing the players talk about the strategies and things coming into this. Research was a very heavy topic of yesterday, and after playing 4 games on LAN under the lights, you should be able to make some more informed decisions for today's playoffs.
I like Payne's response, though. If we don't make mistakes, we'll be fine.
Well, we'll have to see if they can keep it together. Now that we have heard from the players, it is time to look at those starting lineups. On the blue side, in the blue corner, it is, of course, going to be Dark Passage with Fabulous in the top lane, Ryosta in the jungle, Naru in mid with Letelion, and Holy Thoth as your AD carry and support.
And in the red corner, it's Payne Gaming. Espeon is the support, BRTT is the AD carry, Cammy's mid, Sir T's in the jungle, and Venon's up top.
And of course, with all of our highlighted matches, we do have a key matchup, and this could come down to the team's mid laners, which is why that melee in the middle is our featured match. In this semi-final series, Dark Passage's Naru versus Payne Gaming's Kami.
So Naru is a god in the Turkish scene. His nickname is the Father of Turkey, and he went 5-3-2 on Kassadin yesterday against Payne. Cammy, meanwhile, had a great day as well in the mid lane. In his game against Dark Passage, he went 5-16 as Ahri, so they both had positive scores.
Yeah, and when we think about Naru in particular, in the losses that Dark Passage took yesterday, he still had some very good performances. He had some very good plays, but when the rest of the team is sort of crumbling around you, it becomes a little difficult to completely impact the game.
They really did get demolished there by Payne, and just watching today, this weekend of Payne, it seems like Payne only has one mode, and that's dive, and dive deep. They pick Nocturnes, Twisted Fates, Malphites, Vi's, and they decide on one person that they want to kill, and they will kill you all game long.
The problem is that strategy has also cost them several times because, you know, Payne were the favorites coming into this tournament, and fair enough, they were the #1 seeding groups and they won a good portion of the games, but they were very, very hard-fought victories. They spent so much time diving that they would often lose a large number of members, and they couldn't convert that single kill or that single target into objectives, which is what really counts.
That's what really makes a difference between the games that are consistent, the teams that are consistent, and the teams that just get random wins.
Well, we are into picks and bans in the first game of this best-of-3 series between Brazil's Payne Gaming and, of course, Turkey's Dark Passage. The first two bans are actually going to be AD carries as Ezreal and Vayne taken out of the pool for both of these teams.
So a really heavy focus on the duo lanes here for both teams, actually, and then the Ahri taken out. So it won't be a repeat of the last matchup between these two teams, and they're going to take that away from Payne.
What we do see, though, is Malphite is still up and available, as is Elise. And I think both of those champions we've seen a little bit of. Zac would be the other one that comes to mind as well, that we've seen first picks throughout the course of the wildcard tournament.
Yeah, there's so many options. We still have Twisted Fate up and Nocturne as well, a really strong combination that Payne was also able to use.
Well, we'll have to see what Dark Passage decide to go for. I have an inkling they may trend towards that Zac. It's something that we have seen them play as well. And just in terms of all of the other wildcard teams, a large number of...
Everyone does this against Brazil.
It happens a lot. And Naru, he played Zed yesterday.
Yeah.
And he had some very good picks.
Yeah, so they ban out Ahri and then they take Zed. So it's one of the top assassins not available, and they decided to actually take away the other one. But Payne are the ones who chose to go red side for this matchup, so they actually wanted to be second pick, so they could have two picks. That's why they left so much up on the board here, and they're not gonna let Zac get through.
And it's also something that allows them to counter pick down at the last stage of the match as well. So they grab two of what they feel are the stronger champions in the pool and available. They lock in both that Zac and that Twitch. Not 100% certain where that Zac is going to go. But if I recall correctly, it was Venom Razor that played in the top lane. Really comboing that dive mentality that we talked about in the preamble. I think everybody from Dark Passage is going to hover over Mord for a second or two. It's just a joke.
Yeah, I think he usually plays tanks up in that top lane. The only reason in that last game against Lion that he played at full DPS by was because it's a bit more exciting and they didn't have much to lose in that one.
And it almost worked out a couple of times in terms of some of those ganks, but obviously not going to be the case right now. Lulu and Jarvan locked in. Now Lulu's a champion that fell out of favor within the LCS circles, but is still very highly regarded as a very powerful and effective support.
And she's really good against those dive teams. So if Payne's gonna keep on using the same strategy here, the single target that they go on is gonna have that wild growth. They'll have extra HP HP, and then there's also another shield that Lulu has to offer, so she's good at protecting a single target from those multi-man dives.
Just because we still have 2 picks left, they could be pulling in immunity and run that Lulu mid Zed top lane. Not expecting it, but hey, we've seen it once today already.
Didn't really work out for them. They were able to extend that game for quite a long time, but man, the early game and the laning phase for that Lulu were painful.
It was very painful indeed. Over for Pain Gaming, they have secured their mid laner as well as their support. So that's going to be an Orianna and a Sona. And a very sort of traditional composition here coming out of Pain. A lot of AoE, they've got CC, they've got damage, they've got follow-up, and it seems to be a pretty well-rounded composition so far.
Much more, team fight oriented here from Pain, whereas we additionally had a Kayle lock-in for Dark Passage, so not only can they protect their single target with Lulu's ultimate, but they also have the intervention, which will make whoever is deep immune, and that's probably going to be Zed. The one drawback of Zed, he's an amazing assassin. He can go all in very well and take out almost any target, but then he can be focused down very quickly. Now, Dark Passage have 2 options to keep that Zed alive, no matter how deep he goes.
Now, we did see a top lane Kayle yesterday, and I'm trying to rack my brain if it was Fab or not, but top lane Kayle yesterday, and it wrecked face. It absolutely destroyed people, and if given time to get towards that Nash's Tooth and Deathcap and Liandry's as we seen yesterday, that's a whole lot of damage that can come down, and it's sustained because it's multiple auto attacks.
Yeah, they're going with a multi-threat composition over there on Dark Passage, but we did finally have the lock-in for Pain. They are going with that double tank. It's going to be Zac in the jungle and Malphite up top, so they still will have the potential to dive straight onto that AD carry, get his attack speed slow down, and a nice chunk of burst damage.
So one of the things we can sort of highlight from yesterday, some of the dives were not always effective. Sometimes the AD carries got away, so they just went, right, let's not take Malphite and Nocturne this time. Let's take Malphite and Zac, and if the first bounce misses, we'll just keep bouncing until we eventually get whoever we're aiming at.
Right, so they've got Elastic Slingshot. If that one does hit, then it's going to be a very easy Unstoppable Force to land, and if it misses, then they'll have to wait for the flash to come out, and you can get him there.
Well, we'll have to see how well Dark Passage can handle this all-in pressure that's going to be coming down from the members of Pain, because not only do you have to deal with those knockups, you've got an Orianna in the background, so if you do get caught, you're going to get pulled together, and it's just, if Dark Passage group up, I think they're in trouble.
Yeah, so we saw the very effective Zac and Orianna combination used against Lion Gaming, and you had your line of Sia, because Zac, all he took for Zac to kill him was 1 slingshot into the Shockwave Dissonance, and Caitlyn was disappeared.
Dead AD carry. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the games. We are about to kick off the second semi-final of the International Wildcard Tournament between Dark Passage of Turkey taking on Pain Gaming of Brazil. The winner of this gets to face off against Lithuania tomorrow in the grand finals. That is going to be against Gaming Gear. You can see that we are loading into the game. Just a couple seconds left. No last-minute switches. We're going to see a teleport on Malphite again. So not only is the presence of that team fight power there, it's a global that I think Dark Passage is going to have to find a way to deal with during the laning phase.
Now, the thing that always bugs me about having that teleport Malphite come from the top lane is that if you don't get the mastery to reduce the time on teleport, it's 4 seconds, and even if you do, it's still 3.5 seconds before your main tank arrives at the battle. You usually want to have Malphite starting out the fight by ulting in onto the AD carry, so it really takes some adjustments to get used to playing a team fight where your tank is actually coming in 3 seconds later than all the action is starting.
Yeah, and we can always see some of those fights fizzling out sometimes. If, by the time the teleport lands, everyone from, Dark Passage may have scattered and just peeled away, and they're no longer in threat and getting knocked up. What we do see, though, from Dark Passage is multiple sustained damage threats down the line. So if they get ahead early, they may be in a good position if they get to that mid-game roaming phase.
And we'll have to see if they do force a fight at the first dragon too. As soon as Malphite's level 6, they can take advantage of that teleport. It's very easy to use the first teleport down at that dragon because of the extra armor that turrets have right now. Hard to answer a dragon for a top turret objective.
Well, we will be jumping into this match very, very shortly. And of course, this will be the last best of 3 for the day before we return tomorrow. Some awesome crowd shots, and Gamescom is ridiculously packed on the very first day. I believe there's still tickets available, so if you guys do want to grab them and head down. Make sure you do. So we are into game. On the blue side, Dark Passage for one last Simon. On the red side, Pain Gaming. No super exciting itemization out the gate. Everybody's sitting on the regular Dorans and pots. However, Naru with the Doran shield, maybe considering some lane swaps.
Very interesting start for Zed. Usually we'll see them go very offensive and start with the red elixir for that extra kick when they go all in. But with the Doran shield, he may be looking at a 2-versus-1 lane swap.
Well, we'll have to see how Dark Passage decides to play this one out. For the time being, it is Pain Gaming that have stacked themselves up. They definitely want to get some vision down. You can see that Sir T was hanging out on the right-hand side.
Now, Doran shield is also very strong at laning against Orianna. Wow, we do have the elastic slingshot engage.
So Sir T gets a bit of a knockup there. Hail of Arrows comes down. It's going to be enough of a slow to dissuade any further engagement. Pain Gaming managed to get a ward down on the red buff, and no summoner spells blown, which is the crucial thing about this early trade.
No summoner spells blown, and now Sir T has started with Elastic Slingshot. It's not the best level 1 for Zac in the jungle, so he's gonna need help, a lot of help on that first buff to get him to level 2 so he can get his W, which is what he really uses to clear out the jungle.
As it stands, he's moving towards his red buff area. Expion is chilling with him, really moving to try and help him out support. We do see that Venom is actually down at the blue buff area, and it actually looks to be Pain Gaming that have done a duo lane swap. And we've got some lane shenanigans going all over the place. It doesn't look like Kelsey bottom. So it actually is going to be top laners in the bottom lane and duo laners in the top lane, a straight up head-to-head.
Looks like Pain did want the 2-versus-2 situation here. And with both junglers starting at their blue, there won't be any of those late invades that are aided by the support and AD carry lanes here. And it seems like the junglers are going to be fine and left to their own devices.
Well, and you see how quickly Sir T can recover from starting off with that slightly less than optimal ability. This top in the top lane, Letelion takes a lot of damage from that early expunge of BRTC, and combo that with a power chord from Sona, and he's instantly down to, you know, a 3rd HP with no sustain outside of those potions and a little bit of lifesteal.
This is one of the reasons why Twitch is so heavily fought over in the North American scene. Cloud9 support elimination has said that actually if you take Twitch, you shouldn't lose any 2-versus-2 lane. And so that sort of explains why Pain wanted to get the swap up here and stay in this 2-versus-2 situation. You can see them already taking advantage of it, going very aggressive and shoving the minion wave into turrets, hoping that they can make Varus miss some last hits here.
Well, he's already a couple behind. That's 5 at this point in time. As you see, it's not over. The RTT's going to land those auto attacks. Expunge is available. Oh, the poison sticking barrier gets popped. And the shield comes down from Lulu to save Letelion, but barrier burned.
Barrier and heal burned there. So both panic summoners for Dark Passage, and they're still so low that he's gonna have to recall very soon or get dove.
So there's gonna be experience lost, there's gonna be gold lost. Summoner spells are gone as well, and we do see Riosta just trying to come up here to aid his duo laners out. And we do see Sir T in the mid lane, charges up the slingshot, does get the knockup onto Naru. Command attack as well as distances, slowing him down with the red buff slow. Naru continues to get dropped down to 250 HP, but gets away with his life.
He did get enough harass though, because Naru started with the Doran shield. That means he only had 1 health potion, and now he's going to be sitting at half health for a long time until he decides to recall. This will actually indirectly make him lose out on some CS because he can't play as far forward in the lane now.
Well, we'll have to see how far ahead Pain Gaming can make that CS lead.
Sneaky Jarvan move over into the bush.
Red buff is on, gets the slowdown on Expion. There's a little bit of a delayed response here from Letelion and Holy Spark. A good slow coming out of BRTC, followed by the flash, means they get away. But Summoner spell burned, and if Riosta can, you know, loop around, that's going to be a rat that they can catch in a trap.
And it was a little bit of mistiming there on that gank. Varus did miss out a lot of CS actually during the chase. Here's the flash in.
Oh, we do see in the top lane, Riosta continues to come back. We talked about this, the red buff slow is there. Now BRTT's dropped to 110 HP. A flash forward, the heal keeps him up. Now Letelion takes the tower hits. They're going to trade 1 for 1. It's Lulu that picks up first blood, with Expion managing to secure the counter kill thanks to the aid of the tower. And Expion's not over, as here comes Kami. It does look like Riosta should be able to get away. Flag and drag to safety.
They did get the first blood, but it was a traded kill without jungler support here. Meanwhile, Zach has gone bottom to help out that Malphite lane, and he's going to be able to hold down Kale.
And we'll have to see how well Kale can handle himself. 24 CS at this point in time. He does have an advantage over his direct opposite number, who is Venom. He's currently sitting on 17. For the time being, a little bit of jungle interruption. Fab gets the slowdown. It's a little bit of splash damage on Surti, but thanks to Cell Division, Surti should be able to heal that one back up and return to jungle relatively cleanly.
Even with that kill top, since it went to Lulu and not Varus, Dark Passage is still going to be in trouble in that top lane, and they will need repeat attention from Jarvan if they actually want to get the upper hand, because we have a huge minion wave lead here for BRTT, and the minion wave is also pushed to their turret. So Dark Passage are going to have to overextend, and it's going to put them in a compromising position. You can see they don't even want to go to lane.
Yeah, at this point in time, Inteleon is forced to farm the Wolf camp. He's only sitting on 12 CS before securing those 3, and his opponent BRTT's just breaching 40 creeps. And that all stems from that level 2 expunge damage that came down with no sustain in that lane. Inteleon and Holy Cross have just been pushed further and further backwards. Now this mid lane, we did see a little bit of attention, but Naru, he's holding pretty well considering how low he went earlier.
Yeah, and he's just been last hitting there with the abilities because of that early Zac gank and the fact that he did go with a Doran shield. Man, he's not going to go very aggressive early. We'll wait until he goes back for his first buy, probably, before we see his first death mark go off.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many items picked up just yet. Inteleon's got himself that second Doran's Blade, BRTT or the Vamp Scepter, double Doran's Rings in the back pocket of Fab, so got a little bit of HP and mana regen. And you see Naru now with a little bit of aid from Riosta. They may try to jump on him.
And speaking of Fab down there, yes, he is beating Malphite, but 10 CS, you should be punishing whoever takes teleport in any lane. And he is doing that, but we always have to remember that the Malphite counter gank is available in any of the other lanes that they do pressure. So Jarvan's going to have to pick and choose his gank path very carefully as he goes close to the steal there, but not quite.
Now we both held our breath as we thought he might jump in the top lane. BRTT forces Holy Thoth out with a couple of auto attacks and then expunge damage to drop both of them to about 50%. Expion's got a nearly full mana bar, and that's another summoner heal used already. Holy Thoth.
Yeah, you said they don't have any sustain.
Wow, that's burst heal. I wouldn't necessarily class that, but questionable timing. Maybe they feared a bit of an all-in from BRTT.
He's pretty much been using it on cooldown just because they do need as much health as they can get.
Well, we'll see if it works out for them, because for the time being, Inteleon is still 30 CS behind BRTT, and that's the real story of this lane. If the Twitch is currently sitting on only about 500 gold more, but that'll definitely start adding up, getting a little closer to his items.
Yeah, well, this is the reason why Pain are actually still almost even in gold here. If it wasn't for BRTT, they would be losing pretty heavily because, like we said, Malphite down bottom is behind in CS.
And Surti, the jungle Zac, is also just a handful of creeps behind that of Riosta. However, he has tried to make a couple of ganks happen. Venom Cast gets thrown out, slows Inteleon down there, wait for the shield to wear off, and then use Expunge. Nice patient play there, bro.
Now, Malphite has also just used his teleport to get back to lane, so we no longer have the threat in any of the other lanes. And it's up to Dark Passage to time the cooldown of that very important summoner spell.
When I think back to yesterday's performances on Venom, he also fell behind in CS, but was still impactful in teamfights because of the playstyle of Pain. He was just at a jump on the target and the rest of the team would collapse upon them. So we'll see if that works out for them in the time being.
And the target that he's going to be jumping on is probably this weak Varus up here, who's already being starved a little bit, so he's very far behind on CS, and it's going to be an easy target for that Unstoppable Force.
Well, we'll have to see if he can manage to make it in range. There's a fair amount of protection that can come down from Pain Gaming to aid him in that response. Command attack down in the dissonance and get Benelli's movement speed up. Now in the bottom lane, Surti's hanging out in this tri-bush. You'll see Riosta was thinking about coming down but went mid instead.
So the reason this game is going so slow is because the junglers are going to the lanes that are losing.
And we do see the land knocks Fab up into the air. Let's Bounce gets thrown down after the survivability comes out. Fab manages to survive a flash forward from Sir T. That's the last auto attack. And at the end of the day, a little sloppy at the end, but a fairly safe and easy gank.
So Fab, you know, part of the reason that he was ahead in CS is because he keeps on shoving up very far. And if you shove up that far against Zach, you can come in for an elastic sling.
He manages to jump back onto Riosta. Just gets a little bit of poke damage down, really. Trying to dissuade him from picking any fights. Venom, of course, has turned that unstoppable force. So they're not really looking to kill off Riosta here. Just push the lane down, try to deny Fab of any experience in gold.
All right, this is a very tense moment here. 100 CS on Zed, and he finally goes back to buy. He picks up a ton of burst damage. Brutalizer plus that Cutlass. Yes, it's not a Blade of the Ruined King, but the active on that will also be doubled, just like the Blade of the Ruined King one will be for his first death mark. So he is now looking for blood.
We'll see if he can manage to make it to the Twitch. He's particularly squishy right now. Pain Gaming have started off the Dragon. They've got a numbers advantage in the pit, but there's no teleport available. Riosta could decide to drag himself into this pit. Dragon at 1,500 HP. It's getting on that side range, manages to get secured. Crescendo locks up 2 members of Dark Passage and Pain with a Dragon and a double kill back to back.
Such a dangerous face check there with the amount of control that Pain have. Just saw the effectiveness of the shockwave into the Crescendo, just lining them both up right there. Perfect play from Pain. And not only do they take the main objective, but now they also have a free time at this bottom turret.
So they've managed to secure the top tower a couple minutes earlier. They've taken the Dragon 10 seconds ago, and now they're on this bottom tower as well. They're going to extend this global gold lead even further. And you know, we think about how powerful that shockwave into Crescendo was. Add an unstoppable force, a slingshot, and a lens.
Yeah, that was only a little taste of what you're going to get.
That was 2 out of 6 potential AoE team lockup abilities. And you know, Dark Passage, I guess if they don't play that spaced out team fight perfectly, they could be in trouble.
Well, that was also just went to show how important vision is going to be for this Dark Passage team. They were going into that blind because of the nice pink ward there from Pain clearing out the Dragon Pit. You can't be walking into a situation like that, and if they do that around Baron Pit, it will cost them very heavily late game.
Oh, Holy Thought throws down the wild god slingshot.
Oh yeah!
Knock up from Unstoppable, knock up from the slingshot, and then Let's Bounce throws him into the air. Somebody give Dark Passage wings because they are flying across the map.
Lulu's gonna need wings because she's gonna have to jump a wall to get out of this one. She does have the flash.
Does manage to flash away, but here comes Sir T. The elastic stretch is gonna slow him down. Naru's thinking about jumping involved, and now that Riosta's joined, this is gonna be a 3 versus 3. However, Lulu's incredibly low. Deathmark is gonna be able to just pop Kami where he stands, and Naru is gonna give him some life up, managing to get 1 kill in the red buff, manages to get transferred there to BRTT. At the end of the day, advantage Pain Gaming.
He was Naru was able to assassinate his target, and we were talking about him looking for blood. He was able to get it, but after that, he should have been aware that he was going to die no matter what, decided to flash anyway, and so now he actually is down 2 cooldowns where he could have just been out 1.
Well, very importantly, during the course of that last buyback for Kami, he's managed to pick himself up, and it's on his hourglass. BRTT is jumped on by Riosta, but there's no Cataclysm available yet, so he's not in danger of being locked into any terrain or being jumped on.
Yeah, the Cataclysm using that last fight to try and protect the Lulu, save her, get her out alive. Mission was successful, so cooldown well used.
Well, Pain Gaming sitting 4,000 gold ahead of Dark Passage right now. They seem to be picking superior engagements and turning those into objectives. That's really what counts. 2 towers and to the advantage, as well as that Dragon. They haven't really turned their focus to this mid lane just yet. However, they have to feel it's not too far in the future for them to start grouping up, because their comp is just so well suited to these big engagements.
Yeah, Pain Game are very happy with how the early game has gone. They haven't really even had to go looking for the engagements. They've sort of just come to them.
And the one thing that Pain Gaming, it really does stand out for me yesterday. The later the game went, the more difficult it was for Pain Gaming to have those clear wins and those clear-cut kill objective, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am kind of plays. And of course, if Dark Passage are given time to get to a position where that intervention of Kale can be effective. Gonna work out. BRTT picks a fight 1v2 before XP on joint. Spray and Pray is down. That's a long-range spray and play. Wild Goat comes out. Chain of Corruption may be enough. Not until the Unstoppable Force lands. That's going to be the first kill of this fight for Pain Gaming, and they turn their attention to Holy Thought. There's no one to save him this time around, and he does give up his life.
Ooh, the Invisible Twitch coming in for an assassination. One of the few AD carries that could pull a move like that off, and then the teleport was used again. So that was actually a big weapon for Pain Gaming, but they got exactly what they wanted, and they're going to need to shove in at least 2 lanes right now to deal with Fat Fabulous coming down bottom.
Well, at the very least, they get that single tower for Dark Passage, and they'll have to try and string together a few more to start clawing back this gold difference. I do want to highlight the item build that Venon's working on right now. Sorcerer Shoes into a Haunting Guise. We'll see where he progresses from here, but that's a lot of ability power and penetration already.
So what Pain do is they pick very CC-oriented champions, but then they build all their champions with damage. So it may look initially like the team composition doesn't have a lot of damage in it, but since those are the types of items they build on the champions regardless, they do end up always having the punch that they need in the end game. It's just usually the jungler that's coming through as the main tank.
Well, talking about the jungler, Riosta is now trying to find himself a rat. However, BRTT backs away at precisely the right second. He felt that something was up, he felt people were around him. Now, after all of that early game dominance in that duo lane, Natalion has actually pulled back the numbers. He's now at 110 CS. He's only 7 behind that of BRTT, and that's predominantly due to BRTT's significant amount of roam.
So he has clawed his way back into the game, but really the main threat for Dark Passage is going to be the mid laner Naru. He is the only one that has really high kill potential right now. So that's pretty much what Pain Gaming are going to be watching out for.
Well, we'll have to see how well he can handle this with 2 of the outer towers down. Dark Passage has not needed to defend an onslaught from Pain for a little while. Basically being able to just sit back in the lane and farm up, and Venom continues to fall further behind. Fab, even though he's got 2 deaths to his name, he is 60 CS behind, which is a very, very high amount at the 17-minute mark.
Oh, ahead. He's ahead at
sorry,
CS.
ahead.
Yeah, he's done a very good job at shoving that lane in and making Malphite lose out on CS. But again, because he brought the teleport, that's where Malphite's made up for it, and he's been making plays across the map. And this is exactly what Pain have been doing all weekend long. Timing the dragon, going back to force another objective.
Well, we do see Riosta around. The last time that Dark Passage tried to challenge for this one, it did not work out for them. The flag's about to time up. Tomasian stand is not going to be available. Throws it in. Oh, drags it. Does have a flash available. Probably decide to jump out of here at some point in the not too distant future. Does manage to get away, and unfortunately no steal.
They have Varus up top too, so that at least they are going to get that top turret down and get a little bit of gold back here.
It's definitely something that we actually see fairly often in the LCS, is those trades for Dragon for top towers. That's going to be the second tower of the game for Dark Passage, and finally Pain have stacked up the numbers. They've got a 5-man in this mid lane. They jumped onto the mid-mounted turret, and that's going to get just melted under the weight of all 5 members. Dark Passage simply not able to contest that.
Varus continues to split push though, so his CS is climbing back up there, and they're getting a bit more power on him, but Pain are continually taking objectives. That was another tower down for them, so more global gold, and the threat that Naru has is slowly dwindling because he's not going to be able to use that on Zac for much longer. He definitely doesn't want to go onto Malphite, and now Cammy has rushed that Zanya's Hourglass, so he's got a really good answer for the Zed all-in. It's really just going to have to be BRTT watching himself and making sure that he's next to Sona, so when Zed does come in, they'll have an answer.
Well, we do see BRTT get jumped on. Slow comes down from Fab. The splash damage is out. Stealth, is it going to be enough? Does manage to get away. Auto attacks just not quick enough to be able to interrupt that stealth for longer.
That 162 CS, not quite enough to squash a Twitch.
To be fair, there isn't the largest amount of ability power in Fab. If or when he starts stacking up some more, that splash damage and burst potential is going to grow even higher. And I think he just insta-bought Sorcerer Shoes as well, so that's definitely going to play into his favor.
Yeah, he got some nice flat penetration that works really well with the passive of Kale, which gives you the percentage penetration. So that's a nice build right there. And people are pretty much divided among going Jetpack and Lichbane on Kale, or going with this attack speed build. That's the difference between the sustained damage or the burst.
Well, we'll have to see what he decides to itemize next. Because Naru is now split pushing. And this is something that we see out of basically every single Zed we see at this level of play. At some points in the mid game, they tend to just pick a side lane and start shoving it out.
It looks like Cammy's trying to bait in the death mark here because they have Twitch waiting in the wings. If they can get the death mark out of Zed, that means that BRTT will have the confidence to get into auto attack range and come finish him off.
Well, Naru manages to avoid the bait, manages to sense what is up, and he backs away. However, he is continuing to split push. He is now on that top inner tower as the rest of Pain Gaming focused around this bottom half of the map. Blue buff is secured for Kami's Orianna. We see BRTT picking a fight with FabFab. The knockup comes in place. Intervention does not interrupt. Crowd control forced to flash. Immediately flash back from Sir T. And you actually see that FabFab stops, realizing he's given up the ghost. Gets taken out.
Speaking of bait right there, Twitchia just pulled off that one with FabFab pushing all the way up deep into Pain territory without any wards for himself. So that was, he has nobody else to blame but himself for that one.
A little bit overconfident maybe. Very nice CS lead, 0-3. We do see the slingshot is being charged. Zach comes jumping in, doesn't catch anybody. We do see the shockwave, pulls Holy Thought backwards and the teleport coming down from Venom. He gets a brilliant unstoppable force, knocking up the dual lane of Dark Passage. So they turn their focus onto Holy Thought once again. He manages to escape. For how long though? And Sir T goes very deep, diving past the tower. The rest of Pain Gaming is now sticking onto that mid inner turret, while you can see Naru split pushing top.
So Naru's gonna keep split pushing top, but Pain are gonna go for the inhibitor turret here. And they just showed how important positioning is against this heavy CC team. If you're a little bit out and Pain know that they have the man advantage, they won't hesitate to throw every cooldown they have at you. Doesn't matter that Crescendo and Unstoppable Force overlaps. Now is plenty to kill Varus.
Not over yet. As you can see, the mid inner turret, inhibitor turret is now down. 4 members of Pain Gaming are going to secure the first inhibitor of the game. BRTT was forced away from FabFab, and now that FabFab has joined the fight, DP may decide to pick a battle here. The top lane, instead of looking, look at that, as you can see, Naru is bashing away on the inhibitor. Here comes BRTT. There is a death mark available for Naru. He may jump on him. We'll have to see how quickly they can go down.
Watch that duel!
The Reglobal is coming in from the rest of Pain Gaming as Naru. The death mark is up, is going to pop, and BRTT, with the help of Barrier and all of the damage, actually kills off Naru.
So he can survive the all-in there. But that was because, you're right, he had the cooldowns. Barrier plus the active from Blade of the Ruined King healing him before the Ignite was on him meant everything to his life.
Definitely worked out in favor of BRTT and the rest of Pain Gaming. The inhibitor is standing, although it is exposed. You cannot discount that fact. So Naru was able to get 2 towers in that push. However, Dark Passage have lost their mid tower and their mid inhibitor.
And Dark Passage, that was a really good play by them. Regardless, they were trying to buy time for Zed to answer. If they can answer anything even with Pain at this point, then it's a win for them. It was just Fabulous couldn't quite keep the rest of Pain there from recalling, and BRTT could actually handle it by himself.
Yeah, we actually seen that FabFab won the duel against BRTT, forced him out of lane, actually blew his flash in that engagement, and then BRTT picked a one-on-one with Naru, which he managed to win. So maybe if FabFab's able to try and help deal with BRTT, that could be the answer in these team fights.
Well, look at the map from the point of view of Dark Passage. They have no wards anywhere near Pain side, and they only have 2 in their own jungle.
On the other side of the coin, Pain Gaming have littered this blue buff side of the map with a ton of wards. Slingshot's being charged. T decides to cancel that one out. Unstoppable Force and Let's Bounce available. Pain Gaming making it clear that they are thinking about Baron, and they're actually looking like they're going to start this one off, potentially baiting it.
That's their entire game plan, is they like catching people out of position. That's where they get to use all of this CC that they bring to the table and that they love so much.
Well, all of Dark Passage are completely split up right now. Garvin and Kale in the mid lane, Zed and Varus sitting by the blue buff area. You can see the moment they step into vision.
Oh, Jarvan deep in enemy territory to check this Baron, though.
Just to get a ward down, which is very crucial because no Pain is aware of a slingshot goes out. There's left to catch out Holy Shot. Wild God gets used, and no ultimates from Pain Gaming has been used yet. So that was a nice and easy pickup for them.
Yeah, that's terrible news for Dark Passage right now. Everything being available for Pain means they have nothing to worry about right now. And the best Dark Passage can hope for is a base race and just try and trade as many objectives as possible evenly.
While the mid lane is definitely the shorter lane, the first tower to fall is in favor of Dark Passage. They're now on the inner turret. However, Pain Gaming have made it to the inhibitor turret. There are minions finally moving into that armor. Is going to drop down. Dark Passage have committed themselves to this base race, but it's 5 members versus 4. Lulu has just respawned. Inhibitor has finally dropped down in favor of Pain Gaming. They've managed to get 2 down. They're now onto the Nexus turrets, and all of Dark Passage are recalling. This is going to get exposed.
They need homeguard push to finish this one.
Timepad's going to go run in, immediately gets the slowdown, and Pain Gaming have backed away at the right time. But the base race, fully in favor of the Brazilians.
Yeah, Dark Passage weren't able to answer evenly right there. They were only missing Lulu, so they thought that they could trade as many turrets as Pain was going for, but Pain were ready to all in this. It was a game of chicken, and Pain were not going to pull out.
Yeah, and Pain had the numbers advantage here as well. Managing to stack, multiple towers going, infinite towers already, and now thanks to that immense vision circle, jump onto the barrel. They're going to pick this one up completely uncontested. Holyclock is clearing out some wards as he moves towards the pit. He's going to get there way too late. Is Naru doing the best he can to get back up there and try to take down one of these inhibitors.
He's not even going to be able to get to the inhibitor, though. The super minion is too strong for him. As BRTT comes in again for a second round, this is a half.
The ambush is down. There's the crescendo we were talking about. Barrier comes up, manages to survive the death mark. I think without Barrier, that would have been a dead BRTT. Unstoppable Force throws Fab up in the air. There's a member of Dark Passage with wings. With no knockups just yet as Sir TT throws down the Let's Bounce. He continues to chase around. He picks up a kill down onto the Kale of Fab, and they carry on chasing. And Pain Gaming, they have an answer to everything Dark Passage has to say.
They finally were able to dunk BRTT, though. So a moral victory for Dark Passage, but a Baroned up Pain Gaming coming down. The only thing is they don't have any of their ultimates. So Pain are missing a lot of what their composition is built around.
Well, there is a very short death time as we are only 26 minutes into the game. Pain Gaming with a 15 kills to 3 advantage is now onto the last standing Nexus turret, but they're without their AD carry. They're a little less committed to sticking to this fight, and they do decide to back away. Just focusing on the inhibitor instead. You can see BRTT alive with the Quicksilver Sash as well. That's going to help him out. He's getting rid of that death mark as and when it comes down.
They know that they can't overextend at this point because of the fact that their ultis are down. If those were up, they'd be fine with going in and getting a little bit more damage, but they're going to have to wait for BRTT to return. Take your time and don't throw the game.
Well, Pain Gaming now move back on to the Dragon. So T is alone in starting this one off. Gonna get a little bit of support now from Venom and the rest of the team. And with 2 inhibitors down, Super Minions in the top and the middle lane, with Baron roughly halfway done. I think they've had very successful use of that Baron thus far. Their focus has to be the bottom lane. The focus has to be that final inhibitor. They're waiting for the Super Minions to make Dark Passage's life even more painful.
Yeah, and they've just decimated the Dark Passage base over here. But the thing is, Dark Passage have been able to at least get their vision back on the road to Baron. So the next one, they may have a chance of actually dealing with this Pain game. The only thing is, if you funnel in to Baron through either of those jungle pathways, then you're just grouping yourself up for all of this crowd control that Pain are bringing.
Well, we'll have to see how well XPR can clear out these wards. He's had that Oracle's Elixir on for a prolonged period of time. He's been chugging them every single time they're going down. When your team's got 9 towers, multiple dragons, a Baron, you can afford to keep those Oracle's Elixirs up. And as we were talking about, with the teleport available, Venom's dealing with a split push, and the rest of Pain Gaming have stacked up in this bottom half of the map.
And they're sending their DPS heavy Malphite. You know, he's got a lot of spell penetration in the Sunfire Cave to deal with this Zed, and it seems like he does have enough to handle Zed in the split push, which means that that's basically Dark Passage's only other option. It's kind of off the table now because Malphite can handle Zed and Malphite has teleport to be able to join the rest of the team.
And that ward that just got put down by Aegon could pay dividends as teleport is coming directly to it. Kami does also use that. Sonya's Outlaw stays alive. Rios is the first victim of the fight. They have jumped down onto him. You do see the crescendo locking up both Naru as well as Rios. And now they carry on chasing. Interior is the next focus of the target. Intervention comes down, managing to save Barrett, but only for a brief second as he gets slowed by everybody's Q. That's Pain Gaming securing 4 kills back to back to back, completely without reply. They pick up the 3rd inhibitor of the game. There's only 1 Nexus turret standing, and with Super Minions bashing away, Pain Gaming pick up a convincing victory in the first game of the series.
Yeah, that was really Dark Passage's only move right there. They had to try and take advantage of the 3.5 seconds that it takes for Malphite to teleport down. Hope to just all in and go for that 5 vs 4 those situations, but Pain really too far out ahead at that point, able to take it home.
Yeah, we talked about how impactful that teleport was going to be waiting for that time frame, and Pain played it perfectly. The moment that they got jumped on, the Zonya's eyes off them down, they jumped into that one, and truthfully, Pain didn't really make any mistakes. They did the right fights, they pushed the right towers, and it's hard to see what you would do if you were Dark Passage to overcome Pain Gaming.
Well, they've been getting behind early against this very AoE heavy competition that Pain likes to run, and that's really something that they're going to have to show up in the next game, because if they do that early, then it just means Pain can take every single objective on the map, and they stay ahead of gold until the end, where they're free to die.
So, early game, if that's going to be a focus for Dark Passage, would you consider different picks and bans, maybe towards an earlier or a mid-game focus of power?
I mean, they had Jarvan and they had Zed. They had a pretty good kick there in the mid game. It was just some laning mistakes that really cost them, and you have to shore up the mistakes.
Yeah, and definitely something that you have to highlight is that duo lane. You know, BRTT and for Pain just completely squashing the duo of Dark Passage from the very early game. And you know, Varus never really recovered. We didn't see him having an impact in the game at all, unfortunately.
Nobody really from Dark Passage recovered in that game, actually. But it's right, you're going to have to think about what would you consider changing in the picks and bans here for Dark Passage. Do you actually ban out the Twitch? Because they used 2 bans on the duo lane already in the last pick ban phase.
Yeah, it's something that you've got to evaluate, and we'll have to see what Dark Passage decide. It is time to send it over to D-Man and Jet, who are ready to break down the game and highlight some of the key plays.
Thank you very much, Trevor. So, as we just saw, a very painful experience for Dark Passage. They didn't hold out, and not surprised. I mean, bear in mind, this is first versus fourth in a round robin, so no surprise that Pain coming into this one as the #1 seed did win out game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they were effectively undefeated yesterday because the only loss they had was once they'd already clinched, so they were kind of fooling around in that last game they played. And this one was, like, even though the gold was close throughout most of the game, it was complete control by Pain pretty much that entire game.
Yeah, and Trevor and Kobe were just talking about, you know, how do you ban out, who do you ban out? BRTT is one of those players that's actually played a number of AD carries so far and has been so strong in that bottom lane.
Exactly, he has pretty much dominated. I mean, him, Cammy are kind of the 2 stars of that team.
Yeah.
But I was most impressed by Sir T in most of these games because he just seems to always have the right idea about where to go.
Well, here's a Moo the other day. It was against
the other day was
against Gaming
crazy.
Gear, actually. No, it was that was the Dark Passage game. He just with Moo just piled straight in. Before he hit level 6, he was all over him. So Sir T does seem to be an aggressive jungler, but more importantly, the team back him up when he goes for those aggressions.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, right now, Pain definitely seems like the team to beat in this tournament. Obviously, I feel like they still haven't lost a game.
Yeah.
I know they are now 1-up in a resounding way, but let's actually get into this game a little bit.
Yeah, let's talk about this one.
I feel like, at least at the start of the game, they were in pretty much good control, but to me, it really felt like I knew where the game was going after that dragon fight, where there were basically Pain doing the dragon, and a couple people from Dark Passage tried to come up, and they just got obliterated right away.
Well, let's take a look at that clip, because it was all about this fight, like you say. This is what really turned things around.
Yeah, exactly. And just to note one more thing, notice how Lithilion is still top lane as Varus, because he got completely destroyed in that lane, whereas Pain has all the people towards the dragon. So Dark Passage had no business actually starting this dragon, and you can see how quickly it's going to get turned around. Let's just roll the clip right now. You can see they're going for a contest. Why were you doing that? Because clearly Pain decided to just turn in one direction and wipe them out. There was no game there for Dark Passage, unless it was a brilliant smite steal. Once that happened in the game, it was like, well, I feel like Pain has complete control of this one, and they never let up.
Yeah, and effectively, it was really only Riosta that probably should have gone in. If they want to just really desperately get that steal and maybe lose that death, then just send the jungler in. Like we saw, of course, in the immunity game. You know, we saw the jungler going in. He got the Baron steal. It was great. But you know he's going to die after that.
That's exactly it for Dark Passage. They had a couple just miscues. They were so focused on farming, it seemed like. For instance, Kale was pushed up almost that entire game and trying to make up for things, but it was just never matching where Malphite was able to go. And one other thing we do need to touch on is actually Pain's ability or want to just shut down AD carries. I've yet to see an AD carry have any kind of success against these guys.
Yeah, it has been a very strong lane, which is interesting. We'll see how that works out, because if you think of who is in the final right now, Deadly Brother is not a strong lane in that AD carry, of course. The Lithuanian team's Gaming Gear did qualify. Pain Gaming, they've got one step in towards the finals. What would you ban against Pain Gaming?
Ooh, that's the thing with Pain Gaming right now. I'd honestly ban Malphite, just because they seem to love comboing things together. So you're banning Malphite, you try to pick away Zac. Because the biggest thing they try to do is bypass your defenses and kill your squishy. That's the way they seem to team fight. They go all out aggressive and just try to get to your backline. That's why the AD carries have so much struggle against them. I'd ban Malphite and pick away Zac, if possible.
So from Dark Passage's point of view, what have they got to take from this? They've lost to them in the group stage, and now they've lost to them in the first game. This is essentially the same situation their immunity in, up against Gaming Gear. They had to put themselves in this mindset as like, how do we, what do we turn around here? What are we got to do? I mean, have they got to throw out something? We saw Immunity, they tried something radical. They went with the AD Lulu, they went with the Tryndamere in the top lane. Did Dark Passage have to do the same?
So right now, I think Dark Passage needs to focus on the positive and try to do more of that, because they did lose a bit of this on mistakes and essentially by inaction, and they let Pain take it to them in a sense. So Kayle had good things, tons of farm, completely outlaned in the top lane. But aside from that, they had no way of getting their AD carry going, and they just struggled throughout there. So I feel like if they can more capitalize around their strong lanes and then protect Letheon on that AD carry, I think they're going to be in good shape.
Well, we will see, ladies and gentlemen, how it goes. So, all right, we have got to take a quick break, but when we return, Shox will be joined by Pain Gaming's coach, Guillermo Necro da Silva. Easy for me to say, man. Yeah. And then, of course, it is time for the game 2 of the semi-final showdown between the Brazilian champions, Pain Gaming, against Turkey's Dark Passage. The Season 3 wildcard live from Gamescom 2013. We'll be right back.
É uma estrutura incrível, o evento é realmente gigante, mas a plateia daqui não é tão entusiasmada quanto no Brasil. They're pretty loud in Brazil. Really.
Welcome back to Gamescom 2013, where I am joined here by Pain Gaming's coach, Necro, or Guillerme, I hope I pronounced that somewhat right. Tell me about this game you got against Dark Passage, because I was talking to Gaming Gear before, and they said, we actually think that Dark Passage is a lot better than we've seen in the group stage.
Yeah, coming to this tournament, we actually thought that Dark Passage was the best thing, but basing on the regional finals of every country that we've seen. And we didn't actually had any footage of Gaming Gear, so we are kind of afraid of them. But yeah, Dark Passage seemed like the strongest, and we thought that the immunity was the weakest, but that seemed to be a little shift around.
Absolutely. So going up against Dark Passage here, you must have been wary. Picks, nothing that special, a top lane kill, something we've seen a lot yesterday as well. Is there anything else? What was the general strategy?
Well, they seem to pick KO because they wanted to pick Zed, and they think that KO is a counter to Zed, but we don't actually think that. But they saw us losing to a Zed, so maybe that's what went through their heads, but we are prepared to every pick of them.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you that you seem very prepared, not just in this match. It seems like you've put absolutely everything on the line. What do you think you've gone or done more or better than the other teams here?
Well, certainly our experience is what really makes us better than them. Well, we've been to Hanover, and since then we've been progressing so far. We've been battling against really strong teams, so we're used to pretty much every kind of high-level strategy. They are probably new to this kind of metagame or strong opponents. They probably dominate their scene on their small regions, but coming to an international scene where there are strong opponents, it really starts to show whose team is better. So since we have this since February, we'll probably win everything with just sheer experience.
All right, that's a bold statement. Let me ask you, you'll be going up against Gaming Gear. Is that the outcome that you thought if you watched the group stage yesterday? And is anything in the group stage surprised you?
They seem pretty locked in a single strategy, so we are already analyzing them, and we'll come prepared for the finals.
You think you say you're gonna take everything here. What would it mean for you and for your team to be on that world stage representing Brazil?
Well, certainly it will be the time of our lives.
Well, thank you very much. All right, now it's time for us to head back over to Quickshot and Kobe at the desk for our next game.
Thank you very much, Sharks, and it is time for the second round in this best of three between Pain Gaming and Dark Passage. With one more win, Pain Gaming will join Gaming Gear in Friday's wildcard finale, and based on their domination of Dark Passage the first two times they played, Pain has to be feeling incredibly confident.
Yeah, they've picked a similar team comp to what they've used all weekend long. They picked the right fights, they made the right decisions when it came to objectives. They just kind of had the control of the game for the entire early game, mid game, and late game. And even though Naru and Dark Passage tried to keep up in a base race, they didn't have the stamina, they couldn't finish it off.
Yeah, not at all. Setting the pace for Pain was their AD carry, BRTT, in his own clothing line, I might add. He was able to counter Naru's Z split push with a very sneaky twitch, 7, 2, and 8 as far as his stats were concerned, and it was a good performance.
That is a very scary duo lane that they have. BRTT and Expion have dominated their wildcard games here at Gamescom. They're not the only lane, though, to do well in this matchup. So far, their games against Dark Passage, every lane has dominated. Binan up top, 4-0-7 as Malphite. He didn't win in CS, but he really made his presence felt elsewhere. Sir T, 4-0-9 as Zac in the jungle. Obviously impressing Jat, one jungler that you would definitely want to have on your side. And then Kemi in the middle. Very, very good plays on that Orianna. He had rushed the Zanya's Hourglass just to make sure that he wouldn't get assassinated by Zed, and he really didn't slip up at any point during the game.
Yeah, at no point during the course of that match did you feel like Naru's Zed was really something that Pain was afraid of.
So he killed Cammy once in the river before he had gotten the Zanyas. Cammy was like, that's never happening again.
Got the Zanyas, and it didn't.
Once and you're done.
In terms of the matchup, I do want to comment on what Necro was saying. The manager was like, well, we've scouted gaming gear, they've only got one strat. I find it kind of funny because we've seen a similar play style from Pain, this very heavy, and we'll see if they're going to pull it off again in this matchup. Once again, Israel being taken out the pool.
Well, I think that Dark Passage really need to work on their positioning because they actually had bad positioning in laning phase and in the mid game around the dragon fights and then even in the late game as well. So Pain is like, they're the team that will punish you the most for stepping out of line. If you step out of line once, they're gonna hit you with an Orianna ult, the Shockwave, the Crescendo, then they're gonna hit you with an Unstoppable Force, and then they're gonna hit you again with Zac and bounce all over your face and then you're just bloody on the floor. So you have to worry about your positioning at all phases of the game here.
I got a little nervous there for a second. You're getting a bit aggressive there, Kofi. In terms of the picks and bans, insta-lock on the Zac for Pain Gaming. It worked so well for Surti in the previous game. Malphite is still up. One of the things that Jat was highlighting in his post-game analysis of Game 1 was like, ban Malphite, take Zac, but when you're not first pick, it's way more difficult to try and pull that off.
Yeah, so Pain again with the Zac. That's really the main point that they use to set up most of their combos with. So tagging Orianna onto that one, they can always pull off that amazing Shockwave combo, and then they also still have Malphite up, so pretty much the same things that they used last game, they could still use today.
So it's interesting to see in this particular match now, Pain, they had basically every champion from the previous game available to them. They've modified it a little bit in that they've got the Vayne instead of the Twitch. Maybe just experimenting, getting some practice on the stage in preparation for, finals or something like that?
They need to win this game. Yes, if they lose, then they'll have one more chance. But I don't feel like it's Sir T or BRTT just getting bored on Twitch and saying, oh, I want to try my hand at Vayne now.
Well, we'll have to see how it works out for them. Do see that Dark Passage have locked in Gragas and Caitlyn as their next two picks. Now, we've seen some very good Gragas play from Gaming Gear's mid laner Mazarin. And I was particularly impressed. He got Baron steals, he was bursting people down. It is a powerful champion when used in the right hands.
And it's an interesting choice against the Pain team that likes to go with the huge CC combos and group up. If Dark Passage can split that team apart and pick somebody off, that may be the answer that they're looking for. Right now, Gragas, you can use that ult defensively, but if Zac's able to get in there already, then that means the Orianna ball is by your team. And you'll have to be very, very quick if you're going to be able to knock him back out.
Well, we'll have to see how quick his reaction times are in this particular match, because that ball delivery system of Jarvan and Zac is there. Not exactly the Malphite Zac, but Jarvan arguably even better than Malphite. Not only can he knock you up, he'll lock you in.
And he can come from a longer distance because he can combo the EQ into the ult, the Cataclysm, and if he does have the Orianna ball with him, then he's coming with Shockwave loaded. So there's two systems here, and if it's a spread out team fight, that actually benefits Vayne more because she chases down straggling targets.
Well, we'll have to see how this works out because there is a lot of mobility on the side of Dark Passage for the time being. Lee Sin should be able to hop out. Gragas can belly slam through. I mean, everybody in Dark Passage has the ability with their skills just to get out of a Cataclysm. However, if they're all knocked up and bounced and shockwaved, it's going to be scary. So another situation where Dark Passage cannot afford to group up.
Well, with that last pick, you can tell what Dark Passage are thinking. They want the counter to this Pain team to be splitting the team up and then allowing the Kazakhs to single out whoever gets knocked closest to their team. They can burst that one down and start getting the chain hops there from a level 11 plus Kazakhs. Then that could be the answer in the late game.
And the interesting thing about that is they've got to make it to level 11 without falling too far behind, which, to be fair, it's a little overly harsh, but they fell further and further and further behind the longer that laning phase went on. And there's going to be a lot of pressure now on those solo laners of Dark Passage to not get caught out and not be jumped on by Riosto.
At least they're putting the pressure back on Pain to also watch their position and their ability to group up, because if they stay up clustered as 5, then that's what Gragas is going to be looking for, to get his combo off and single out somebody for Kazakhs to jump on.
Well, we'll have to see how this plays out. This is potentially the grand final placement match here for Pain Gaming. They are 1-0 up against Turkey's Dark Passage. And of course, they're feeling confident. They've beaten them 2 out of 2 games
They
in
should
the group
be.
stage. They just beat them very convincingly in the very first matchup. We're jumping into this now potentially deciding game. But Dark Passage is running something we haven't seen from him. This is a composition that we haven't seen from actually any of the wildcard teams all weekend. And that unknown factor always plays a role, you know, if you're not 100% sure how to play against it.
They're not quite going to the extent of a AD Lulu mid and bringing out the Tryndamere solo split pushing all game long, but I feel like this is a pretty good answer that they've come up with.
I think the Australians letting the blood rush to their heads once the gravity was the right way up. Once the gravity was the right way up. Now, however, we are into the matchup. Pain Gaming, remember, they were the highest seed. They decided to pick red side for the first game, which means they are now blue side in the second game. And Dark Passage, they're wearing the red trunks. We'll see how this early game goes, because previously, Pain were actually very aggressive. We've seen an early slingshot out of their jungler in the previous matchup.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they'll be doing that again here, but we saw in the video, some of the Pain guys are saying this crowd is not as loud as the Brazilian crowds, and it looks like we have plenty of people here. I don't know why everyone's so quiet. I guess we don't have very many Pain fans.
I'm not sure. I wonder if we can get 3 cheers to send the Brazilians a message. So on 3, guys, let's go. Hoo-ah. 1, 2, 3. You know what, they're right. The Brazilians are louder than all of you guys. That's shocking. We'll do this one more try. 1, 2, 3. That's a little better. That's a little better.
You need something more like Demacia or League of Legends related at least, Trevor.
Wow, we'll do it Demacia to close out the show.
You gotta work on your chant calls.
What's happening in this game other than everybody walking around?
Well, we had a couple of early wards placed down by Pain, as well as by Dark Passage. So pretty much mirrored vision here for both teams. And this has really been the story in a lot of the competitive games. Everyone favoring to get that red side vision. And then the junglers having to be a little bit wary about their beginnings. Both people are going to start their own reds though, so it shouldn't come to anything this early in the game.
Well, both teams have got very good early game junglers. Darwin and Lee Sin, particularly effective at getting involved and helping to secure kills during the laning phase. We'll have to see whether Surti or Riosta get that up. And we are going to see head-to-head matchups again as the dual laners go top and both of our top laners go bottom.
Yeah, BRTT is extremely confident in his laning phase, the 2 versus 2.
Fab's doing great work, yeah. Ren and Razor forced backwards. That's a lot of damage from Taste the Fear on that isolation bonus.
He did not pop his red elixir though, because he didn't think that he was going to be able to get the kill, and he does back off in time to avoid the support from Jarvan. So it did also waste a little bit of that jungler time, which means that he's relieving a slight amount of pressure on the rest of the lanes.
We'll have to see if not having that potion burst in his favor as well.
They also just pinged out Jarvan, so they're still aware of Jarvan's movements. And Pain seem to be very, very comfortable right now. Even up in that top lane, they know it's going to take Jarvan a few more seconds to be able to finish off with blue and come up there. So they're still playing aggressive here, punishing that Vayne early game with Caitlyn's long range.
Well, we'll have to see if Tyrone can make this work down the bottom lane. Bennett,
there's the red elixir.
Does flash and forced to use that slingshot to get away, but he does get away safely. That's the important.
And he did have to use the flash very early there because of the aggression here from Fab.
That's a double bubble, throwing up members of Dark Passage. Now, the RTT is going to try and tumble around and get as much damage down as possible. At this point in time, the sustain of that Sona is going to outpace the sustain of Na'Vi.
It's going to be very close up in that top lane. They both have defensive wards though, and the lane bush is even warded for Dark Passage.
We do see the Riosta does get knocked up into the air. That's Surti with a double buff. He's going to be able to safeguard away. Now Pain is trying to get in range here. We do see that. Oh, he's now jumped on. The execution not going to be enough. Ignites are traded back and forth. Who's going to pick up the first blood here? It does land for Naru playing Gragas. And the shield from Lee Sin is going to be able to keep Riosta alive. We do see Surti trading back and forth with Naru. As now all of a sudden, the solo laner Fab has joined the party and he gets knocked up while flying through the air.
That was great play by Naru in the mid lane. He came over to allow Lee Sin to escape that and then landed the burst combo onto Orianna. Kemi was not expecting that.
No,
he does not get first blooded very often.
Well, it definitely works in Naru's favor. He does secure the gold for that first blood, as well as a little bit of additional time in lane without any other focus. Surti is hovering around that bush though, and we'll have to see that with Kami returning. Red buff is just worn off. The possibility of a reply kill was there, but it didn't work out for him. Now in the top lane, it looks like Ignite has gone down onto BRTT. He manages to survive by getting out of range of that hilt of a Peacemaker. And that's a very low HP Caitlyn.
She didn't use her barrier though, still has it.
The knockup does get avoided by a very good flash. Lethillion gets out cleanly, down to about 57 HP, but barrier's still alive.
Lethillion just holds onto that barrier to the very last second. Feel like it's gonna be a good baiter, but he almost drops it to the flag.
Demacian standard drops on his head and drops his HP to 25. And it looks like Surtees, he was thinking about it. He was thinking about throwing out another flag. And Lethillion does get away cleanly, and all of a sudden Riosta's gonna try and defend this wave up just a little bit.
Now, both junglers have made their appearances top, but because Sir T was the first one up there and they got the aggression out first, we also have a Vayne beating a Caitlyn in CS at 5:30.
Well, one of the other things that's happening as far as CS is concerned is Riosta, 19 CS to Sir T's 6. He also has an assist to his name. And, you know, a lot of that could stem from that lost time in the jungle by Sir T trying to save or defend Venom, you know? Works into his favor. Riosta's got the Sonic Wave available. Doesn't manage to land it as BRTT tumbles away, gets himself out of range, and Riosta unfortunately unable to secure a second kill.
And we have Cammy taking the race now, so Sir T is not going to catch up anytime soon. He's still level 3 coming out of the jungle.
Yeah, Riosta's level 5 at this point in time, getting closer and closer to that level 6. There's only about a level and a half difference though, and we'll have to see how impactful that actually works out. As now the 3-man Dark Passage is pushing down this top lane, and this is a significant improvement in the early game as far as the Turkish players are concerned.
Yeah, really good showing here from Dark Passage coming up in the second game. They don't want to be kicked out this early.
We do see though on the minimap, Sir T is moving up the river. This could potentially be a 3v3, however, Sir T just peels away to the side. Very carefully as Holy Thought does not have his crescendo available. Flash was there, and wisely, I think, Dark Passage back away after securing that tower.
Level 4 pretty far away from getting that crescendo, but it also means nobody else has their ultimates up in that lane, and nobody goes to fight. Now it's up to Pain to decide. Would they rather freeze that lane and just last hit so it pushes extremely slowly, or continue and shove the lane into the tower so that they can actually answer on the rest of the map?
Well, as it stands, Dark Passage, you've got a 3-man stack in the mid lane facing off against the 3-man of Pain. However, it's a support 180 carry that's holding this lane. You can see that the RTT split pushing, or at least containing the CS that is pushing towards him. The best he can to last hit. Pretty close so far.
So BRTT is not freezing that lane. It's just that he's Vayne with no area of effect damage, so it takes him a while to push it back.
Venom and FabFab trading ultimates and damage. They ignite for barrier. A lot of damage going back and forth, but almost in unison. Both James are like, well, we can't kill each other just yet. They actually stop fighting.
Nice ultimates though, both of them. They just decided to trade blows. We do have so Vayne is one of the AD carries that's weakest at split pushing until she gets something like a static shiv. So it's taken him this long to get the minion wave back up to Dark Passage turret, which actually meant that Caitlyn had a lot of time to be able to make her presence felt in that mid lane and then get back up top before the waves at her turret, so she doesn't miss out on much of that CS.
You see that FabFab jumps on top of Bennett, gets that leap, throws out the void spikes, and he's continually trying to poke him down really. It doesn't look like his taste of fear was leveled up. Riosta does not manage to catch that Sonic Wave onto Zac, so unable to do any of those kickbacks that we've seen numerous times throughout the weekend.
Venot still has Soul Division up too, so the revive passive is available. An extended turret dive would be a poor decision, and they decide to pull back as they see Jarvan.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of tower dives on Zac over the course of this wildcard tournament, and he's worked out a little cautiously. FabFab being forced back with that red buff, really hitting particularly hard. Surti probably got the same amount of HP as both of his opponents. Tower hits are going to drop me up to about 200 HP, and he's forced to run backwards. A little bit too much damage from underneath that tower.
And the mid laners are actually mirroring each other, both of them thinking of roaming down bottom. Gragas can actually get there very quick. Both of these mid laners like to AoE down the minion wave. Oh, here we go, in on Orion.
Oh, we do see that throw coming back with Shockwave goes down, catches a super minion as well. Kami's now going to get another barrel to his face, and actually Kami comes off lesser in that trade.
Yeah, because there's a blue buff on Naru right now. He does not care about that cooldown, and it's similar to what we just saw down in the bottom lane, where both of the solo laners using everything at their disposal. And Naru was the one to initiate that because he had the blue buff already, and he'll have the shorter cooldown.
So I'm taking a look at the CS now that wave is pushing back towards Pain Gaming as far as the Pain are concerned, and you can see that L'Italien is even on CS with BRTT playing. The big difference here is those the top laners. Fab 75 to the 45 of Venom. Another lane where Venom falls behind in CS.
Fab's come out very strong since that early one where he went behind the turret and started to make use of his isolation damage on Zach. But he's also had repeat games from Lee Sin here, so it hasn't been all Fab.
Well, Dark Passage with a numbers advantage, vision advantage, secure the first dragon of the game shortly before 10 minutes and 15 seconds. They extend their gold lead to 3,000 right now.
That's the side benefit there of the matchup you were just talking about, where Fab's basically running Venon out of lane. Because they're actually bottom instead of top right now, they get control of Dragon, and just that one pink ward is enough to secure them another global objective. So Dark Passage looking so much better this game.
And Nari's cheeky enough to steal away the Wraith Cam, gets thrown up into the bubble. He did use his Ignite there on Surti, and I imagine if he wasn't stunned by that bubble, he may have been able to get a full combo off and look for a kill, but Ignite is now burned and that burst potential slightly reduced.
Yeah, very timely Aqua Prison right there, saving Jarvan, regardless of the fact that it was Naru versus 3 members of Pain Gaming in the area.
You see Naru manages to throw Kami backwards. Body slam does land. Gonna have his barrel up in just a moment or two as here comes Espion. He'll be able to get the heal out, and it's gonna keep Kami alive for the time being, but Kami, even though he's being bullied and pushed around, he's not losing out on CS.
Naru's doing his best to clear the waves and get as much harass down on Kami as possible so that he can send him back to base so that he will miss out on that CS. But Kami has been taking the rate, like we said earlier too. So every time he comes back to lane, he catches up even quicker.
Well, you see that Naru and Rios trying to put some damage in their mid lane tower. Unfortunately, it doesn't pay off for them as they force backwards. Tilion and Holy Thoth now warding up the blue buff side of Pain Gaming as they are fairly overextended right now. Not a lot of vision in the river, so got to be very cautious with how they play, and I think they realize that, hence the retreat, hence the backing off at this point in time.
Dark Passage, it's a good job though. That's exactly what you want to do when you have the mid-game global gold lead that they've gotten from the early turrets and the early dragon. So they just need to keep up the pressure, and to do that you have to ward deeply. So it's a good follow-up, but they actually have to capitalize on it with plays because they're winning all of their lanes right now, and they have to get more out of it.
Well, the blue buff on side of Pain Gaming should be respawning in the not too distant future. We might see Dark Passage trying to make a play for it. You can see Holy Thoth with his flash available, placing himself towards this mid lane, once again returning out, and here comes Tilion with that pickaxe and Bam Scepter. So maybe the tower and maybe blue buff, we'll have to see, as there is a fair number of Dark Passage members around this area of the map.
It looks like Naru's going a bit deeper here, and he wants to exert some jungle pressure all by himself.
They're able to at least scare Surti away, but that red buff is still alive. It's actually chasing Naru. They're here for a walk. Tower is still standing in the mid lane. Espion unable to land that Aqua Prison. You can see Naru coming from behind.
And again, Vayne without the wave clear up top for a long period of time means that Caitlyn can make her presence felt mid, and it's slowly chipping away at this mid turret.
Oh, knockout not managing to land as Naru just body slams to safety. Gets himself just out of sight as Fab has now been left unattended. He's extended that gold, that creep lead even further. He's got a lot of damage down onto this tower. Unfortunately, he's run out of minions, so he is forced to back off at least for a brief moment.
I love how Dark Passage are all on the same page here. They're playing every single lane as aggressively as they can. Naru in mid, every time he's got his ulti ready, he's using it for harass just to force Cammy back to base. That was doing the same thing. Every time he can get close to Venon, he's going for trades. And because of that, they're slowly getting the tower damage advantage, both in mid and bottom. Meanwhile, Caitlyn's already made quick work of her turret.
Let's take a look at the mid lane. Flash Crescendo comes up, instantly flashed away from Pain Gaming. There's a flash and the Crescendo blown. But they did get the tower, so traded Summoner Spells and Ultimates. At the end of the day, Dark Passage advantage.
Yeah, very quick reflexes over there. Pain Gaming on the ball. They haven't lost it quite yet, but that's going to be the second turret going down. They just got the mid one. Fab wants to finish this one off.
Oh, we do see that bounce coming out from Venom. He's throwing Fab around. Fab is going to stealth up, Ignite his tick. He now turns back onto Ben, and Headstreaker has been popped, but here comes Jarvan. The knockup throws the bug into the air. We'll see if they've got a fly swatter down. Shield comes up from Riosta Safeguard. Now the barrier has been burnt. Third kill of the fight. That is going to be FabFab going down as Riosta and Naru now have the health and the damage advantage. Barrel goes down and Surti actually flashes away. He may try to get a double knockup if he goes backwards, decides against it. Was out of mana as well, so may not have been able to cast it. A 1v2 trade.
Great roam there from Naru. He had forced Kami back earlier, so he was the only mid laner with the time available to rotate down, and he was able to back up FabFab, even though it overextended a little bit because he wanted to finish off that turret. 1-for-1 trade, and they'll take that one.
Yeah, definitely going to work out in their favor. We do see that Naru is falling a little bit behind those groups, but he's decided to pick up that Morella Nomicon as his very first item. That's got a lot of benefits against the lifesteal, the healing, and very importantly on Zack's passive as well. All that reduced healing once they get him lower just makes his burst combo even more difficult to deal with.
It's very surprising as well. Not used to playing against that Gragas combo. Rushing a Morella Nomicon means that he gets cooldown reduction on it as well, which plays into the strategy that he's been running mid lane, which is basically throw everything he has on cooldown to force Kami back to base as often as possible.
If available, throw barrel is the basic strategy we've been seeing. It's working out for the time being.
I do like how, Dark Passage, after losing that game, they've turned the aggression up to 10 here. Everybody is just going all out in every single lane.
The nice thing is they haven't been caught out of position really. All the time they have been playing very deep and have been playing on Pain Gaming's side of the map. It's always been calculated. You can see now with the numbers advantage and with the fact that they've got a pretty significant lead, they're going to be able to pick up an uncontested Dragon here. I believe they're first in the game.
All of that minion wave shoving into turrets has afforded them so much map pressure that they can take Dragon on cooldown at this point. And Naru looks to catch out.
You see Espeon has been caught out. The barrel's not going to be able to close him. We do see a Condemn though. Throws the Tilion backwards as here comes Zack. Let's bounce all over the place. United Caliber then throws the Tilion a little bit to safety. FabFab exhausted underneath the turret. The first victim to fall is in fact going to be Holy Thought on Sona. They've traded support for support, but now Naru is way overextended. The rest of his team has bailed. They've booked it out of there. And all of a sudden, Pain Gaming with a very good win in this team fight. It's not over yet. As FabFab tries to jump in and fight targets. Riosta is going to have a ward to put down and jumps over the wall. It was in fact Dark Passage's second Dragon, so thanks to the global goal, they still maintain that 5,000 advantage.
Yeah, really good that they took Dragon before going for that turret dive, because Pain were looking for that one. Now they'll at least have the respawn timer, but it was really just Dark Passage thinking they had caught out Nami there and overextending a little bit. Tower dive is not the thing that they want to do at this point.
Yeah, really good reactions from Benno. Coming in, they're disrupting everybody of Dark Passage, really helping Pain Gaming at the very least secure that team fight and their first tower of the game. So if they are able to continue this focus on other lanes, they can bring the goal back.
Well, Dark Passage don't really have a tower diving comp here. There's nobody that's going to build a huge amount of armor to soak up that damage. Lee Sin is a long ways off from being able to be that initiator with his safeguard in and looking to kick somebody back. So they don't really have any business fighting around turrets. They'd much rather have those open areas where they can make use of the Gragas combo. Oh my goodness, he gets caught.
Yeah, and Atelia's going to get taken down. BRTT with a brilliant stun there. Just condemns against the wall, and it's difficult to duel Vayne. I think we'll leave it at that.
I love the golf claps coming out from the crowd. Yes, yes, well played, BRTT. Nice duel there.
So the one thing that we are seeing from Dark Passage, even though they don't have the traditional tank when it comes to tower dives, they've got the ability to get you away from the tower. Lee Sin kick Dragon's barrels like, well, you stay at the tower, we just want that view. Let's see if they can pull it off.
Oh, they go on that Kami. There goes another turret dive.
I do manage to jump on it. The Dragon Trader kick was used. They thought she didn't go the right way now. Riosta gets knocked up in the air. Holy Thought falls backwards. There's no crescendo available. Now that Holy Thought is brought in, he's the first victim, and that safeguard from Riosta to the ward gets him out cleanly. Now FabFab, there's nobody in execution range. Condemned so close to getting into the tree line. Not going to work out. Pain Gaming have now turned the aggression to 11 as they force Dark Passage backwards.
Well, another turret dive by Dark Passage and another failed trade right here. Kalen was not even with the team.
And the mid wave has been taken out thanks to that very good wave clear of Dark Passage, which has been Pain on unable to continue that siege. They've got a pretty weak siege team as well. Pain is very short range. Melee Zack, melee Jarvan is risky getting in range of those towers, especially against the Lee Sin and the Gragas.
I feel like the outer turrets here are going to stay standing for quite a bit of time on Dark Passage side.
Well, the defense definitely has been pretty good so far, and the fact that Fab's picked up those boots of mobility, he should be able to respond very, very quickly to any focus.
Naru has a good position here on BRTT.
There was no explosive cask available, unfortunately.
So he also doesn't have the same ward coverage on the red side jungle here as he does up on the blue side jungle. If he had known that there was nobody else from Pain in the area, he could have gone all in for that. But without the vision, it's too chancy at this point.
Just decides to back away. Pain Gaming have effectively stalled the focus of Dark Passage here for the last 8 or so minutes. They haven't lost more objectives. They've actually taken more kills than they've given up. And they're finding a way to claw back this gold game. 5,000 gold in 12 minutes is significantly less impactful than 5,000 gold later in the matchup. Pain Gaming are doing good to stall.
Yeah, this is a new face that we haven't seen from Pain Gaming because they haven't been so far behind in the early game. How will they deal with stalling it out until they can get even on gold again?
Well, they've yet to really be caught out, and I think they've taken advantage of Dark Passage's mistakes on those dives more than they've really created the opportunities themselves. And it was a mistake at Dark Passage in the previous game. They didn't make plays. They didn't find doors to open and windows to jump through. So we'll have to see if Pain are able to avoid that stumbling block.
Pain are also using a lot of pink wards to ward up their own jungle, so not only do they have vision of the movements of Dark Passage, but they can actually clear out the wards from Dark Passage so that they can sort of stop the bleeding and retain control of their own jungle at least, even though they are that 3k, almost 4k gold behind.
And that red, that sidestone there really saving Riosta's life. He was able to get away cleanly. A couple of times actually he's got incredibly low in his team fights and used the mobility of Lee Sin just to get himself out. As it stands, Pain Gaming are going to secure their blue buff. Dark Passage were looking to challenge, but there wasn't enough members to actually pick a fight there.
Dark Passage don't look quite focused at this stage of the game. They should have control of Pain's side of the jungle, but we just talked about Pain successfully defending both of their buffs there. They got the blue and the red where they wanted them. Dark Passage are not taking as many objectives as they did in the early game.
Well, we're definitely going to have to see how and when Pain decide to pick this fight. They've dropped that gold lead now to about 3,000 odd gold. Pain hitting that 2,200 CS mark is about to get close enough to finish off that Phantom Dancer, not too far away. And with the Blade of the Ruin King and Phantom Dancer, you've got to feel that that's really a power spike that BRTC and the rest of Pain would want to take advantage of. Literally, they aren't dealing with... Oh, there's the jump! Kami, that's so much damage going down, but he hasn't been able to close out the kill. Shockwave pulls Riosta backwards, but there's no one else from Pain just yet. The explosive cast throws Kami into the wall. They picked up the first kill. That's a jungler down for a mid lane, and now all of a sudden Fab finds himself surrounded by members of Pain Gaming. That is going to be a dead bug. Crescendo locks up members of Pain Gaming, and the Hex Drinker saves Dark Passage's Fab. He manages to get away. They trade 1 for 1, but Pain Gaming were basically 2v4, 2v5 for most of that engagement.
Fab gets out alive after that one, so close. The early Hex Trigger definitely paying off, but also Venon got out with just as low life. It wasn't quite as tense for him because he's got Cell Division, but equally long cooldown right there.
Well, the one thing that we do see from Fab is his flash and his barrier have now been used up, and that's another, I don't want to use the word dive, but that's another fight that Dark Passage have started that hasn't really gone the way that they had intended.
Exactly, another trade, another even trade here for Pain. The only thing that goes in Dark Passage's favor is that, hey, they got the dragon right before that, so they've done a good job of continually taking all the dragons in this game, and that's why they're stretching their gold lead. So they've had a really good start for Dark Passage in this second game, coming out with an answer to Pain, which nobody else has had, but they have to keep up with this game plan and finish it off. It's all about the late game now.
And it's something that Dark Passage have actually done. Every dragon for the last 3, they get dragon, they pick a fight, and it does tend to backfire. So we may be in for another couple minutes before any action is committed to, at least from a Dark Passage point of view. Since they've got those 3 outer towers, they've not been confident enough to push the inner towers just yet. Even with that immense range of Caitlyn, they're playing it very, very safe.
And Caitlyn with an Infinity Edge is a huge item for her, so they're actually going to have a lot more power from the back line, which they did not have before. And we also have a very good spike on Naru right now because he's got a death cap on top of his Morello Namicon, and technically a 6-item build because he's got 2 more things.
I think that's not quite the way it's intended, Kobe, but I cannot discount that. There's multiple players in 6-item builds right now. We'll have to see how well Dark Passage can respond. We did see Venom thinking about a fight there. He landed himself squarely on top of Riosta, but decided against it, just backed away. Opted not to use that left bounce. You know, truthfully, they haven't necessarily stacked up unless they're defending a tower. This may be the first time. Insta-flash from Naru.
And it's because Pain know that they're just gonna wait. Oh my god!
Sergi just gets shredded. He's thinking about picking a fight, and Dark Passage managed to pick up a kill onto Sergi's Jarvan. Now we do see BRTT falls backward. Ignite is gonna be enough to pick up the kill. Manages to stay alive. He's life stealing off the blocks, is gonna be able to do so. Riosta flashes forward. Dragon's Rage kick, and that is an ace for Dark Passage. In an instant, they pick up 5 kills, and Dark Passage are looking to take towers.
Fab always seems to get out right there, and I don't know why Pain went aggressive. They actually had a free flash there by Jarvan going in onto Naru, but then it compromised Jarvan's position, and he could not get back, costing them an ace.
Well, you see Fab recalling. Death time is also fairly low, and Dark Passage going to be able to pick up the second tower. 13 seconds on Kami, and they wisely back away. Low mana pools and lower HP pools mean it was a risky play, but they extend that goal further, and with an exposed inhibitor, that might be the welcoming that Dark Passage are looking for.
They just breathed a huge sigh of relief. They already had the lead, but they were struggling to capitalize, and now that they don't have to deal with the turret, they don't have to make one of those very risky turret dives that they've failed over and over again. They could just go to the exposed inhibitor, which is also the perfect inhibitor for them to go for because it's at the bottom of the map. And once that's down, then they can force Pain to come at them through the Baron pit and force them to fight outside of the turrets.
The impact that Fab had in that previous team fight cannot be discounted. He was a large part of that burst onto Surti that basically forced Surti into the Cataclysm. So he said, well, I'm going to die. I'll try and lock you in for as long as I can. And just backfire a little bit. Dark Passage moving themselves actually towards the Baron side of the map now with a large amount of vision. I wonder if they're considering it or if maybe they're just playing that bait card.
So they're trying to preemptively clear out the wards around the Baron. If I was them, I would definitely like to return to that bottom lane as soon as possible, though, and get another fight going with Pain in the open battlefield.
Well, as it stands, all 5 members of Dark Passage are basically head-to-head with all 5 members of Pain Gaming. Minion Wave is slowly making its little conga line up. The inner top lane tower is the target of Dark Passage. That's an Infinity Age static ship Kate, which is doing waves very quickly.
This is very dangerous for Dark Passage, though.
He's going to jump himself in. Slingshot comes out. Cataclysm goes down. Dirty's on the front line. Venom still not used that. Let's bounce. Crescendo is available. Doesn't manage to lock up any damage in his Venom. Is going to be the first victim of the team fight. And Pain Gaming completely scattered in that way.
Looks like they don't have as many engagements as they're used to. Both Jarvan and Zach with the semi going in, and nobody's there with them, so they take a lot of damage and then have to use everything to get back out of the fight. Dark Passage are taking this one deep.
Still looking for a Sonic Wave. Riotta's going to fly himself forward. Fab gets a first kill. He's got the resets available. Decides not to jump in, but with that Sonic Wave sitting on Kami, the threat of Resonating Strike forces him backwards. We do see that BRTT is now trying to defend this inhibitor turret. However, that's 5 members of Dark Passage. Sonic Wave lands from on attack, goes on, defend goes in. A very good stun onto Farfab. Throws him against the wall. That's going to prevent him getting some damage. As BRTT tumbles into an inhibitor. Barrier is up. The Silver Bolt is going to be enough to give BRTT a double kill, and they successfully defend the inhibitor.
Very close right there. And Dark Passage, if they had been at the bottom area, then that would have been the inhibitor down. However, they got that one turret, so there's only one turret standing outside the base of Pain that's left standing.
Well, we'll have to see how well Dark Passage close this out. Condemned so close to throwing Naru into the wall. Phantom Dancer and that Blade of the Rear King for BRTT. We talked about how it's a nice power spike, but he hasn't really had a chance to pick a fight. All you see is facing forward, and Naru's just going to body slam through the tree line and get out cleanly.
Pain may really be missing that Malphite right now because that's really a guaranteed engage with the Unstoppable Force, whereas with the Jarvan, he's going in and you can get to the targets, but if there's not a Shockwave prime hit ready to go off, then he takes a lot of damage going in for that half.
Of course, in terms of champion selections, Pain Gaming could have picked a Malphite. It was available to them, was neither banned or taken away by Dark Passage. However, Pain Gaming, thanks to a little bit of the team fight control and some breathing room, they're able to pick up their first dragon of the game. The question is now, can they hold? The question is, can they defend? There's no super minions, so that definitely helps them out a lot. However, that exposed, inhibitor, it maybe should be what Dark Passage are looking for.
It's either that or go back to the Baron, because they did just spend a bunch of pink wards on the Baron area, and they should be aware that it's still ward free for them. They can try and sneak one very quickly since Kha'Zix has so much damage right now, and Baron is always isolated with a bonus.
Well, we'll have to see how they decide to play this one. They've actually got themselves a little split right now. There's a very, very big mini wave in this bottom lane. You can see that both Naru and Fab, they're thinking about whoever's going to farm this up. That's who they want to jump on top of, but they find themselves very overextended. There comes 5 members of Pain Gaming.
Both Fab and Naru do have dashes, but if the entire team comes down, then they would also be able to get the Baron. This is a very interesting predicament that Pain are in if they decide to go after the duo push or the 3-man Baron squad.
Well, this looks like a 3v3 as you see Venom. He throws himself in, let's bounces up. Cataclysm is available, so he wants to use it. He manages to get kicked away by the Lee Sin. Very good Dragon's Rage, and that's going to be enough of a counter. Tidal Wave throws out by Espeon, but it's not going to be enough to land on anybody. Now the 2v2, mid laner and top laner versus mid laner and AD carry. A lot of damage from those barrels on Kami. He's got to be careful if Fab jumps on him.
They also have to be careful of home guards going that deep into Pain's base. At this point, Pain should all be buying up home guards if they can. First one to do it is Minon.
Well, we'll have to see how effectively it works out for them. The RT's move forward as Fab has been able to catch out Sir T. Takes the fears going down, but that isolation bonus is about to wear out. There's no left bounce available. Fab jumps back in. He gets the first kill. Jumps back out thanks to the resets. And that's a very good kick. Fab with that more and more Mortius, a lot of armor penetration. Starting to get towards that Black Weaver. He is already terrifying before that's completed.
Fab making a really good showing in this game right here. Even with the 5 members of Pain coming to defend bottom, he finds the time to go back in for the kill, relying on the reset to get his jump and escape.
Well, the really nice thing about that is just confidence in the damage you're dealing. And now that Dark Passage, you've got a numbers advantage, and crucially the jungler is down, they've actually started off this Baron. Naru is running very good interference in that mid lane, holding at least the top laner, Viz Venom. No hint of it. There's no poison from Pain Gaming to even move towards Baron.
That's because they haven't been able to get a ward over by Baron for the last 5 minutes. Dark Passage have done a very, very good job of keeping that area clean. And now they can finally return to the exposed inhibitors, this time with Baron buff. So when Pain decide to go for that engage, they'll actually have a giant upper hand.
Well, I feel like every time we've talked about the bottom lane, Dark Passage said nope.
They just picked it, okay?
Okay, right. Well, now we'll see. Now we're confident. Now we're confident this one. There are some Turkish pings down on that bottom inhibitor. Dark Passage trying to even up the series against Brazil's Pain. They are 0-1 down, and they're in. This is basically their game to lose. I mean, they've got Baron, they've got a 10k gold lead, they've got a massive tower advantage. As long as they don't mess up the tower dives, they should be okay. And we'll see how well they pick up their two fights.
And if they do lose this game, then they're out. So they definitely have to play this extremely carefully right now. Taking just the bottom inhibitor and then returning to slow push another lane and take their time, because they definitely have the advantage with both a Sona and a Baron buff on your team. You have incredible regen and you have a very strong siege potential.
Well, you can see Naru is heading himself through the jungle down towards this bottom lane. They're still a little bit split up. One attack and distance is going to hit fairly hard. It's not really going to dissuade him as that Baron and the healing will now start to take effect. There's no tower to sit underneath, so Pain Gaming trying to feel the pressure. Here comes Bennett, slingshot goes out, doesn't catch anybody. Reyes Revenue was enough. Now we do see a very good condemn onto Fabfab against the wall. He's trying to find a kill onto Surti, but Surti manages to get away. A good time away is going to buy some time and some confusion as far as Dark Passage is concerned. Ace in the Hole's going to fly out, not going to be enough to pop Cell Division. Riosta's looking for the kill on BRTT, but he's more to flash away to safety. The Dillion's immense range is going to keep BRTT's vein under control and locked down. Pick up a single kill and pick up the inhibitor. Dark Passage back away. The target's going to be mid lane.
Again, Naru right here with the Gragas, the champion of Turkey right now. Knocking Nami back into the team, so they did end up with one kill at least. And they got the inhibitor, both the objective and the kill. Very good win for Dark Passage.
BRTT and Pain Gaming were just unable to kill off Fab even with that condemn. Throw themselves in. There's the slingshot again. They fought Holy Thought. There's no crescendo available. But here comes Riosta and Naru. Now Dark Passage are all over the place as they slowly started to rejoin this fight. BRTT picks up the first kill. That is onto Holy Thought Sona. The Banshee's Veil has been popped, so let's see if BRTT can get away. Sonic Wave catches a min hit and Riosta's actually going to close that off. Condemn throws him over the wall. Thanks to a good safeguard. The rest of Dark Passage said, bro, what are you doing? We want the tower.
Well, he was buying time for his team to get alone damage on that turret, and they're able to grab another objective, more global gold for the team, and they can return with the end of this Baron buff to go purchase their items for the last push.
Well, we'll have to see where they decide for that to come down. Most likely going to be that top lane. We've already seen them putting some auto attacks down onto that inhibitor turret. Stands, League of Legends by the numbers, take every tower, take every objective, and then push for the Nexus. Dark Passage, they've maintained a gold lead for the majority of this game, if not all of it. I think they have all of it.
Because of what they're doing right here, trying the dragons again, they're going to clean up yet another dragon. Now the game has changed for Dark Passage too, because with the constant pressure down bottom, because of the inhibitor being down, their team is a really strong disengaged team for Caitlyn. Caitlyn's got the range to just get a couple hits onto a turret and then back up a little bit. They can rely on the crescendo as their counter initiate, and then Gragas to ultimate a single person back, and they can get that isolation damage that Fabfab's really going to enjoy at this point with all the armor penetration that he's accumulated.
Well, let's see whether or not they can pull that one off. They have started to group up towards that top half of the map. A couple of members of Dark Passage just making their way out of the base. Blue buff being secured for Naru. As if his mana regen and cooldown reduction was not enough. He's got that blue elixir glowing away. It's obviously going to help him out. He's now getting closer to the 6-item build, I believe, Kobe. Zonia's Hourglass is going to be his next point of call. And he's had a very good game. Interestingly enough, Holy Thought has not put a single point into his Song of Celerity with that E-spell, maxing out his Q and his double for the sustain and the damage. And I guess, if you rush a Shirley's Reverie, you don't need that speed rush quite as urgently.
They'll much rather have the max damage aura and resistance aura for this siege that they're about to pull off, because without a Baron buff, they will need a bit more of the health regen. Gragas, though, with his blue buff, is going to be able to have a very strong range wrath, and they can buy the time for Caitlyn to get off straight auto attacks onto the turret fairly easily with the zoning potential of the Gragas barrel.
Well, we'll have to see how well Pain Gaming can defend this one. For the time being, Dark Passage are actually playing around in the space between the wall and the jungle. Instead of trying to get into the lane and taking some poke from Kami's Orianna. Not really too much. Now we do see Vitelio, he's just face tanking that tower, goes man mode and says, this is what I want. Tower's down to 50% HP. And Dark Passage not entirely committed to this tower push. The Ace in the Hole gets used. That's a lot of damage as it comes.
That's good. They don't want to fully commit. They're forcing Pain to come down.
And we do see the Cataclysm is down. Surti and Venom doing the best they can. Crescendo's going to lock up the back line on Pain Gaming as Dark Passage pick up one, pick up two. Kazdan trying to find more kills as he gets bubbled in the air. That is a triple kill. He's looking for number 4. Cell Division is going to be available. That's the quadra kill. Oh, we hope for the pentakill. The blobs are there. Are they going to time it? This may be the second pentakill as Fabfab looking for pentakill for Fabfab's Kha'Zix. And in what style? Controlled, calculated, and completely brilliant.
Fabfab definitely deserving of the MVP this time around. Great job by them, and great job by Dark Passage
the deciding game, and nobody would have expected a performance like this after seeing the group stage games, after seeing the domination in game one. Dark Passage with a massive confidence boost. Set the pinnacle of Gamescom.
I feel like they really needed that pentakill at the end of the game too, because of how strong they got to beat the first game. They have to get fired up now. And that's something that no matter what level you play League of Legends at, when you get a pentakill, you feel the power rushing through you. You get excited.
I'm particularly impressed with his teammates not nicking that away from underneath him. With Zach blobs, the temptation is immensely great.
Are you that guy?
I can't. If they're my friends, if I was playing with Jacoby, I'd be that guy. But a great game by Dark Passage. We're going to go into the game 3, the deciding game between Dark Passage and Pain. And remember, the loser goes back home. The loser takes top 4 in the international wildcard event, but that's it. The winner gets to challenge Lithuania tomorrow in the grand finals.
And Payne just talked about how confident they were too. Now after this game, they have a lot to discuss because they're going to have to cover up those weak points. This is not even the finals. They still have another best of 3 after getting through this one. They have a whole bunch more League of Legends to play.
One of the trends that I'm noticing throughout the wildcard events is that once a team falls behind early, they tend to not know how to bounce back. And when you think that each of these teams is the dominant team in their region, they haven't had to play from behind very often. So it could begin to explain some of the decision-making and the inability to claw it back.
Yeah, Payne definitely have to worry about getting overconfident.
Well, we're going to send it over to D-Man and Jet at the analysis desk for a closer look at the key plays of that game and how Dark Passage picked up the win.
Thank you very much, Trevor, and well, pointing out the fact that teams don't really know how to come back. Payne actually were coming back. We'll get to that shortly, though, because that's one of the replays we want to talk about. But overall, fantastic performance. Ironically, that pentakill at the end, it was Dark Passage getting a pentakill back because Payne Gaming did the pentakill on Dark Passage in the group stage.
And it was funny because the other one was also right at the end of the game where it was kind of a garbage penta at the end.
Yeah.
It still counts.
That one counted.
It still counts. Both of these ones count, and it ended up giving the team the victory. But the big swaying thing about this game is if we think back to last one, it was actually Fab Fabulous' Kale who had like a tremendous laning phase, and then by the end of it, Fab Fabulous was the one who ended up getting the pentakill because he was so strong. I do think the game was turned, though, with that first blood and Surti.
Yeah, let's check out that first blood because it was a fantastic kill and it could have been very different.
Yeah, that first blood is the craziest thing because Surti doesn't necessarily know how to play from behind. We've talked about so much this year how well he was able to play from ahead. Not this year, last 2 days. About how well he's been able to play from ahead because he constantly dives, constantly goes in, always challenges the enemy to go at him. And that's what he was trying to do when he was trying to get the first blood, it just didn't work out for him.
So let's check out that replay, of course. It was in the mid lane where all the action happened.
Yeah, so let's just roll it from here already at full speed. It's just the first blood. It's a little bit of a skirmish, and it was so close for Surti to get this one because he actually had Ryosta down very low before the fight even happened. But then, when Orianna comes in, things get a little messy. And actually, Surti had a chance to get the kill, but he missed the flag toss on Ryosta. First blood went to Gragas, and then Lee Sin pulled substantially ahead of him for the rest of the game. And after that, it seemed like Dark Passage had control of the game for quite a while.
Yeah, absolutely. So fantastic start for them, of course. You know, it was a close fought battle. And I actually thought Payne Gaming were going to come back into it, but it was really all about a couple of the team fights that just simply didn't go their way.
Yeah, so basically Payne started clawing their way back ever so slowly. There was a failed turret dive in the mid, which we're not going to show because we have more to show after that, where it did seem like they got a few kills. Dark Passage had a bit of indecision making, and then Payne was clawing their way back. And when they have Vayne, Orianna, Zach, you got to be really worried that they're going to be able to come back and just beat you in the late game team fights, but that wasn't the case.
No, so let's check out that replay, of course, because it was all about the fight. Payne were almost back in there, but it wasn't to be because of some great plays from Dark Passage.
And this trap is what kind of started it. And this fight's another living example of how Payne, it's funny because when we talk to their coach, he says, Dark Passage plays one way. Payne also just plays one way, specifically Surti, and it's always going in. So when he stepped on this trap, he tried walking around it. Instead of just running away and salvaging things, things got way worse. So let's just roll this at full speed to see how it happens. He tries to walk the wrong thing around the trap, and actually he goes in and is dead right at the start. And if we pause it here, you get to see the ridiculous Grog assault from Naru that even though the fight was almost already lost, guaranteed that the fight was over. There's no threat on Mathilion, who's on the right of your screen on Caitlyn. There is already an initiation blown by Pain, and Dark Passage just gets to run everyone down thanks to that splitting from the Gragas ultimate. Also, one last thing before we roll this clip again is BRTT gets the big 2-spike spell from Gragas because he gets hit back by the ultimate and then steps on a barrel. So let's just roll this clip at full speed. Barrel goes out, ends up hitting him one more time, and at that point, Dark Passage can just roll through absolutely everyone. It seemed close at this point, D-Man, except for the 5-for-0-8s that just basically ended the game.
Yeah, and that was all the case in resource. FabFabulous got the reset, jumped out of there, and like you say, great fighting. Clutch ulti, and that really can be the difference in some of these really games. Because at that point, Pain Gamer were kind of coming back into it. They'd had a good skirmish, like you said, in that mid-turret. They'd actually come out on top, and they were starting to turn things around, but it wasn't to be.
No, and now as we're going to Game 3, it becomes such a struggle for these guys. I don't necessarily think Dark Passage had Pain figured out that time. But what they did show is if they can somehow shut down Sir T early, it completely throws off Pain's game. I would almost want to focus, really, it's obviously you want to do this every game, but focus heavy counter jungling early, or just any type of shutdown, specifically at Sir T, because if he's not there to go in with everyone else, he's way ahead of the pack. If he doesn't have a little bit of beefiness to get him a bit of a start, it doesn't seem like Pain knows how to initiate fights.
For me, it also seems that BRTT, he needs to get back on Caitlyn. It's what he did so well with in the round robin stages. And so far, he was obviously taken away from him there. Went for the Vayne instead of Caitlyn.
And the strange thing about that is he is so aggressive on Vayne, it seemed. He was always just right in the fray, which is what Vayne does. But Caitlyn does seem to fit him a little bit better because it allows him to pick his points at the outside of the fight with his very aggressive team. I mean, think of the way Pain plays in a sense. They have Venon and Sir T just going all in every time. You need a bit of cleanup for that because if BRTT goes and gets himself killed at the start of the fight, it's not going to synergize well.
And BRTT, well, he went 15-1-5 against Dark Passage in the round robin. Yes. So he needs to get on that Caitlyn. So guys, it is time to take a quick break. But when we respawn, we'll have an epic conclusion of this game, the 3-game series, of course. It is Dark Passage versus Pain Gaming. The trip to Friday's wildcard finals is on the line. We already have gaming gear there. Who will join them? Stick around, we'll be right back.
League of Legends is like one mistake can make the game. So I think best of 3 is better.
O bom de ser melhor de 3 é que mesmo que você perca algum jogo por engano, você vai pro próximo, mesmo sabendo que tá perdendo, mas você tem a chance ainda de ganhar.
Welcome back to an incredible day of League of Legends action here at Gamescom 2013. Now it is time for the third and final game between Dark Passage and Pain Gaming. Coming into this series, I don't think many people gave Dark Passage much of a chance against the Brazilian champs. But even though their win last game was only their second win here at Gamescom, Dark Passage is now only one victory away from a chance to Friday's finals.
Now that was Dark Passage's first really good game here at Gamescom, and it couldn't have come at a better time. They started out great with Naru grabbing first blood with Gragas because of that missed Jarvan flag that we just saw from Jat, but they kept it rolling from there. They didn't stop. They kept coming into that, and they got more kills. They contained all the objectives. Coming into that match though, they had 11 kills in total in 2 games against Pain, and they had 18 in that game alone.
Just a small improvement.
Just a little bit. 9 of those kills were jumped on by their top laner, Fabulous. He went 9, 2, and 6 and picked up all this. That was the second penta here at Gamescom, kind of an answer to the previous penta by Pain.
So I'm going to lay down a challenge to every other team that's playing. 2 days of Gamescom, 2 penta kills secured. Let's talk a little bit about what Dark Passage has to do in this particular game to make it 2 in a row. And remember, they are on blue side as well.
So it's all about the early game again, I think. That's where they really made up the difference. And if they're able to get an early lead, then they look so much better and they know where they want to go next. That's the first step that they have to accomplish before going into those team fights where Pain Gaming usually have the upper hand.
Well, it's definitely something I want to comment on as we're just waiting for Champ Select to start. That little video was the 2 teams talking about the decider game, talking about how a best of 3 is a little bit better, that one single mistake doesn't cost you a spot at Worlds. And now the pressure's really on because, you know, we talked about it so much. You still have to play another best of 3 before you actually get to Worlds. But if you lose this, you go home. If you lose this, that's it. Your ride, your story is finished.
The best of 3s are completely different. You have to make these little adjustments, and you can show your team's strength in adaptation, which is what League of Legends is really all about.
Well, we'll have to see what these 2 teams decide to pick and ban. I imagine Kha'Zix might be a consideration here based on their previous performance. And like Demon and Jack were talking about so much for BRTT, I questioned the Vayne pick at the beginning of the game. They questioned the Vayne pick, and I think as a team, they may be questioning that pick as well.
They probably won't go back to that Vayne. As said earlier, the Caitlyn and the Twitch, he's had so much more success on. So it'll probably be one of those more long-range AD carries towards the end of the game that they end up going with. But besides that, there's a very specific strategy that Dark Passage used with the split of Gragas ultimate and then the isolation damage of Kha'Zix that was able to make Fabulous shine. If you don't have both of those pieces, then it doesn't really work by itself.
Well, we'll see how these teams have adapted in this third and final game of the series. Malphite has been banned out. They've denied it in this particular round. It was not banned in game 2, nor was it picked.
So they were thinking what I was thinking. Yes, we'd much rather have Jarvan engage on us than that Malphite because Jarvan, yes, he can contain you in that Cataclysm, but it doesn't lock you down, and you can continue to do damage to him for the duration. That was much more successful and much easier for Dark Passage to defend against.
This is one of the things that I love about best of 3s. And you get to that final matchup, it's like, well, we don't want to deal with that Gragas because he was frustrating to deal with, so they banned him out. Twitch saying, hey, look, game 1, it was all about Twitch in the lane. We don't want to deal with that. We talked about the key ingredients for Kha'Zix and Gragas for that pick sort of comp to work. Would you think Dark Passage would still consider a Kha'Zix pick as a first, when there's still so many things open, like the Zac, which you could also deny from Pain?
I think Zac is definitely still a really high priority because Pain will take that away if it's given to them. Looks like they don't want to go down that road, though.
Well, locking in that Caitlyn. So similar sort of decision-making. They're denying that from BRTT. It's also one of the safer AD carries, and we'll just have to see whether or not Dark Passage can make it work for them in this
They're thinking
match.
no pentakill for you this game.
Well, we'll see. BRTT got his penta on Caitlyn yesterday.
That's why they're thinking no penta. We're going to take Caitlyn away.
We'll see. Maybe he wants to grab it for himself, so it's my turn to shine now. Pain Gaming, on the other hand, and actually both of these teams have used the entirety of this clock. They used the full minute countdowns on the band. They're using the full countdowns now on locking in. I imagine they're as confused as we are in terms of what they want to do.
Well, you could see they immediately turned around and started to huddle after that last game, and they haven't even had enough time yet to fully come up with their solution for this Dark Passage team. Yes, they banned out part of the comp that was run last time, but it's still available for Dark Passage to go heavy assassins and just try and pull Pain Gaming's team apart by using split pushing.
So we see that Ezreal and Son has been locked in. That could be the duo lane, could be even double AD if Pain wanted to try the one out. And if I recall correctly, Ezreal was banned in game 1 and 2. He's definitely been banned at least one of the games in the series. So it's a pickup that Pain had been denied, and now they're quite happy to get their hands on.
I don't think they'll go with a double AD comp. That does not seem like Pain's style to me. They definitely like to have a much stronger front line and mid line than back line. So I think that's going to be the duo lane right here, the Son and Ezreal combo to answer back to the early power of a Caitlyn.
And it also doesn't reveal your hand. I mean, we know nothing about what Pain Gaming are going to do. There's no jungle selected, there's no solo laners. We like to think we know how they're going to play the game, but we need to see the champions to actually back up that little strategy and back up that aggressive game plan. This time around, however, there's not going to be a Zac available for them.
Well, they definitely prefer the red side so that they can have that counter-picking situation available. That's why they started on red side, because they got to choose coming into this. And now, having that again, they're a bit more comfortable. Even though they did leave up that Zac, and Malphite's already banned, it'll be interesting to see what they go for their hard engage now that their two main options are off the table.
And if any team's going to know how to deal with a super hard engage and people flinging themselves at you, Pain Gaming is going to be well aware of what costs them their team fights and what's costed them, engagements in the past. So we have seen the Nocturne, and it has usually been paired with the Malphite, and the Monkey King's locked in.
That one is kind of out of left field, but talking about hard engage, this is one that's not used very often. Wukong's ultimate is amazing. You can knock up all 5 people if you can get to them during the duration, and plus it does a lot of damage that people are not expecting, because people don't play against Wukong very often. It's not even used in solo queue very much, so you don't get a lot of experience against that champion.
Well, we'll have to see how well they can make it work. Charu ran Wukong against Fnatic in the Super Week, last week, week 9, and he had a pretty good game. Fnatic started off slowly in that matchup. They managed to claw it back and win, but it is a very, very impactful champion, especially early on, and we'll see whether or not Kami wants it mid or Venom wants it top, because the few times we have seen it, it has been sort of interchangeable.
It's they're keeping it a little bit open there for the last pick so they can have the final counter pick here, but you can already see what they're going to do with the composition. They want to turn out the lights with Nocturne to force Dark Passage to group up, and then they can use that Crescendo and Wukong combo to lock up the entire team.
Well,
I was going to go into an Akali thing.
Get excited. It's not Jungle Cassidy. It's not Jungle Cassidy. Let's talk about Dark Passage's composition. There's a lot of damage and good champions, but I don't see a lot of inherent synergy there between that Kha'Zix, Zac, and Karthus. Outside of, hey, look, let's kill you, let's let Requiem get a reset and hope Fab can repeat. I mean, there's not much CC there. Zyra Sona could have maybe fit them a little better.
It is going to be a lot harder for Fab to get into the team fights now. They don't have any means of splitting Pain up, and Pain have the Crescendo and they have the Wukong. So if Kha'Zix get caught in either of those CCs, they can easily burn him down when he jumps in, because Ahri's so mobile, she can reposition herself whenever Fabulous does come in to land her skill shots and take him out very, very quickly.
Yeah, we've seen how Ahri has been counterpicked to Karthus, again, numerous times during the course of the wildcard tournament. It's been sort of one of the preferred mids in that regard. So I'll have to see how well it works out. Dark Passage this time around, we talked about the early game. I think the laning phase may be even more important than the 2 previous matchups because of their lack of synergy in team fights. I think if they don't get ahead, they might be in a difficult position.
And it's going to be hard because Ahri by herself already has kill potential on Karthus, but when you pair that with Nocturne, as soon as Nocturne hits level 6, there's no way for Karthus. If he's even in the middle of the lane, he's halfway up, he cannot get away from an Ahri and a Nocturne engage post level 6.
Well, we'll have to see how effective they pull it off. There is the massive crowd here at Gamescom. I wonder if we're gonna try. You guys ready to yell Demacia before we get into this game? I'm gonna try one more time. I failed last time. So on 3, give me a Demacia. 1, 2, 3. That was much better. That was much better.
I told you, you have to have the League of Legends theme, Trevor.
That's it. The League of Legends theme gets everybody excited. We are into the final match here at day 2 in Gamescom, and it is the final game in the semi-final between Turkey's Dark Passage and Brazil's Pain Gaming. The winner gets to challenge Lithuania's Gaming Gear on Friday. And let's see how they handle this one. Dark Passage grouping up towards this blue buff.
Now last time around, Fabulous did start with this red elixir and he went extremely aggressive, level 1. But this time around, Vinon's got to be expecting that. And so he's posted up in this tri-bush, gonna hightail it out of there.
Well, let's get a ward down. Only just to get taken out, actually. So a little bit of an early advantage there in favor of Dark Passage. And Venom not gonna have that early vision that he was hoping.
That's actually a very big win for Dark Passage, being able to burn the top laner ward. Wukong already is at a little bit of a disadvantage, not running that Ignite in lane, so he doesn't have the same kill potential in lane. And Fabulous is free to go very aggressive on him, especially since now there's not going to be vision.
Well, we do see both of these teams moving around one another. That's 5v5, but Dark Passage was fairly split up there. However, Holy Thought was able to get that ward down on the red buff and just to get that vision superiority. I want to touch on the summon spells really quickly as Fabulous's Kha'Zix has gone for that flash barrier once again. And Naru and Holy Thought have both locked in those exhausts. So keep that in mind. We highlighted how impactful exhaust was yesterday during the group stages. And against Wukong and Nocturne and Ahri, they could be equally, if not more effective in this matchup.
Yeah, Karthus, very big fan of taking exhaust and then having it also on the support means they do have 2 answers for the dive in, but on the same token, they don't have any ignite on the team.
Well, we'll have to see if that comes back to burn them on the bottom. As the fights do actually play out. Riosta is going to start off on his red buff. Surti starting off on his. Basically mirror images of one another's jungles. They should be roaming around. Once again, we see a straight-up matchup. 2v2, 1v1. However, this time, dual laners are, in theory, where they belong in the bottom lane.
And the top laners, it'll be very interesting to see. I think that Fabulous is going to continue going with his aggressive style and try to bully out Vinon. He's already made him chug through 1 potion here, and he just has to bide his time. They already destroyed the ward, so at any moment, they could call up jungle presence. And that's really going to be the difference in that brawl up top.
Well, we'll definitely have to keep our eyes on that lane matchup. You know, Kha'Zix sort of fallen out of favor in recent months, and Wukong is a champion we seldom see at best. So, potential for something explosive to happen is very, very high, especially once they both hit 6. And there's just such an immense amount of damage that can come down from either of them. As it starts, though, both junglers with their double buffs, maybe looking for an opportunity, looking for somewhere to fit into game.
Deciding to farm up instead, and with no wards for Pain inside Dark Passage jungle, it means that Zac actually is going to have the upper hand here, and his game is going to be a bit more surprising. Both top laners are playing fairly passively though, just trying to farm because both of them are indeed blind right now with no ward coverage.
And you can see that both junglers are actually heading towards that top lane. Nocturne and Zac are closing in on both Fab and Venom. We'll have to see if crowd control lands. Remember that Nocturne's going to need to hang around a little bit longer.
Oh, this is going to be a nice 2 vs 2. The minion wave is in Dark Passage's favor.
Fab does leap forward, put a lot of damage down into Venom. However, the crushing blow comes out. The slow doesn't manage to come out. Venom flash into safety. Now the Fear Block does get avoided by Fab, but Flash burned. Venom is very low.
This is a great time to get Venom very low too, because they have a huge minion wave that he does not want to leave. If he loses out on all that experience, he's going to just lose that top lane matchup and have to have support.
We'll have to see if they decide to tower dive this one. Red Pop was actually drank in that previous fight, so Fab is a little low on mana. We'll have to see if he decides to jump in, and all of those potions and the Rejuvi bead are doing work, as Venom has now got more HP than Sir T, his jungler. It doesn't look like Riosta or Fab are going to commit to any overextended play or to any tower dive, and both junglers end up backing away.
So he shuts all the potions, but he's also going to have to play defensively. This is the Aqua Prison.
He throws out the Aqua Prison, catches absolutely no one, forced to flash away, does get out cleanly. But BRTT and Espeon managing to win out that trade. They got the Summoner spell down without the aid of a jungler.
This is why they continually look for that 2 versus 2 situation, because they have so much confidence in BRTT's ability.
Now Sir T's trying to put some pressure onto Fab. He does have flash and barrier. Isolation bonus plus taste their fears. Gonna hit particularly hard. Barrier comes up. He's forced to flash, running out of mana. And he gains
the timing on that flash was so good for Fabulous.
It's not over yet as Riosta slingshots himself out, does get feared away, flashes forward, manages to use an unstable matter to secure first blood. And thanks to that Duskbringer, Sir T's going to be able to get the movement speed he needs to run away.
Fairly sure that Minon had come in invisible for his charge on Wukong, and that Fabulous's flash going off right after the dash from Wukong was used was luck, but that was the perfect situation for Dark Passage because it allowed the follow-up here from Zach. No invisibility available for Wukong, meant that they were actually the ones able to capitalize on and get the first blood.
Unfortunately for Fab, it peeled away too quickly or too long ago, so no assist was secured, but Riosta with the early advantage, and once again, Dark Passage coming out swinging.
He does have the minion wave pushing towards him though, so he will benefit from that exchange up top, and it's going to be Wukong in the dangerous situation where he has to CS from a little bit further back.
It'll be even more difficult as Wukong doesn't have any of those ranged abilities that Kha'Zix currently has. He's got no missile spikes in his back pocket. He'll have a crushing blow, and trades actually not as effectively as I was anticipating. Fab got a little bit of lifesteal back thanks to those void spikes, and the cloth armor is going to be helping out. And Ben, on the other hand, he's picked up a chain vest, so defensive starts for both of our top laners.
We do have a level 6 Karthus in the middle though, so both side lanes have to worry. Here goes Ahri in on 2.
Kami just dives all over Holy Thought. He's forced to use that exhaust, and another Aqua Prison went completely wide. There's no threat of Kami being caught by that one at all, and now exhaust is blown.
Both exhausts are blown right there, so it actually hurts the mid lane quite a lot because Ahri, post 6, does have that kill potential we were talking about. Next time Spirit rushes up, it's going to have to be Naru the one looking out.
So what we've seen from Karthus is yesterday was once they had that exhaust being down or their opponents had an advantage, they just sat all the way back and farmed those lane waste. We'll see if Naru continues to do the same. He's level 7. He does have that Requiem available. Nobody's gone low enough for it to be a danger or a threat yet.
Yeah, Naru's really looking for no more action in that mid lane. He just wants to farm up to the distance and then use his first Requiem for side lane support.
Well, we'll see how effectively it can be used. We're looking at this bottom lane. BRTT and Espeon doing a pretty good job. However, their opponents, Leon and Holy Thoth, are keeping up in CS. There's 2 creeps between them and a full minion wave. They've been poking back and forth, but outside of that sort of misplay by Holy Thoth earlier, they haven't really been able to extend any sort of advantage on one another.
Well, a big part of it is that Nami as a support really depends a lot on the side lane bush control because Aqua Prisons from Vision are fairly hard to land. And if you can get the side lane bush control, then you can start throwing those from the Fog of War from the other team. And with Nami being zoned out of that bush, they don't get the opportunity for those really nice trades that usually come with the Nami lane.
Well, we'll see if Dark Passage are able to push the wave out and try to take control of that bush for the time being. You see that Leon is just doing the best he can to CS under the tower. Talking about CS, that top lane matchup of Fab and Venon. Still in favor of Fab. The fact that that wave was pushing against him that you talked about has put Venon quite significantly behind actually. 20 CS, around about 600 gold. And that's a pretty big advantage before the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, the minion wave control is even more important than either the assists or the kills there from that top action. And Fab has done a great job once again capitalizing on it and once again winning his lane.
Now we do see Venon falling a little bit further behind the CS matches. You see a pink ward goes down here from Holy Thoth. Serti with Paranoia available. He's definitely thinking about jumping in, but Riosta reading him like a
teleport is also available for Wukong, plus he's 6 now, so we could finally see Venon having the same effect that he did last game.
Things are getting serious. We've gone to our quiet hunting voices, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll see whether or not anybody pulls the trigger. Crescendo comes down. There goes the paranoia. Holythop has been jumped on. The knockups come down from BRTT. And now Surtees in a little bit of trouble. Requiem instantly thrown down. Teleport cannot be used as Venom is forced out of the fight. A flash forward from Lethalion's going to put damage onto Bane, but his barrier keeps him alive for a few seconds longer. Now BRTT's dropped. Venom, with next to no HP, does land the teleport. Throws the Cyclone down. They've traded 1 for 2. And Riosta gets out cleanly.
Venon does leave Zach though, so the jungler's still up. He's extremely low, so if he went for the smite still here, it would be pretty much a suicide mission.
Well, we do see playing Gambling now thanks to that superior team fight. They're going to be able to put a lot of damage on this dragon and secure that one fairly safely actually. Riosta not going to be able to contest. What we did see is that as the fight started, Venon just got jumped on by Fab, and he was dropped so incredibly low. Luckily for him, the team fight was running to an end because that low HP wasn't a factor.
And they had the advantage because of the early burst on Nami. The importance of that side lane control, the pink wards in there from Pain, making that all happen.
Well, we do see that Nami, still level 5, has been unable to unlock that tidal wave. Maybe that additional crowd control could have swung things a little bit more in Dark Passage's favor, but this game is still incredibly close. Only 900 gold separates these teams thanks to that tower being dropped in the top lane. And that is one of the dangers of leaving your lane to teleport. You expose it to being taken down.
And that's really been the story, is something that's added on and compounded the fact that Fab's had a great laning phase. He's also been always up against the laner with teleport. Makes it that much easier to win the trades, and you also get left alone with minion waves.
So we do see that Fab has backdoor, picked himself up that brutalizer. A little bit of early armor penetration. His opponent is stacking some armor right now. Chain base completed. Holythop still working towards getting that level 6. He's been out of minion wave range for a while.
Now it's up to Fab to make his presence felt on somewhere else on the map. Yes, it was a great job by him answering the dragon with the top turret, but it opened up the opportunity for Venon to slow push this lane, to freeze it, and get back into the game. It's up to Fab to make a play and punish him for not being somewhere else on the map, because teleport's down right now.
Riosta was thinking about picking a fight in the bottom lane, but he stood right on top of a ward. So Pain Gaming, with an instant reply, they've thrown Surtees up in range. Keep an eye on those cooldowns because Paranoia is not available just yet. So Surtees thinking about a lane gank. For the time being, we still have a 3v3 cluster. And we're talking about Fab making a play. He was moving towards the mid lane, but is now opted towards the Wolfgang. So jump in from Riosta. Crescendo goes down, they've locked up with Delion. There's no Paranoia available. We do see Kami slowly moving down the river. When he decides to tower dive, let's keep tabs on his position.
Karthus ulti's available, but so is Spirit Rush. So if Naru wants to be able to add that damage from mid lane, he has to get very far away from Cammy so that there will be no opportunity for that charm interrupt.
Well, for the time being, he's just backdoor, farmed up that Wraith Camp. And Naru doing very, very well in that mid lane. 142 CS to 120. Got that Rod of Ages completed. Yet to build any mana items. We have been seeing those Tear of the Goddesses fairly frequently on Karthus's. Whatever the plural is. And we'll have to see how Naru decides to itemize his cards.
And Fab has taken an advantage for the fact that Venon was freezing. He went in and counter jungled, taking the red buff, so that he has even more kill potential on Venon now.
We'll see how it works out for him. Surtees, very sad panda once he returns to his jungle. He's going to notice that red buff has been taken away. He's going to get the timer on it. Stood right on top of a ward, so Dark Passage, you're going to be well aware of it. Fab, a small level advantage. Minion Wave is pushing towards him, but Fab's just allowing the wave to sit there. Now he's going to have control and he's going to set the tempo against Venon's Wukong.
Now it's his turn to make Venon go somewhere else on the map and make a play, because Venon cannot overextend in that lane either. Very dangerous for him as he has 0 ward coverage and no tower to fall back on.
Down in this bottom lane, Riosta with the Oracles clears out the ward, toying with the idea of picking a fight, but didn't work out.
The Oracle's early pickups are something that's a little bit more common on junglers after the change, where they persist through death too. So he doesn't really have to worry about being the one on the front line and also the one that's in charge of that vision control. But really, again, we're talking about that top lane and the tiers that you brought up. There's again, oh, here we go, the Charm Initiate.
Nari gets charmed, reducing the exhaust going down, so Kami's damage is going to be mitigated. A nice sidestep from Nari, manages to get him out of range of that second Spirit Rush, and Kami jumped in, but got the exhaust, so fair trade for that Spirit Rush.
So what we're about to say about the top lane is that Fabulous has not got a tier either. It used to be a very common item on Kha'Zix, but he's gone very early game fighting potential here. He's got all combat stats with the Brutalizer and the Doran's Blade. So he has even more 1v1 potential than top.
Well, we do see the little race being secured by Kami.
Well,
sniffed out that potential.
He actually, Fabulous actually was able to get the last hit on that. So he's doing a good job counter jungling, but Venon is slowly getting back into this because he's taking the double golems, whereas Fabulous is taking the red and the Wraiths here, and then each of them returns to farm the lane.
Riosta charges up that same shot, does manage to jump out cleanly. BRTT's Ezreal got quite a bit of damage down actually. Riosta not super tanky right now, he doesn't have any additional resistances. Minor amount of HP, but nothing really to write home about. Sitting at 59 CS at the 15-minute mark. His opponent, Sir T's, falling a little bit further behind as this game continues. And as you mentioned, Dark Passage and actually his own team picking away those jungle camps in the top half of the jungle. You can see Venon being pinged out. They're well aware of his position, and Fab, with no real, massive minion waves, he's now once again left that top lane to roll down to the middle, and could be in anticipation of the dragon.
We really talked about how important the early game was going to be for Dark Passage again because it was so important last game. But there hasn't been a lot of action yet, and it's really going to come down to the first team fights here. They're waiting on the level 11 that we just have from Fab now, that he will be able to reset in those team fights.
Well, we asked the question in the previous game, can Fab survive to level 11? However, the answer to the question was yes. In this match, he's done it again. Let's talk a little bit about the mid laners. We haven't really looked at them all that much, bar for a few ganks. Kami rushed that Abyssal Scepter as his first item. It's not a Deathfire Grasp.
That's the big point that I was going to bring up. It's got that magic reduction aura, but you're missing out on so much of the reason that people are picking Ahri so often these days, and it's the burst potential that she has when catching people out. We saw him catch Karthus out earlier and not have the power to finish him off. Usually when an Ahri is going to be able to catch a Karthus like that in a charm and get off her full combo, with it, had that been a Deathfire Grasp, they would have been able to kill her.
Okay, see how and where Kami decides to itemize his Dark Passage now jump on this dragon, and it just gets melted thanks to all of those damage sources. Karthus and Kha'Zix with their current items, that dragon didn't stand a chance.
Now the Karthus with the solo damage, double damage on those late wastes, and then the isolation damage from Kha'Zix just adds so much. They're able to burn it down very quickly, but I'm still wondering about this mid lane matchup. It seems like Kami built that magic resist sort of for the lane matchup, and that's sort of because he was losing in CS, but it's a very interesting situation, as we don't usually see that. Ahri usually has the kill potential right now, but because of that change and going towards a more defensive item, she's lost a lot of pressure.
So Kami has picked up that Fiendish Codex now, so slowly going to start working towards what we believe to be the Deathfire Grasp. We see a top lane tower being taken down by Pain Gaming, and you actually see Fab back off a lot. Now we do see Riosta, he's instantly exhausted. Let's bounce his up. Crescendo's going to lock up both Vitellion and Riosta, and the tidal wave falls short. Just not enough water in the ocean. Requiem comes down. That was cancelled. Kami was able to jump onto Naru. Naru's in trouble now. The exhaust is thrown out. He's running out of mana as Kami is just hop, skipping, and jumping everywhere. And this time round, he makes the kill stick.
This time he's able to get it because Naru was just standing still, channeling that ultimate. He was able to find him and cancel the Requiem, so that's a huge cooldown plus the kill. Looks like doesn't matter if he goes with Abyssal Scepter, still able to get the job done.
Managed to land a full combo out of range of the tower, lands a good charm into Riosta. He's actually going to drop his HP quite significantly. Number of Pain Gaming team members rock up, but with Nocturne and Wukong, that's one thing that Pain Gaming can do very well. If they make it to towers, those towers are going to go down super quickly.
Even with the last couple wins from Pain, though, they're still behind in global gold. Dark Passage are doing a very good job right now, and a lot of that gold is being spread out among the team. So Karthus has been able to get his Rod of Ages, and though he skipped that tier, he's actually going for a more mid-game spike in damage, which will be afforded to him by that needlessly large rod. It can either be turned into a Death Cap or a Zanya's and allow him a longer stay in the middle of the team fights.
Well, we'll see how he can manage his mana, because in that previous fight with Kami, he ran out of his mana pool. And I imagine the blue buff control, now that 5 towers are down in total, it's going to become crucial for Dark Passage and Naru. Without the ability to regen and get that CDR, it may make his life a little more difficult. We see Fab also differing his build this time around. He's got that Brutalizer, BF Sword, and a pickaxe, so possibly a Bloodthirster next. It's a little different from what we've seen previously, where he sort of rushed that Hex Drinker. We've already talked about the lack of mana mune, but what do you think of this heavy AD early build?
Yeah, both of these solo lanes here from Dark Passage are going without the tiers. So the extended team fights are going to be a bit worse for them, but the burst damage is going to be there, and the mid-game power spike is going to be there much quicker. So that's enabling them to actually get this earlier game lead.
Oh, Riosta gets charmed down. That's a Cell Division passive. The rest of Pain Gaming turn their focus onto Naru. The tower is still hammering away in the background. The RTT is going to be able to pick up the second kill, as it was Surti that secured the first. A flash forward onto Holy Thought. One more crushing blows, gonna secure the kill. And that's 3 quick kills for Pain Gaming.
The long-range initiation for Pain right there. We talked about the Aryan Nocturne combo that you can't escape from, and they capitalize on it, also using the Wukong's teleport.
Well, Fab's going to be able to get out of range of that unspeakable horror from Surti. He's still looking to try to defend, but this is going to be a 2 versus 5. Fab gets jumped on, he's going to leap over the wall thanks to his mobility, and he gets out cleanly. But for the time being, Pain Gaming with that fight take back the gold lead.
Talked about Pain Gaming punishing people for being spread out. They did it right there. They usually run the team comps that are able to catch people, and that was just Karthus having no option to get back out. Zac gets chonged under the turret, and they easily burst him down, also taking down his passive.
Well, we do see right now that Dark Passage have got full HP bars, full mana bars, and they're starting to push down this middle lane. They may want the tower.
They would love to be able to answer with an objective, but all of Pain are going to be returning here. They don't have the option of the Paranoia for the long engage here, but our Spirit Fire, or Spirit Rush, has such a short cooldown that she'll be fine in this team fight here. That blue buff just now running out.
So don't forget the teleport was used in the previous fight by Venom, so it's going to be a couple of minutes before that is available for use. Cyclone still on cooldown. Whereas all of Dark Passage's abilities borrowing that time away are available for use. You can see Riosta hanging out on the side, and we've seen that from Zax. They like to engage from out of sight, like to catch their opponents off guard, and hiding in the jungle is one of the best ways to do it.
And the oracles are key to that as well. Good job by Espeon, clearing out around the middle lane here where all the action is going down. Those are the only outer turret that's left standing here, and one that they want to keep standing so they can keep controlling the center area of this map and pull off those long-range picks that we just saw.
Well, Paranoia is becoming available very, very shortly from Surti's Nocturne. And you can see the countdown time on the top of the screen. 25 seconds before Dragon is up. You can see Vision being littered across the map here for Pain Gaming. They want to pick this fight. They want to be in the Dragon Pit. You can see VRTT is recalling. He's now going to rejoin his team as the rest of Dark Passage are grouped up in this bottom half of the map.
That ward that Dark Passage just had inside their own jungle and that Pain cleared out saved Caitlyn's life right there. If it wasn't for that, they would have continued on their game path down to the bottom lane and made Caitlyn pay for the free farming.
Well, you can see that Venom still thinks he can taste some blood of a Piltover Sheriff, because Tillion's Caitlyn's very, very alone in that lane. He's going to shove it out, and now finally Ben's going to back off. Riosta with an Oracle of his own. He's clearing out the Vision. Oh, Ben's invisible. He's dived in. Cyclone is available. This is 2 members of Pain Gaming taking on 3 of Dark Passage. The first victim to fall will be Naru as a crescendo manages to land the last hit. Now Requiem is available, being channeled down. Now Riosta is backing away. He's going to get dropped by the Ezreal, throwing out those Mystic shots. That's a double kill thanks to those Mystic shots. Fab has zero impact. We do see Fab manages to escape, and Pain Gaming, they lose 1, but pick up 4. 4.
Fabulous has been spotted on the map now. He doesn't know where to go. The wards here for Pain are littered around, and they want to catch this one.
Oh, it may have gotten out the charm. Potentially at max range would have caught him. Ben Razor's going to try catch up. Yeah, he's going to use that little stealth decoy. Not going to be enough. As BRTT said, guys, let's focus. Objective is more important. We start Dragon.
He got pinged out. This is one of the only places that he can hide it. Pings are still going down on him.
Oh, True Shot Barrage is flying across the map. It's not going to be able to pick him up, and Fab is going to, in fact, suicide there. Goes down to the turret. No Dustbringer available for Sir-T, but Dragon was secured. Convincing teamfight win, and now Pain Gaming take a significant lead in this deciding game.
It's very funny to watch a Karthus play against this Pain Gaming team, because Karthus did a really good job right there of flashing in just before he was going to die into the entire Pain Gaming team. But Pain are an all-in team that dive forward, so they all just jumped over the Karthus body and kept the chase on.
Well, Holy Thought is in a little bit of trouble, gets feared out by Sir-T, forced to flash over the wall as Kami actually used the Spirit Rush in there, trying to pick up an extra kill, but he does manage to get away. Summer Spell blown, however.
Pain Gaming also able to get another minion wave shoved up to the bottom turret, which does buy them time and the option of clearing out Baron Pit with that Oracle.
We'll have to see how it works out for them. Oracles has been running for a very long time in this matchup. Riosta's been...
Another one.
Yeah, he's had that pink guy since about 12 or 13 minutes of the game, and he's been denying a lot of Pain's vision. And right now, I think it's more important than it was earlier in the matchup, because Pain is less afraid of pushing into Dark Passage's jungle, getting that early vision, or getting that deep vision down. In terms of itemization, we do see that Deathfire Grasp has been completed for a little while in Kami. We were talking about it. We do see that Blue Build Ezreal. Mirror Mana completed, as well as those Iceborne Gauntlets. And truthfully, we do see Holy Bob this time round. He's not going to be able to get caught out. That last Spirit Rush, and that just looked too easy.
That is what we're used to seeing from Ahri. Going all in on the supports.
Not over yet. Riosta just gets caught by a charm. He's forced to use that slingshot to get away. And Kami is just... he's very scary right now. That was basically 1v1, then 1v1, which he won both off.
Now that he does have that Deathfire, it's pretty much the key to Ahri, that fifth spell that she deserves to have in her combo. And it's usually the support that they're picking out at this stage of the game, because most of the supports now run in the current meta are ranged supports that don't rush a lot of health, and they never rush resistances, so they're always very susceptible to that burst from Ahri, even more so in this case because of that Abyssal Scepter that was rushed.
Look how quickly that tower just goes down, that crushing blow damage coming out of Venom is really helping drop those towers quickly. He actually used the decoy out towards the tower and was thinking about using that as an initiation tool. But this time around, they don't decide to tower dive. 4 members of Dark Passage in this mid lane, while in the bottom lane, Fab is trying to find out Sir-T. He's just defending that split-pushing Nocturne.
And it's just a tank Nocturne too, so he can get fairly aggressive and not have to worry about it.
That was just pure damage from that Mirror Mana Mystic Shot Ezreal, completely removing Holy Thought. Final tick of damage lands from Kami. Now all of a sudden Fab gets caught by the Dustbringer. No stealth is going to help protect you against that big blue trail once it lands.
Supports have to watch their positioning so carefully when playing against an Ahri, because like I said, they are usually the target that he's going after. He's trying to burst down to even the numbers out here. 5 vs 4 situation for Pain.
And take a look at the poker from BRTT. He's completely controlling these fights. He won the previous engagement. Now we see that Sir-T dives forward, picks up the first kill of the engagement onto the Thilion. In the background, Venom gets dropped as he was tanking up that turret for a very long period of time. They trade 1-for-1, but Pain get the tower.
Again, something we're used to seeing from Pain. When they dive deep, and they were not going to let Caitlyn get out of that one alive.
There was no chance of that one, and good timing from Sir-T. Only threw down that Paranoia once the barrier had actually timed out, landing and ready through all of that. So 5 towers to 2. Pain Gaming extend that gold lead just a little bit further. They're going to start spending some of that hard-earned cash, and they're now working their way down the very last inner turret. It's a position that Dark Passage were actually in the previous game. However, now they're on the receiving end.
Yeah, Pain Gaming definitely more at home now that they've been able to get off a couple successful chain dives. This is what they're used to, and they're feeling much better with how this game is going now.
Well, we'll have to see how effectively this last couple of pushes works out. Remember that Dark Passage actually banned out Zyra as their first ban of the game. And what I keep thinking to myself is, imagine how good that counter-engage or counter disengage would be against this sort of all-in team of everyone jumping in. But hindsight is 2020 right now. Pain Gaming, they're clearing out the vision around Baron Pit, and there's a lot of Dark Passage wards. Look at that mini-map, it is just littered with little blue dots.
It's going to take a while here for Espeon to clear out all of these wards, but he's doing his best. Wukong's there helping him. And Wukong, by the way, his teleport is back up at this point. He's actually a fairly decent split pusher because he has the ability to escape with his invisibility and his decoy, but he also is a decently strong duelist at this point.
We'll have to see if they decide to go for that split push strategy. For the time being, Pain seems to be all about the counter vision in this Baron Pit area. And you know, we talk about it so much here in Europe, about how European teams and the European meta is all about the Baron. It seems as Dark Passage and Pain, their focus has been very Baron heavy as well. And it could stem from the fact that Pain are not as comfortable pushing into turrets.
Pain would love to be able to draw Dark Passage out into the open once again so that they can fight them in an open battleground where they can use that combo of the Crescendo and the Wukong ultimate.
Well, we'll see if Dark Passage managed to fall for that one. So T clearing out those Caitlyn traps, making sure that they don't get trapped up in the heat of battle when it really counts. And Espeon just continuing to counter ward right now. Dark Passage are playing this one very, very patiently. And if you actually look across the CS numbers, with the exception of their AD carry, they're winning out the CS for the most part. And that's really what's sort of helping them keep in this game. They're only about 5,000 gold behind, which is not a game-changing value at this point when you consider it's divided between 5 players.
Well, we are going to have to wait a little bit longer as Ezreal was split pushing here. So it's going to take him joining the team before they feel confident enough to pull off that dive combo that they're looking for.
Well, we'll have to see if BRTT spams out those Mystic Shots from the side. It's been the Iceborne Gauntlet slows that have helped him set up the kills for his team. He landed slows onto Holy Thought that allowed him to get bursted down. He landed slows onto Lithilion that allowed him to get jumped on. So a lot of pressure coming from this AoE CC that can come down from Pain Gaming. A 5-man stack in this top lane. BRTT's just spamming those Mystic Shots over, and with blue buff, he's never going to run out of mana.
They don't actually have that much armor to tank up the turret either. Wukong has got several offensive items. There goes it!
Naru just gets charmed up and removed from the fight before it's even begun. They do see the Requiem coming down. They traded 1-for-1. Both mid laners are down as Fabfab's been dropped in the background. Now Riosta's the next point of focus for Pain Gaming. They are unable to pick him up. The end of this little engagement is a 2-for-1, and it all started from yet another pinpoint charm.
We don't need armor to tank a turret. We've got Ahri. She can go head first in there. Fairly reminiscent of Faker Dive, actually. Catching them off guard.
Does manage to work out for them. Riosta's very, very low. Going to be able to re-engage without healing, so he's back for Pain Gaming. In the team fight, they get a couple extra kills. Bubble is going to at least slow Sir T down. Ace in the hole is available, but you can see BRTT doing the best he can to basically body block. Leon's looking to try and get vision. True Shot Barrage just missing the tail there of Holy Thoth. May not have been enough to kill him, but it definitely would have hurt a lot, that's for sure.
If that Mystic Shot had hit, then the combo would have definitely killed her.
Well, Athenion is still at max HP. He's got the on-hit slow. Uses the 90 caliber net to chase. Gets the slow now onto Venom, but Venom has got a lot of HP. Hilt of a Peacemaker goes out, but doesn't actually manage to connect. And gotta be a little bit careful there. That's Holy Thought with no mana pool, potentially against 3. Lithilion did well to not go down in a fight, but he wasn't really able to impact it because his team members just went down so incredibly quickly.
I think that next time around, Pain are not going to look for the turret dive, and they'd rather draw Dark Passage out to that barren area where they can go very offensive like that, except not have to have Ahri tank a turret the whole time and cost them a life.
Well, we'll see how quickly they can react to this one. Dark Passage on onto the Dragon Pit. Pain Gaming have immediately responded. Dragon is secured by Sir T. That's basically a steal from Dark Passage. Fabfab's going to flash over the wall. We do see an immediate flash from Venom. The Kaden Trap not going to be enough. Crushing Blow secures the kill, and Lithilion does get dropped on his HP by that True Shot Barrage. Paranoia was used, but needs to flash backwards. That was close. That was close for Riosta.
Fairly ballsy recalling in that push, but
man, Pain Gaming come down to Dragon, and what do you know, there's a present waiting for them. They would love to have one of those team fights in a pit, like Dragon Pit, and they immediately jump on the opportunity.
It's not over yet, as Athelion is trying his best to get away. As you see that Venon's chasing, Equi goes out. There was the on-hit slow there, so it would have at least helped a little bit in kiting, but for the time being, Venon's Wukong is doing a lot of work at scaring people away. The ever-present threat of that Nimbus strike cannot be discounted.
Now, Kha'Zix is only down for 10 more seconds, and we are without any of the ultimates besides Crescendo for Pain Gaming.
Let's see if they can make that one work. Pain, I imagine, plays one a little more defensively, and you can see they're instantly backing off as the numbers of Dark Passage start to group up and become a potential threat there at that mid lane inhibitor turrets.
They don't want to go for another turret dive, and we also have started to pick up some home guards here, both solo laners for Dark Passage. We're going to be able to recall the base and come out with a speed boost.
Well, they've only got 2 towers to their name. That outer turret is still standing and has been for an incredibly extended amount of time during the course of this matchup. And you know, we were talking about how important that was for Pain Gaming to maintain control of that river area and that buff area, and they haven't felt the pressure of Dark Passage at all for basically 12 to 15 minutes. It's all been about Pain Gaming making the plays and then pushing for the objectives.
They have spent so much time clearing out the Baron area though, and they still haven't been able to make a play there. Drawing out Dark Passage that far from the base and then popping Paranoia would be the perfect opportunity for this Pain team to pounce.
So both of these teams heavily involved in the ward and de-warding mini-game that is a part of professional League of Legends. Vision control is basically what wins and loses games. And Sir T just trolling Espeon. Throws out the Duskbringer and makes Baron hit him. The bubble comes up, but there's nobody to follow that one up. You see Dark Passage with no vision in the river and past the Baron buff. They're not willing to commit on that. Maybe try to pick him out. Right now, move up to respawn. Nolan is going to try to secure this one. You can see Pain Gaming very heavily clustered. However, BRTT a little late to the party. He's just coming down the mid lane now.
This is dangerous for Dark Passage. You can tell they're getting pretty antsy here. They have yet to commit to a foray into the Baron area though, and they did get a very nice sneaky ward off.
Oh, he thought maybe a little bit of trouble. The charm actually catches FabFab. Now Paranoia flies forward and FabFab forced to leap away to safety. The tidal wave is at least going to interrupt the rest of Pain Gaming, but the fear throws him backwards. Now Cyclone manages to land on Athelion. He's basically going to get 1v1 here from Venom. As you can see, BRTT trying to set something up. He flashes forward and the Mystic Shot goes wide. Not going to be able to land the slow. Movement speed is being boosted here for Surti as he's chasing on the Duskbringer. He's going to be able to use the Knight to Caliber net, and Athelion gets away safely. A 1-for-0, but the tower's available.
Cammy with another amazing pick right there, using the second Spirit Rush to dodge that Aqua Prison, and then the fact that you can't get away from the Nocturne Ahri combo, they're able to capitalize on that, which is going to be turned into a Baron fight finally forced.
Now 5 seconds on the clock before Holycroft is up, and 4 members of Dark Passage alive and standing. Requiem is there, as is Let's Bounce. And you can see Roesta is trying to put himself in a position where he can challenge for this one. Charm goes wide, FabFab does not get caught out. He steals it! He manages to steal the Baron buff! Now Athelion is way overextended, he gets slowed. Ignite's going to be able to pick up the kill, and Athelion should not have been there. He got caught out where he didn't need to be.
Great job sneaking around though by Riosta. He comes out with the clutch Baron steal, and that may just buy them a few more minutes. Defending at inhibitor turrets, it's still hard for Pain to commit fully to one of those turret dives.
There is
35 seconds though is a long death time.
Yeah, there's so much pressure on Naru and FabFab now to try and defend off against 4, potentially 5 members. However, Pain Gaming, because they took a fair amount of damage during the course of that, they've actually backed away and they haven't attacked the tower.
They still have that all-important Requiem from Karthus, which is scaring Pain Gaming a little bit and causing them to pause.
Well, we'll have to see how effective it is. We have not actually seen a Requiem in a very long time, now that I think about it, and I don't believe they've been super effective. Teleport has been used. Paranoia, as Surti dives forward. They want this tower. The focus is Holy Thought. He's going to be the first victim, and the bubble does land, but it's not going to be enough to interrupt anything. FabFab is off on the side. Can he pick up Kami? But that is a dead Kami! Just gets deleted from the map thanks to that isolation bonus. Now Naru gets a wall of pain across all 4 members of Pain Gaming. This is exactly the AoE about to be challenged. As you can see, Nathaniel's trying to pick up the kill. Is Requiem going to be enough? No! Ace in the hole is from downtown, secures the kill. Fab in the background secures a double kill of his own, and this is an ace in favor of Dark Passage.
They come out with the ace, and they still have Baron Buff on Fab, who is the hard carry here. They can shove up this lane. Bottom turret is already taking minion damage here. They may be able to answer with a couple of the objectives on top of the ace.
The timer is ticking though. Those death timers, they're still in effect, but unfortunately as Dark Passage got to push through so many turrets, they may not be able to respond with an inhibitor of their own. They've got one tower down. They turn their focus onto the inner mid turret, as the first person to respawn is going to be Espeon Sona. Now they're going to turn onto the inhibitor turret, and it's going to be scary close if they stay.
Looks like they are going to go for here. Ari has home guard boots, so she's coming out fast.
Here comes Ari's Bow Rush, not available just yet, but it will be in a moment or two, and we'll see if he does decide to go in. In the end, decides to pick up just the minion wave. Now there's super minions pushing down the middle in favor of Pain Gaming. However, their mid inhibitors exposed, so if Dark Passage are able to win another team fight similar to what they just did, they could pick up an inhibitor of their own.
Dark Passage are definitely still in this game. Not only did they get 3 turrets off that, but they also clean out the dragon, so there's not more money on the map for Pain to take, and Dark Passage can safely camp their base now and just wait for that super minion wave to push up and defend it there.
There was a 5,000 gold difference much earlier in the game. That is now 500 gold. Dark Passage have been able to hold on for the most part, and even though they are at a disadvantage as far as the map is concerned, that previous fight is definitely going to give them a lot of confidence, especially when you consider how quickly Fab just killed Kami. Jumping in from the side and playing that, assassin cards it perfectly.
Yeah, Pain used so much to just take out the support Nami that when Dark Passage came with their full area of effect combination, they didn't have anything to answer back. This Zac plus Karthus right now is enough to get people low enough for Fab to go in.
There's Riasta, he jumps in, but he's immediately been focused. We do see that there's a lot of interference being caused by Venom. They're most likely going to trade 1-for-1. Zac is already out of the fight. Fab's Guardian Angel's been popped, but he's so far behind enemy lines, instantly charmed as he comes back to life, and Kami actually picks himself up a double kill. That was a brave move, and you have to give props to Venom for running all of that interference.
They had everything still for that fight. Pain used the crescendo to interrupt the Fab chain combination there. With Zac going down so early, they didn't have a chance for Karthus to get in there and take everybody low enough for Fab to be able to execute anyone. Being locked up by crescendo, he had no chance. Pain gonna push in for another inhibitor turret.
All of a sudden, Dark Passage are now forced to defend once again against an outnumbered team. You see the stealth comes up from Venom. He's got the ability to Nimbus strike in a moment's notice. Requiem is there for Naru as well, but it does look like Dark Passage are going to give up this inhibitor. There are now 2 inhibitors down. There are super minions in 2 waves, and a massive amounts of minions in the bottom lane. Naru's going to respond to that one and clear it up with the Defile as best as he can.
Now Karthus does have Flash though, so they may be able to pull off that combination of the Zac Karthus area of effect damage to set up Fab in the next team fight. The only thing is they don't have much base left to defend.
Yeah, there's nothing left at all. The minions were able to take down that bottom inhibitor tower. So if Pain Gaming now wait for the super minions in the other 2 lanes, they can just sit in the bottom lane, just wait for the minions to start knocking on the door. And the moment someone from Dark Passage answers, they're just going to commit. They're going to go all in, possibly win the game that can win them the game.
If Dark Passage are going to come back, it's going to be a long game here, because even if they get an ace at their base, it will take them so long to get up the mid lane, to take down the inhibitor, both Nexus turrets and the Nexus, that they won't be able to finish it in just one ace. They'll have to have multiple team fights won here, back to back, to be able to take this one home.
And remember, this is the deciding game between Turkey and Brazil to find out who is going to the grand finals tomorrow. We're playing for that all-important spot, the World Playoffs in Los Angeles, California. We'll see who's going to get one step closer. Guardian Angel is available here for Dalion. There's no GAs on the side of Pain Gaming, so you've got to keep that in mind. However, Dalion hasn't necessarily had the impact in these short, bursty team fights. He simply doesn't have enough time to auto-attack. All of Pain Gaming is stacked up. 5 members pushing towards this bottom, exposed inhibitor.
Now the really important Guardian Angel that was on Bad Bad.
The charge lands! No, he's gonna flash forward, he puts down the zone, his hourglass, he is still alive. Now the crescendo in the backline's gonna hold up Riosta and manages to pick up the kill onto Fab Fab. That is one key target down. Requiem is starting to be challenged as Holy Thought is forced out of that fight. 1 kill has been secured there, and it doesn't look like, no, there's no kill, it was a decoy that was taken down. 3 for 0 in favor of Pain Gaming, and a full HP GA. Nathaniel is not going to be enough to defend it. Pain Gaming may have just won the game.
Again, the crescendo, locking down Fab Fab.
The boom from the ace of the hole manages to pick up a kill onto the support Escort, but that's not who you need to be killing. A teleport from Banner comes in, he's going to start using that crushing blow to shred down these towers. Nathaniel's going to have a godlike defense if he stops it, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. There's so many super minions. Nexus turret 1 is down. Nexus turret 2 is down. They're going to turn their focus onto the Nexus. Nathaniel gets his GA popped under the tower. Ladies and gentlemen, Pain Gaming have done this in dramatic style. They win the set 2-1. They're going to face Gaming Gear tomorrow in the grand finals for the International Wildcard Tournament.
I hope Gaming Gear EU have been taking notes because Dark Passage made a very impressive showing here. In the last 2 games, they have exposed some weaknesses in Pain Gaming and given Gaming Gear EU a little bit of stuff to work with.
What intense match if you're a Brazilian fan, if you're a fan of Pain Gaming, because they really had to work hard, and that's the most difficult victory I think we've seen Pain need to pull off over the course of the weekend.
They definitely had to work for that one and for the previous game. Big ups to Dark Passage right there. After the first one, it was a little iffy, but they really adapted well, and they changed up their strategy just enough.
Yeah, such a great game.
Or not just enough.
Such an exciting one to watch, and I think the shortcomings of the team composition for Dark Passage could be an attributing factor. They had great solo lane champions, and they did well in the lanes. But as soon as they had team fights, it just didn't really mesh.
So it was the missing component, the Gragas that was banned out. They didn't have anything to split up Pain Gaming and allow Fab Fab to go in. In the last 2 team fights, Fab Fab would go in, but he was locked down by Crescendo because all of Pain were secure with staying together, and they would always have Sona waiting for him to jump in. As soon as he did, he'd get locked up.
You got to give props to Kami. Once he picked up that DFG,
oh yeah,
such a big change.
So many crucial charms landing for Kami. He was able to make plays from the mid game all the way through.
Well, that wraps it up for us here today. We're going to send it over to D-Man and Jet to break down the final game and talk to us about the plays.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. And would you believe it, Pain Gaming, as you just said, won the game that won them the game. It was so elegantly put that I had to repeat it twice.
Absolutely, they won that game. And they won the game of killing the other team and taking the Nexus.
They did indeed. Yeah. So, Pain Gaming, they finally realized that actually we should be playing this game like we were throughout the group stage, throughout the round robin.
So, even though it took them a little bit of time, because they had a bit of a kerfuffle where they messed up a dive there, they didn't make a huge mistake early game, and it allowed Sir T to play that aggressive dive game. And in fact, they just decided to bring more divers and then let BRTT pick his spots with the Ezreal pick, right? So even though they didn't get the Caitlyn, because Caitlyn was first picked away from them, they still put him on an 80 carry where he can sit in the back of fights as all the chaos happens and then come in and clean up.
And incidentally, this game was fairly reminiscent of their match against Gaming Gear in the round robin. They had such a huge advantage at the start, but they just struggled to finish the game out.
Yeah, it's a strange thing that's happening with Pain Gaming, and they really need to find a way to not let those things happen. But it's kind of a cost of the way they play. Since they dive so aggressively, it's hard to know when all of them are going to work, and you're going to have a few backfires when you play like that.
Speaking of dive and aggression, the fight down the bottom lane is the one we chose to focus on. It was all around the tri-bush area.
So this fight that we're going to show soon is one early on in the game, so it might seem like it's a bit too past, but it's really what put them in control. And when we're going to watch this one, it's all about the way they flank around and find their way to the AD carry, because it sucks to play AD carry against Pain.
So let's check out that clip. Of course, it was, like you say, it was fairly early on in the game, and it was down the bottom lane in this tri-bush.
Yeah, and this is roll this at half speed so we can see how it develops. You can see Venon got a good initiation from Wukong, but if we pause it here, we really get to see the story of the fight. The thing you need to watch is on the right side of the screen, the way that Cammy just goes for the Lithilion. Lithilion is not a part of this fight, and he has nowhere to go. Meanwhile, you can barely see it at the top of the screen. Zac is going for BRTT. This is exactly how Pain decides to team fight. Nobody cares about BRTT. He has to deal for himself. They care about just going for the enemy priority targets. Cammy's picked the 80 carry, the other two are taking on 3. And let's just roll this now at full speed, because once they got the start of a fight that they wanted, Pain's going to win that fight because they do that so often. And you can just see, they rolled through the Karthus because they went through the priority target and because they're so heavily diving. Since Naru wasn't just grouped up with the rest of the team, it was a clean 4-for-1 for Pain Gaming.
Yeah, dominant performance. So Pain Gaming now in the final against Gaming Gear EU. Who do you put your money on? Because we're not going to be covering this one.
No.
We have the luxury of watching both of these games as well. I mean, where do you see this one? Because Gaming Gear took their time, but they looked really good against Immunity.
So before this series, I would have sent Pain in a heartbeat, just like, oh, they're clearly the best team. Gaming Gear had a tough 2-0 against Immunity in a sense, and Pain looked so strong on day one. Even with Pain's struggles right here, I still have to make them a fairly sizable favorite tomorrow. I feel like if Dark Passage would have won, it would have been off of Baron Steals, it would have been off a very swingy first blood, and I still would have thought Pain may have been the better team here. So I still think Pain has the advantage because the way they dive seems very coordinated, and specifically Cammy and BRTT are very good, and I think they're going to be able to carry them.
Well, all right, guys, we've got a step away for the second. We've got to step away for a second. Sorry, that's where we got to go. We don't want to stay any longer because you guys have seen the action. But when we return, Shox will be joined by Pain Gaming's mid laner Cammy, the man to watch, as Jack just pointed out, to talk about Friday's final showdown with Gaming Gear. Don't go away, guys. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Cologne to the Köln Messe for Gamescom 2013, where I'm very happy to be joined by Kami, the mid laner for Pain Gaming, who just secured a spot in the final tomorrow. So Kami, tell me about that second game, because you guys were on a high after that first game. You dominated that, and then coming into that, the Kazakhs really annoying you guys.
Well, the second game was really tough for us. We definitely weren't expecting Kazakhs, but Dark Passage played really well, but the deciding factor for me was that we played really, really bad mechanically. We definitely didn't give our best, and they just explored our mistakes, and then they just got the game.
Was that a case of overconfidence? Your manager was up here after the first game, you know, we're going to take it all. Was it maybe a little bit too relaxed going into that game?
No, we just played bad, and they played really well, but...
Yes, they did. And then that third game, you got to gear yourself up again. You had some special stuff. You didn't ban out Kazakhs, and you went for the Wukong. How did that work in your team? What was the plan?
Well, going into the third game, we were really nervous, but we didn't think that Kazakhs was really the biggest problem. We found that Gragas was really way more hard to deal with, so we just took him out and picked our best champions and did our best.
Absolutely, that Gragas ban was crucial. So tell us about the game. In early game was kind of slower. Usually you're more aggressive. Was that the stress kicking in of, we can't lose this here, guys. We've got to do this for Brazil?
Yeah, definitely. We were really reluctant to make plays, and because we knew if we made a mistake, they would win the game. So we just were kind of scared.
So finally, tomorrow you'll be going up against Gaming Gear in the final, and then they were hard to research. We've heard of the other team. So what's the general mindset?
Well, Gaming Gear, we didn't have much information on them, but now watching their games, we're more confident, and I think we'll put up a good show for you guys.
All right, and then finally, how are you dealing with the event here? All these people cheering you on and at home as well. Does that have any influence on your performance?
Well, the crowd's always amazing, but they're definitely not as loud as in Brazil.
You guys are not as loud as in Brazil? Can you cheer for him? Well, they certainly are trying. Well, good luck in your match tomorrow, Cami. All right, now let's send it over to Quickshot and Kobe at the desk one last time.
Shots. I definitely think I'm going to have to figure out how to get this crowd to get a little bit louder over the course of the next few days. Guys, with both of our wildcard semifinals in our match history, let's actually take a look at the bracket. The CIS champions Gaming Gear and Brazilians Pain Gaming will meet in Friday's best of 3 grand final, with the winner earning a spot in the Season 3 World Championships. And following tomorrow's wildcard finals, the European professionals take to the Rift for the LCS playoffs.
The first quarterfinal features the Evil Geniuses taking on Team Alternate, followed by Gambit Gaming, battling the Ninjas in Pajamas.
And of course, day 3 of our Gamescom coverage starts Friday at 10 a.m. CEST and 1 a.m. Pacific time. All right, guys, it is time for us to wrap things up here from Cologne, Germany, as day 2 of Gamescom is slowly drawing to a close. So for myself, Kobe, Jat, D-Man, Joe, Jason, everybody in the live audience and the live broadcast crew, good night, guys, and thanks for watching. Woo, good night.
Stan United going to come in, but Kauton is going to die.
Good job, guys.
Woo! Is he going to get dove underneath the turret? Yes, he is.
Oh, then he's down. He's down. He's down. Renekton going down.
Crescendo comes across, but the spray and pray absolutely ripping through them in this one.
Oh, you can call yourself Dr. Kauthard. I'm Dr. Shook.
But look at the chase from Kauton.
Good job, guys.
Woo! Is it going to be enough? They can see Lee Sin flying there. It is going to be MBS that picks up first blood.
Yeah, good job, good job, good job.
Teleport comes out from heavens. He gets off MBS.
Are you kidding me? That's not good for Tryndamere. That is amazing for NBS right now. What does Immunity have left? Nothing.
everything is gone for them.
Fighting the right time. He's got it. He manages to take it out. He's going to get down, taken down, but it does give the team the Baron.
Yeah, that's terrible news.
Pentakill for Fabs Kha'Zix, and in what style? Ladies and gentlemen, Pain Gaming have done this in dramatic style. They win the set 2-1, and they're going to face Gaming Gear tomorrow in the grand finals.